Welcome to day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International Group A. I'm your host, Doa. With me are Tettles, Nagura, and Zyronic to start off the day, and Tettles' cat. What's your cat's name? I actually don't even know.
Bert.
Bert? Is it really Bert, or did you just make that up because you want to protect the cat's identity?
No, it's really Bert.
What if you don't know Bert, Doa?
There you go. I didn't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't watch Tettles stream enough, I guess. Sorry, Tettles. But the as you can see, the gates have opened. MDI Dragonflight Group A continues today. Well, we've got a lot to talk about, starting with a bit of a recap from yesterday. We saw a lot of really cool stuff, including Echo, again, putting on a clinic as Echo does in their first dungeons. A lot to talk about, starting out with Temple of the Jade Serpent.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some pretty insane pulls, especially at the start from Echo. We saw this whole area just being all put together. You can see just insane damage coming out of the whole group, really. Even Sally was just like, at the start, just casting chain lightnings, as you can see there. Then later on, I think they were a little bit more conservative. Like, I think they can do even bigger pulls if they wanted to. But yeah, at the start, it definitely showed what they can do.
Did you kind of have any surprises with the compositions that they were running? Or, like, because we saw both Ruby Life Pools and Temple of the Jade Serpent, which were time trial dungeons. And so we kind of knew what the comps were coming into this. Was there anything else that really surprised you out of the Echo comp, or no?
I mean, in the Ruby Life Pools, they were playing Mage, right, in the time trials, and then in the actual tournament, they didn't play it, right? So, what's your opinion on that, Sarah? Do you think there's a reason for it? Do you think it's just only a time trial?
I think it was just a I think it was a fortified versus tyrannical thing. Like, Mage doesn't have time to ramp on tyrannical keys, especially on the low level that we had. It just seems like this comp is so well-rounded in what it can do, specifically the Feral Druid Unholy DK component. I think the third DPS slot is a little bit more flexible. I could see Shadow Priest, probably could see like a Rogue there. I mean, you could even throw random things like Havoc Demon Hunter in there for certain keys if you wanted like a magic debuff or something like that. I think the Unholy Feral is a very, very good staple for like super high-end key pushing because they both have a lot of AoE, but Feral's more funnel-oriented, right? So they can do a little bit more damage to the more important targets in the pack, and I think we're going to see a lot of that in probably most of our keys from the high-end teams.
We even saw that with like TEAMSWE versus Levels. It seems like it's actually been a staple across all of the MDI teams where they've kind of adapted into that Feral Unholy DK staple like Zyronic was talking about. I think the biggest thing that we saw differences between the teams was surprisingly the healer role. We saw like Resto Shaman and Preservation Evoker most of the time, but I don't think that people really had Resto Shaman on their radar outside of just Temple of the Jade Serpent, but we ended up seeing it a little bit knock offensive.
Is it just those curse dispels, or is there what else does the shaman specifically bring?
I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the curse dispel, but I don't think that's a reason. Like, I honestly think, because they have the Feral Druid, right? Feral Druid does have curse dispel as well. I don't think you need a second one. So I think they just brought it because of the utility plus the damage that it provides as well, plus the Bloodlust, of course. Now, Evoker would also provide Bloodlust, but I guess they just want that extra utility and maybe also the extra single target damage that we've talked about. But I did want to mention that between TEAMSWE and Levels that we see right now, it was, I think, the closest matchup that we had yesterday, right? It went to 2-1
for sure.
In the end, and it was really close throughout because we saw some resets of bosses. Unfortunately, could have gone either way, and both of the teams were just really, really close together.
I felt like Levels, if given the ability to be able to replay that series, they could have actually taken that series in a 2-0 fashion. Some of the strategies that they were doing were incredibly dangerous and volatile at times, but if they were able to pull them off, their timer in a lot of these keys would have been pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they were just pushing so aggressively. It was fun to watch, but it's super risky too. But they were really close to pulling it off.
I think we all pretty much agreed with the fact that if they were going to try to take one of those top 2 spots this weekend, those are the kind of strats that they'd probably have to pull off to beat teams like Echo and Sloth. So yeah, hopefully they can pull it together in the lower bracket and make a run today and tomorrow. But we'll have to see. They're gonna have to put a lot of work in. Going back to the Resto Shaman discussion, the only other thing that I could think of that we would really want to have a Resto Shaman in the group for would be the 12-second kick, but I'm not really sure how relevant that is. It could just be like a comfort thing. But I think, yeah, like we were talking about, we're probably just going to see a lot of Resto Shaman and Preservation Evoker when it comes to healer play.
And then from Legendary and Sloth, we saw both of those teams were the favorites in their matchups as well. Both of them looked fairly good. They are the 6th and the 7th seed coming out of this weekend. Sloth, the only map that we saw the teams play that was the exact same was Knockout Offensive, and Sloth was a little bit faster in that map, but I think that this is going to be an incredibly close series between Legendary and Sloth coming into today. And it's not super clear what team is going to be one of the top 2 teams that are coming out of this cup.
Yeah, I think you've got several different contenders. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, that like Sloth or Legendary could be that second place team. Just kind of a matter of like how things break down in the lower bracket once one of them gets knocked down there, right? Because I think it's safe to assume, and I don't think anyone would fault anyone for doing this, that Echo is probably going to take the group. They still look like a level above everybody else. But that second place spot is definitely up for grabs between a few teams. So the question is, who are those teams going to be? Because you've got Sloth and Legendary, but I want to ask you, I'll excuse Ironic, who do you think the wild card of the second place could be? If we take out Sloth and Legendary, who is the other team that has the chance of getting second in the group? Is it just TEAMSWE? Is it someone else? Who do you think?
Oh man, it's a tough one. It's either, for me, it's between Levels and Legendary. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I put Legendary, but that was before we saw them play. This was like a pre-weekend thing that we all put together.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, look at my wild card. I still believe, though.
I think between those 2 teams, I'd stick with Legendary. They're a team that has a lot of really high-end players on it. Levels does too, but Team Legendary has players that have a little bit more MDI experience, especially on the top end. So they're probably, you know, outside of Echo and Sloth, the team that's most likely to make it through this weekend.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, here you see our bracket for group number A. We're going to see Echo versus TEAMSWE first. We're going to see Sloth versus Legendary, and then we're going to go down to the elimination bracket. We're going to have 4 matches down there. It's going to be our longest day of the weekend, going to be 6 matches, but it should be a lot of fun. And that it always seems like the lower bracket, right, where the drama becomes the highest, because your team's facing elimination, or at least facing having to wait and then compete in that last chance qualifier later on. And you're going to get a lot closer matches. Here are going to be the dungeons that we're going to see today, and who knows, maybe we'll even see a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. We have not seen one yet this weekend, but a couple chances today.
Maybe we'll see a 23 Azure Vault.
Maybe.
That would be cool.
Maybe Court of Stars? Who knows?
Well, actually, dude, looking at match 9, that is a nasty just set of dungeons all over level 22. You have Knockout Offensive, which has been a target ban for a lot of teams, and the Azure Vault. So if we see, you know, teams manning other dungeons, you could see that Azure Vault just maybe. Just maybe.
Yeah, we did end up seeing Nakud twice yesterday, surprisingly enough, and we're going to see it in our first match, Echo versus TEAMSWE. There's no avoiding it because it's the first dungeon of the match. The Court of Stars ban, the Algathar Academy ban, so we are going to see Halls of Valor, and maybe, if we get there, Ruby Life Pools. I'm hyped to see Halls of Valor. I was talking about it yesterday. It's one of my favorite dungeons. It was back in Legion. I'm glad it's back now. It's a fun one, but it is also going to be a tricky one with Bursting Explosive.
Yeah, and on top of that,
there's
there
a
were a
lot
lot of changes made too. Go ahead.
I just wanted to talk about the bans for a second, just because, I mean, Court of Stars, we've seen that banned before. And I think the reason why some teams banned Court is just because it's such a, like, open dungeons, like, there's so many kind of crazy things you can do that I think teams are just scared. It's like, I don't think I have the best route. Like, I think other teams are doing crazier things here, so we're just gonna ban it because we're, like, unsure. But it's interesting to see Echo banning Algathar Academy, because, in my opinion, Algathar is one of the easier dungeons with the affixes plus the level. So I almost feel like Echo did this on purpose to just not show what they're doing there. What do you think?
Yeah, it could certainly make sense. I mean, the less they show early on, the stronger they'll be later. And, you know, Echo, I feel like in previous events has kind of had a tendency of play it, you know, enough to get by, but not really go all out until they need to, which is probably the smart thing to do, isn't it?
It looks like they don't have much AA until the if they have Algathar Academy, it wouldn't be until the Grand Finals if they ban it here. So I think it makes sense if they just don't even play it.
Yeah.
I think like if they didn't even practice it at all, it
yeah.
would have made decent sense, assuming that they win the series. If they don't win the series, then they may be in a little bit of hot water and they may have to ban Algathar Academy a lot more.
Yeah, okay, that makes
We are
sense.
going to get to
It
see...
also makes sense if
Oh, go
it's
ahead.
up there in the dungeon pool.
Yeah.
The rest of their runs, if they're staying that upper bracket, I guess.
I think the biggest thing is, I think the biggest thing to watch right here is this knockout offensive in the first map. So we saw Sloth put up a 2309. I wonder if either Echo or TEAMSWE are going to be able to improve on that 2309, and like kind of what time our team's going to be able to present there. We also did see Legendary put up a knockout offensive, but it was a little bit slower at 2322. So I wonder if, you know, we're going to see something in the mid 22s potentially out of these two teams, maybe. Or is that like Sloth Legendary time more in line with what we're going to see, where it's going to be like that 23-ish minute mark?
It's definitely one of the longer dungeons. Go ahead, Siren.
Oh, it's long.
If there is a team that is going to do it faster than anyone else, it is going to be Echo. If there's any extra strategies they can pull out in this dungeon, it will be them. And you know, part of the problem with knockout offensive as an MDI dungeon is there's really not a whole lot of wiggle room to like pull different things, right? There's like 12 mandatory packs that you have to pull, and you can really only pull them one by one in the dungeon, and that accounts for something like 75% of your trash count. So the extra 25% you have to pull either on top of one of those trash packs or on top of the boss. There's really not a whole lot like different you can do in that dungeon to really set yourself apart from the teams, unless you find some way to pull multiple mini bosses together. It'd be really hard to go that much faster in this dungeon. So, I mean, maybe people will find a way to do it, and maybe Echo has a way to do it. It'd be really interesting to see.
Sanguine is such a big landmine in this dungeon, too, because there's so many mobs that either are spam casting or they're like Archer-style mobs, and they're really just difficult to move. And so, like, if you're not pre-prepared, or sometimes you can come in with like a strategy where you're going too large, and then you end up like sanguining a pack. You just have to be you have to have super good precision with the packs that you're pulling in knockout. I think it actually takes a lot of time and a lot of practice to be able to do this dungeon effectively.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like where you end up with a lot of those fights on those like hills too, where the sanguine pools can kind of land, can look a little bit tricky sometimes. So you have to be like extra careful with how you pull, because you don't want to overlap that way too. Those hills, man. But I'm curious too, if we get all the way to Ruby Life pools, both of these teams played it yesterday. Echo finished theirs 4 minutes faster, a little over 4 minutes faster than TEAMSWE finished their run too. So if we get there, Echo has the edge, but that's a big if, because Echo's looking strong as we get into our first dungeon of the day.
Oh, and they are running a mirror comp here as well. I think might be the first time that we see an exact mirror comp. Everyone just running the exact same
It's one of the first times for sure, yeah.
DPS. Yeah, because we've seen a lot of different comps, even in the same dungeons. So it's very cool to see that they decided that the same comp is the best here. But yeah, both of the teams going into this first pool, just pulling two of the packs, the Patrol plus that mandatory pack together, it looks like. And both of them also committing the Bloodlust immediately.
Oh, and I just realized the healers are using Potions of Shocking Disclosure too for AoE damage. I didn't realize they were doing that. Interesting. You can see the little thunderstorm thing around Zalia there when he popped it on pull. Cool. Well, really, it's all going to come down to Sanguine management here, right? And we can definitely see when that Sanguine is causing an issue for the teams, because, as you can see over on the side of TEAMSWE, Sanguine Icar is currently doing the most healing of anything in the dungeon right now. Oh, wait, is Sanguine Icar streaming? Do you know?
I don't think they are, but look at Echo actually doing a double pull, it looks like. I think Zalia just pulled one of the mandatory packs, while now and the rest of the team, so they pulled two of those packs together, as you can see, two Lancemasters in here, which is probably the biggest pull we've seen so far in this area. So we'll see how they manage that. That's going to be a lot of control, and it's also very difficult to just gather all of these mobs up, because you have all of these archer mobs, these hunter mobs, that are just really hard to move. You do have the grip from Mirrors, but you can still see one of those archers on the side, just not being able to group it up. And you have the War Spears also charging the furthest player constantly. You can see Clicks actually taking quite a lot of damage from those bleed effects, and they just keep charging Clicks. They do have the Dispel, of course, from the Evoker once in a while, but it does have a pretty long cooldown, so they cannot dispel all of them.
Yeah, when you have 4 of those War Spears in the group constantly bleeding him, it's pretty much just going to become a healing check for Zalia to deal with. If I'm not mistaken, does he have Brookkeeper's Promise on him? Is that icon on his health bar? I'm not quite sure. But he's definitely getting a lot of targeted heals from Clicks just to keep him alive there. And, I mean, honestly, this went pretty well for them. I mean, Sanguine healing kept below where Now's healing is, so isn't too big of a deal for them. And they're going to be finishing off all of the mandatory trash in this area pretty quickly. That one Horn Sounder did get healed a little bit. You can see it's at half HP off on the right there, but honestly, one mob healing like that? Okay, I guess the longbow as well got healed. But they can just pull these into the boss. And as long as they knock them away from the boss before they die, they don't have any major sanguine problems.
Yeah, as long as they finish off the mandatory mobs here, which is probably what they focused on, then it's not too bad, right? We can see a sanguine pool actually being pretty close to the boss, and we also see this longbow just standing in it, now getting knocked out of the pool. But yeah, it really doesn't matter if this longbow is going to heal a bit, because they can just like slowly cleave it down. Not going to be that big of a problem. And it also looks like Echo is permanently CCing all of the saboteurs, which is something that we haven't seen from all of the teams just yet. Sometimes on live servers, people end up CCing them, rooting them, whatever it may be, at the end of the boss fight. But it looks like Echo just tries to CC all of them. So they were rooting the first saboteur with the Feral Druid, and now they switched the route to the second one, and now they're just finishing it off. So that is a very interesting strategy by Echo, just to maximize the single target damage onto the boss.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the way it works is the Saboteur will always go towards the crossbow that they spawned on, right? So if you just root it for like 20 seconds or so, shoot the crossbow off, you can just let it run. It doesn't really matter. So you can see they're just letting that one go now that they've already shot the crossbow off, root the new one, and they'll keep doing this in a circle, never having to swap to a Saboteur at all, letting them just pure single target DPS the boss the entire time. I think the only one downside for this is that you can't use the Saboteurs to do any like extra 2-target funnel damage to the boss, but I guess they don't really have too much use for that, and if you don't have to swap to a Saboteur a single time, that's probably just a better single target increase anyways than whatever the second target would be for funnel. So yeah, this is a really cool strategy, and you can see like the way that they pulled this section of the dungeon so far, they have the same trash count as TEAMSWE, but they are literally just half of the boss's HP bar ahead right now. They are going incredibly fast.
And one other downside would be, so if they don't kill the boss in the time that they think they can kill it, then they might actually just have a full group wipe, right? Like if the boss just doesn't die here, they wouldn't be able to use another what are they called? The ones that shoot the spears, things that you click.
Oh, there you go.
Ballistas, there you go. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to use the ballistas anymore. So they do need, like, if they play this strategy, they need to have enough damage to kill a boss before they need to use one of the ballistas that is being basically destroyed by one of those saboteurs. But no problem there at all with their damage, and now they're moving on to the next area. Well, I mean, TEAMSWE, not that far behind, right? They're 35% of the boss behind, but it definitely would require Echo to do some mistakes or have some sanguine healing go off, because that double pull that they did with the 2 mandatory Lance Masters actually really caught them up quite a bit and actually saved them a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, I want to look at what Echo's doing here, because if they can find a way to pull mini-bosses together here, that would be very impressive. Of course, the problem is those Storm Surge totems would need to be, like, burned down, otherwise you're going to have issues with AoE damage, right? So, I'm not really sure how feasible of a strategy that is in this section of the dungeon. I guess the only real way you can really speed up this section of the dungeon would be pulling as much of that side trash and maybe this middle patrol on top of the mini-bosses. We'll see if they do it here. Nice little rescue there from Zalia to get Mirrors to the trash pack as quickly as possible. Of course, DK is known for being one of the slowest classes in the game, having to waddle around from place to place. So, the Evoker is very useful for them.
Yeah, and I think this area might be like the most difficult area. I mean, all of the areas are difficult to pull mandatory mobs on top of each other. Like even the first area with the Lance Masters, we haven't seen any other team than Echo really do that before. But this area I think is the most difficult one, just because not only are the mobs hard to move together, and you have the totems that just don't move at all, but then on top of that you have all of these casters that need to be controlled, because multiple casts going through can easily kill a person, right? All of these storm bolts going off from the mini-bosses, but then also from the ads as well. So I can imagine it's pretty difficult to just gather up these different trash packs, as well because they're pretty far apart on top of that. So it looks like Echo so far is not doing anything super crazy in this area, but we'll see if they... I mean, they could build the patrol on top of the boss, maybe. That is something that might happen, but this boss is pretty scary on a 22 tyrannical.
Yeah, also, yeah, that patrol plus the boss would be... That'd be some interesting ideas. It'd be a lot of tank damage I'd have to deal with. Did he just tag it to pull with this group? Yes, he did. Okay, there we go. That makes a lot more sense. You know, this is just a three pack. So I think Tettles was coining this as with what we call in the industry a cooldown pack yesterday. So pulling extra trash bombs on top of it definitely makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. Lots of interrupts, and lots of tank damage too, because you have 2 of these arc blades, and they do a lot of tank damage. They have this one tank attack that can only be disrupted, and this arcing strike or whatever, we can see right there. And if they both line up, like if they both cast that arcing strike at the same time, and the tank doesn't use anything or doesn't like outrun it or outrange it, then it can do a lot of damage. And that's why we see now actually started kiting here as soon as they finish off the totem, just kiting these arc blades, kiting the thunder beast as well towards the boss, because they're going to be able to attack the boss in just a second. And there we go, they immediately aggro the boss. It almost seems like they haven't left combat once throughout this area, or maybe even since the start of the dungeon, outside of when they were dragon riding. So really good, well done by Echo, as TEAMSWE is still working on those totems, trying to spawn a boss.
Yeah, I want to try to compare this run to what we saw yesterday. I'm going to bring up the splits on my other monitor in a little bit here. Echo is definitely at a faster pace than what we saw yesterday, though, right? Like, this is... I think the amount of time they saved in the first section alone was easily over a minute with how they double pulled the Lancemasters, so that was nice to see. Hopefully teams will pick up on that, because this is a long dungeon, right? 23-minute timers. I don't think we saw... The only dungeon that we saw timers that long in last expansion was like the very early The Other Side runs, and those weren't even clean runs, so when teams are having clean runs of a dungeon and it's 23 minutes long, there's definitely room for improvement there, so Echo setting a good benchmark for teams to follow. Of course, the bosses themselves on 22 Tyrannical are going to take some time, especially the Raging Tempest. I like that we have the healer POV here, because this is really one of the only major healer check bosses in the expansion, right? Those Thunderstorm caster on this boss are definitely a lot of healing to heal through, especially with these AoE debuffs going on in the group as well, so to see how Zalian manages this on his own.
And one thing I really like to pay attention to in this boss is these orbs that you can see just coming towards the boss. Of course, when the players soak up the orbs, they get a stacking debuff, goes all the way to 10, increasing their damage and their healing done. And we saw all of the players actually everyone except now was refreshing their debuffs after the first raging, like the storm, which is something that can be pretty difficult, especially if you want to do it in multiple players, because the way you want to do it is during the Raging Storm, during the Lightning Storm, you want to make sure that the orbs that spawn before the Lightning Storm, you just soak them at the very last second, just right before they reach the boss, as you can see Zalia do right there, and Mirrors as well. Just because if you soak it last second, then you can still refresh it with the next wave that spawns. If you soak them too early, your debuff is going to run out, and you're not going to be able to refresh it whenever the next wave spawns, and they did it perfectly on all of their players except Tank. So really well done by them, just getting even the healer having multiple stacks just throughout the whole fight. You can see right there, Celia actually barely missed it.
Not a single one of them refreshed. Nobody refreshed.
Yeah. Nobody refreshed, but it's okay. The boss is on 2%, so I guess it wasn't that important on this one. But throughout the first ones, they did manage to refresh all of them. That is
yeah, so I actually have a comparison now. Sloth's run in this dungeon yesterday, they finished the Raging Tempest off at 11... right after 11 minutes. I believe it was like 11:01 or 11:04. 11:01. But you have to remember, Echo actually pulled that extra trash pack, right, in the first section of the dungeon, so they have a little bit more trash count here. So, same time with one extra trash pack, yeah, pretty good improvement. Now, these mobs are draggable, but they cast so much that I'm not even really sure it'd be worth it unless you had something like, you know, maybe a... I know I'm going to get flamed for this by Dorky, but if you had a Blood Decay here to mass grip things around, maybe you could pull 2 trash packs on top of each other, but I just don't think that would be worth it. Just going 1 trash pack at a time and pulling trash packs on top of the mini-bosses might just be the fastest thing to do here, because the caster mobs are so tough to deal with, especially with Sanguine. You really don't want to leave, you know, mobs straggling behind casting and Sanguine pools.
Yeah, Sanguine is just a big problem in general in this dungeon. I think there's just so many mobs that just stand still and cast forever. Some of them even are not displaceable at all. So if they stand in a Sanguine pool and they are just channeling something for what feels like an hour, and you cannot displace them, then, I mean, at that point they're just going to be full HP, right? And there's nothing you can do about it. So seeing how they handle Sanguine here is very important. They do have a lot of displacements that they can use, right? They, of course, do have the Evoker displacements, and they also have the grips from the DK. They also have the Druid, so technically you also have the Typhoon available as well to just display some of the mobs. And so far they've been doing a really good job on Echo's side. Not too much Sanguine healing to be done. And now we see a little bit of a bigger pull for Echo as they pull the trash bag that is below the hill with the mandatory trash bag. And I also assume that they're going to go all the way up to 100% trash in this area, so they can skip the 2 mini bosses in front of the last boss. So we're going to see quite a lot of trash being pulled here.
Or they could go for the other strat that we saw yesterday, right? Where they get to, I believe it was like 93% trash count, and then they pull that one 5-pack next to the last boss into the boss too. Just to get a little extra free funnel, and then, you know, more efficient trash count. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what we're going to see here. Echo is pretty much pulled off exactly what we expect from teams to run in this dungeon, right? Just making sure you're as efficient as possible, pulling trash on top of the mandatory trash packs, and maybe into bosses where you can pull it off. And, you know, that's just kind of how the dungeon's done. If you have to find some more efficient way of dealing damage, or maybe a better comp to go faster here. It's a rough dungeon to find extra time in, that's for sure. And here we go, yeah, look at this pulling, and again, pulling that patrol. Actually, I think they have 2 extra trash packs on top of this one here. You can see a Corruptor out there casting so many casters in these trash packs that you have to control and keep everything stacked together with. And of course, with our affixes, you have to make sure that once mobs start to die, you have enough knockbacks and control to make sure things aren't just casting in sanguine pools.
And then on top of that, you can see now using his shield wall and his last stand, because he's got 2 stacks of that Mortal Strike debuff, that healing reduction on him. And that can be very, very dangerous, especially when you do those bigger pulls where you pull multiple trash packs together. And it just stacks up so quickly, right? I just saw earlier, he instantly got 2 stacks from that Mortal Strike. So immediately reacting by using those defensives to make sure that he doesn't even drop low at all. Because as soon as you're low HP and you have those Mortal Strikes on you, there's not really much you can do to recover from that. So really well done by Now as well, as they're finishing off that last beast color. It looks like they're dragging it towards the boss because they finished off all of the mandatory packs. So the boss is going to be spawning in just a second. And this last beast color, they just kill it while they wait for the boss to spawn.
Yeah, oh, that was actually perfect timing. Trash dies, boss is instantly ready, RP is done, so here we are, on to the 3rd boss of the dungeon. Now, the timer to beat in order to be faster than Sloth's run yesterday is 18:24. I think Echo's going to easily be able to beat that. They should probably be somewhere in the low 17 range with their damage and their comp. So yeah, they've just been more efficient again about pulling trash together, being clean, low sanguine healing. I don't think I've seen Sanguine Ichor pop up on their healing meter a single time this dungeon, whereas we've seen it a couple times for TEAMSWE. So, of course, they are obviously our veteran team that is known for their, you know, great dungeon control. And I don't think I've ever seen them have too many issues with Sanguine. As I say that, of course, Zalia gets flipped by one of the tornadoes. Thank you for that, Zalia.
But yeah, one thing that is also interesting that you guys can check out is the gear that they're running, and also the talents that they choose to run as well in this MDI, the current team. You can check it out. It's an extension on Twitch on the left side of your screen. It's a little bit hidden because it looks like it's part of the UI, because it looks like an actual UI element, but it's not. Just mouse over the left side screen and you'll see something pop out. You can check every single player's talents plus their gear as well, which is really neat. So go ahead and do that if you want to see what they're running.
Oh yeah, and if you haven't if you've kept the Twitch stream on your browser since yesterday, you probably won't see it. You'll have to refresh. But you know, only the real super fans will have left the Warcraft stream open for that long.
Yeah. Now, TEAMSWE still working on that last trash pack that they still have to do before... actually, is it the last? I'm not really sure. They definitely are doing this whole area a bit slower. Now, I didn't think they were that far behind in the second area, but now you can definitely see the difference between them. Even though TEAMSWE had 0 deaths on the board, I mean, at this point, Echo's almost done with the boss, and TEAMSWE is still trying to get the boss to spawn. So definitely a pretty big difference in efficiency and then route. Probably, I also saw Sanguine healing pop up on their healing meter on TEAMSWE side as well, so their Sanguine management hasn't been as great as Echo's was. So a little bit of efficiency difference here, and also, I mean, just the bigger pulls that we saw, especially in the first area, definitely gave Echo the lead here.
Absolutely, and obviously it also looks like TEAMSWE isn't really going for too many like multi-pulls, right? For instance, the pack that they're on right now, we saw Echo pull 2 extra trash packs into. Whereas they're just going straight up for just the mini boss by itself. They're going to have to go around and find, I believe, another like 15% trash count to be done with this area. When they're done with this, they'll be in the low 80s. So, yeah, they've got a lot of work left to do in this area, even if they do finish off the boss. Whereas Echo, they have all the trash count they need going to this last boss area. And I do believe with that 94% trash count, they're going to be looking at pulling that 5-pack that they're going to come across right before they pull into the boss here. And they're going to have to do a Shadow Meld skip, no Rogue. So, yeah, that should be pretty easy for them to pull off. They've been doing that since Legion.
Right, but Jinji actually doesn't have Shadow Meld. He just Shadow Melded now, so...
Oh.
Huh. So maybe Jinji accidentally pulled something, had to Shadow Meld, and now they wouldn't... Oh, I guess they're just pulling them.
Are they just killing these two
You
instead?
think that was their plan all along? I mean, that's also very... I don't hate it, just because these mini-bosses, I mean, they don't do... Well, I mean, they can be decently dangerous, right? You have to interrupt them, because otherwise, if the cast goes through, they're going to fear the whole team. It can be pretty dangerous, and then on top of that, they also create... they also charge to areas and create frontals, and I feel like that can be a little bit problematic on this boss. But in phase 1, there's not that much that happens on Balakar Khan, so maybe they think it's not that big of a deal, it's not an issue for them.
I don't know. It's so hard to like figure it out. I could see this just being something that they use as a backup strat always if they don't have Shadow Meld. So maybe this is just like something like, oh well, we don't have Shadow Meld, we pull this instead of the 5-pack.
How much percentage did the 5-pack give? Because they're missing 6%. Maybe it gives less, and they specifically needed the extra percentage?
I believe yesterday the team that pulled it was at 93%. Genji goes down here, but because they've played the dungeon completely clean up to this point, they still have 2 battle reses with another one coming up in a minute, so not too big of a deal. And look at the perfect cleave here as well. It makes me, with the amount of cleave that they have here, the fact that these 2 mobs are dying the second the boss is about to go into the intermission phase, this is definitely intended, right? And of course, it obviously gives them exactly 100% count too, so yeah, that's definitely their intended strat, which is interesting. I thought the 5-pack pull was a little bit better, but you know, Echo again proving that there's still more to this dungeon than meets the eye. Into the intermission phase here, gotta make sure you keep these Stormcasters all interrupted up, get them stacked up nice and easily with all of their group CC, and the DK is pretty nice for that as well. And then it's just a quick AoE down before we get into the final phase that they will have the Bloodlust coming up for in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, and if we look at the time difference, I believe it was Sloth that had the fastest time in this dungeon before, and it was 23 minutes and 9 seconds that they cleared it in. And Echo are definitely going to be a little bit faster, but not like an insane difference, right, I would say. And I think that's just how no code offensive is. We've talked about this before. There's just so many mandatory packs that you have to do. It's 12 pulls that you have to do, and it makes up a huge portion of the amount of trash that you need to do in this dungeon. So really just not much possibilities and differences in strategies that you can do. But still, here and there, small differences is something that we have seen, like Echo pulling those 2 mini-bosses at the end, which we've seen no other team do. Other teams pulling different trash packs as well, and Echo also pulling those 2 mandatory trash mobs together at the very start of the dungeon. So a little bit of difference, and we see like a 2-minute advantage for Echo here, because they're finishing off Balakar Khan, and it's going to be a 21 minutes 9 seconds clear, so 2 minutes quicker than the fastest run we've seen so far from Sloth.
Well, no surprise, I suppose, from Echo again. Just kind of taking what everybody is doing in a dungeon and then just doing it a little bit faster. And Tettles, we were talking about this a lot during the dungeon with Makes as well, where it's Echo just kind of, there's a lot of things going into it, but they just tend to kind of have a little bit of an edge on everything. Everything's just that much more efficient, isn't it?
Okay, this is gonna be really awkward, but I was muted on my browser. Hold on, what did you guys say? Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
Okay.
Tettles, I expect more professionalism from you. No, what I asked.
What did you think of the dungeon,
so
Tettles?
fried.
It was such a
Okay,
great setup.
I thought that this is a great dungeon performed by Echo. I thought that they actually did a lot of interesting stuff in the very beginning, and I think that's where they saved a lot of time. But from the other teams, I think a lot of it came down to like dominant mind MC, which is what I wanted to talk about at the beginning of the clip, but I missed because I'm not very smart with the technology sometimes.
Never trust a caster to handle their own audio.
So some teams have actually been killing the first mob on Granite. What is that sound? That was not me. So some teams have been killing the first mob on Granite, but they were actually using MC and then just roots to be able to avoid killing them altogether, and that saved them a lot of boss damage. Beyond that, Echo's biggest time saves just came from like pretty good Sanguine management. There's not a lot different that you can do in Knock It Offensive a lot of the times. They did a couple of different pulls. I think this Bakar pull was something that they... that was a little bit unique. They also took these 2 mini bosses into the boss, which was, I thought, incredibly smart of them, especially whenever Genji didn't have that meld available. Overall, though, Echo looked just as surgical as they normally seem, right? They were running a pretty good strategy. They have now the best time in Knock It Offensive, and this is what you kind of expect out of the #1 seed coming into this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think about doing these mini bosses too? It feels like there's a little bit more risk. Obviously, we did see Genji go down during this fight just because there's a lot more stuff that can essentially one-shot you. But how do you feel about this versus pulling the pack instead? Dagura or is ironic?
I think the reason why they pull it is because it's probably quicker to set up. Sometimes people think about the fact, like more mobs with less HP is usually more efficient with AoE and whatnot. But sometimes having to pull up pack this a little bit further away, and then some of the casters are there, so you have to interrupt them. You need to make sure you line of sight so they move in, and it takes some time to actually just get the pull together. But these 2 mini bosses, they're really, really easy to get to the boss. Like it really just happens instantaneously. You just pull a boss, pull it on top of the mini bosses, and you can start DPSing. So maybe they just thought it's more efficient to get the damage out on those mobs.
I do also think there's some level of like you have to worry a little bit about Sanguine. You probably also lose a little bit of damage from your healer from having to deal with like explosives on a pull that's 6 mobs as opposed to just 3.
Right.
Wait, where's the Sanguinicker healing on this meter?
Good point.
The Sanguinicker
there's definitely some involved. But we won't worry about that. We don't talk about Sanguine healing anymore, is ironic.
We were talking about it all dungeon.
Not.
What do you mean we don't talk about it anymore?
It's not.
It is the most
like
important part of that dungeon.
Spiders of Ascension. All right.
I mean, the one cool thing as well is
don't mention that
Sahelia managed to do 51k DPS while killing all of the explosives. Because I'm pretty sure Sahelia was probably doing most of them, right? And maybe now was helping a little bit as well. But yeah, still being able to do so much DPS overall is pretty impressive.
He also out-interrupted clicks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's true. Well, hey, that's just healer skills. And the funny thing is, that's on a I wonder if it's just Quell or if the other things like knockback interrupts. Does that count as well? I'm not actually sure.
I don't think it counts.
They don't count as
just
interrupts
like
on the meter now.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. All right. Well, here we go. This is a little bit of live data on a 22 Tyrannical Knock-It Offensive on the live service. The fastest run was 21 minutes 35 seconds. That's a pretty quick actually. Average run 27 minutes 48 seconds. Interesting. Thanks to Radar.io for these stats as well. Average death 6, but we were talking about this a little bit before the show, and on live a lot of people just hearth out before the run is over. So in that case, the 30 death runs where things just go disastrous and you just leave, those don't count towards this stat. So these are only completed runs. Keep that in mind.
But who had the fastest run? Because that was really good, right? The fastest run time.
That's 30 seconds slower than Echo's. Why aren't they competing in there?
Yeah.
Who? I want to go.
Maybe
look
maybe they are. We don't know who that is. Yeah.
That was really fast.
Maybe it was Echo. Oh, dear God. Nice. Well, we'll find out. We'll see if we can find out who that was. But it's been really fun watching the Evokers play this weekend. That's the spec preservation spec I'm playing a lot this season. It's neat to see the different variations and build. The build in M+ that uses temporal anomaly seems like it's kind of a thing that's become very popular at the high level of keys, but it requires a lot of coordination too. You need people in the relatively right place to be able to hit them with enough, spread the echoes around and things like that. I think of like my own keys at slightly lower levels, where the hunter's like over there and like the warlock's like over there, and it's like nobody's gonna get hit by this. But you know what? In MDI, where you've got coordination, it's a good build. I like to see it. We're going to Halls of Valor. I'm hyped about that. Go ahead.
We also see a lot of full melee comps, right? And I'm pretty sure Evokers are very happy if all of their damage deals are melee, because then they can just...
We like that a lot.
They always know where they are, right? So they can definitely hit all of those frontal cone heals and whatnot. yeah, Halls of Valor. This is the first time we're going to see this dungeon, and I think it's going to be very interesting. We can see some insane pools. There's lots of variety as well, because there's many different trash pools you can do, especially in the Fenrir area. You can decide to pull the wolves or the bears, or you can just pull more in that middle area after Himdall as well. So lots of different things they can technically do. So we'll see what they decide. We also have pretty easy affixes. We have bursting, fortified, explosive. Well, explosive, I guess. And bursting is a healer affix, so that's why I call them easy. But I'm sure for the healers, it's not easy.
So,
oh.
I do think that explosive is going to limit some of your pull potential in here a little bit more than bursting. I think with bursting, that just means that we're more likely to see a Shadow Priest, but Shadow Priest was already really good in Halls of Valor as is. I think that you kind of have to be, like you were talking about, careful in that Fenrir area if you're doing like all of the wolves in one singular pull and you're like doing a strategy where you're like standing on the pillar to where make the wolves not leap. If you're doing a strategy like that, you have to be very cautious about explosive, especially if you're running like an evoker healer. But beyond that, I mean, I think that this dungeon is one where we are going to see very large pulls a couple of times in this dungeon, you know, probably upwards of 10 to 15 mobs in a lot of situations, whereas in Knockout Offensive, sometimes you're just playing like, you know, like 2 packs at a time.
The one thing I do like with Evoker Healers and Explosive is that you do have Azure Blades, which is cheap, spammable, and makes it really easy to just hit the explosives around the map and then get back to healing real quick. So I've always felt pretty well equipped for that. But yeah, if you pull all the wolves, that's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, the problem there is that the wolves are obviously have this leap ability that they will leap on a ranged person and do a lot of damage. So the strategy is that all the ranged players jump onto a pillar on a fence, and then you basically become untargetable by the leap, and they just completely stop doing the mechanic. But the problem then is, if the evoker is standing on that fence, then the explosives might spawn out of range, because of course the evoker does have a lower range, and then it can be a little bit of an issue, because the tank also starts kiting these wolves. So we'll see what they do, but yeah, I think Hall's definitely going to be an interesting dungeon to see the difference in routes between those two teams.
Here we go. TEAMSWE trying to stay alive, Echo trying to get the quick 2-0. See if they take it.
Yeah, same comp,
and there's
except
a Resto Shaman.
Slight change to the Resto Shaman, so not too surprising. This is a very, very kick-heavy dungeon, so having access to that 12-second wind share is very nice. Now, typically we will see this entire first trash pack pulled, but pulling it all into the first boss on Fortified, this is some crazy stuff from both teams going for the pull here. Bloodlust committed, obviously. And let's see how they're able to pull it off. This might be one of the only pulls of the dungeon where bursting might actually come into play, because there are actually 9 or 10 mobs in here, and they will die at roughly the same time with the AoE the groups have. And of course you have to make sure that not too many of those Thundershocks go out on the team, or you'll be instantly one-shot from that, plus the debuff. And maybe even a Storm Tick from the Drake there. Here we go, Trash Mobs starting to die for both teams. The bursting stacks are stacking up here. Neither team committed the Master Spell yet, though, so yeah, just healing through it. No big deal.
Yeah, I mean, this is an insane pool. This is a 22. 22 Halls of Valor is a key that is still, I mean, pretty difficult even for people that do high keys, right? Because Halls of Valor just generally is such a hard dungeon, so long, so many things that can go wrong. It's absolutely insane that both of these teams managed to pull this off. And look at Echo's boss damage. I mean, they were just absolutely prioritizing boss damage while cleaving down the rest of the trash. And yeah, just insane how much damage they managed to do. A really cool strat I saw as well from the priests is that they were actually using the mind control on one of the Thundercallers to make sure they don't have to deal with both of them simultaneously. So they were mind controlling the Thundercaller, just moved it in, using it as a pet basically for a while. And then as soon as the other Thundercaller was dead, and as soon as they were out of danger, they were releasing the Thundercaller, and they just cleaved it down with the rest of Himdall. So really, really cool tech by both of those teams with the priests coming in.
Dude, the difference in boss damage just from Prio is insane. Echo fully burned the boss down, like you were saying, whereas TEAMSWE, they focused a lot on the Storm Drake. They wanted that thing to die as quickly as possible because they were, I guess, scared of tank damage, because that Storm Drake can just ruin your tank sometimes, right? So it makes sense, but man, Echo gained a lot of time here. They're already done with the boss. TEAMSWE still has to chew through 30% of the boss HP, but check out this from Echo here. They're skipping a lot of this trash. Or maybe they were just running past it so that they can pull it together, and yeah, that looks exactly what they're doing. They're still going?
Oh my god!
Where are they going?
When is he going to stop?
Don't tell me they're still going.
Keeps running.
They gotta find a place to get this all together, too.
Yeah,
This is 4 trash packs they have together here.
It looks like, I think there's like 3 Thundercallers in there, at least 2 Mystics as well. And they now managed to gather all of it up. They need to kill this as quickly as possible because they're going to run out of disrupts very soon because there's just so many casts they have to interrupt. You also have multiple of these Thundershocks going off. One of them was on clicks just now. They're not even dispelling it. Using Dwarf Racial to get rid of it here by clicks as well. And so many explosives spawning as well that Azalea tries to get to take care of as much as possible. Clicks also using the mind control as well on some of these mobs that they end up they end up not having enough interrupts for. And yeah, it's really well done by Echo as TEAMSWE now is gearing up to do a pretty big pull on their side as well.
Man, that was... I mean, TEAMSWE is going to be pulling at least 2 packs together. I don't see if they have someone pulling the bottom pack at the bottom of the stairs up. Is it coming up? I'm not sure, but even if they would, that's just 3 packs that they're doing. I mean, it's still a smaller pull than what Echo did.
Left and right. Yeah.
I mean, it's still an insanely difficult pull, and you can see Roth is using that boon trinket here to do as much damage as possible, actually topping the damage meters right now with it too. It's just so crazy. Echo doesn't stop, though, pulling all 4 of the Shield Maidens up into the Aspirant pack as well. Only 7 mobs, I believe, that they have to deal with. Actually, 8, but still very, very dangerous. Now, are they doing the Aspirant cheese here? I cannot believe they didn't pull
the mini-bosses on top of this pull here. But TEAMSWE having some issues, unfortunately, as their DK and their healer goes down. Feral follows as well. Only Roth alive at this point. This might just be a full wipe. Roth going down too. This is so unfortunate. And yeah, this was this big pull that we talked about, right? They didn't pull the 3 mobs at the bottom of the stairs. They pulled the big trash bag on top of the stairs, plus the left side inside the room and the right side. So Echo did something similar, but they didn't pull the right side. They just went all the way to the left, pulling another trash bag there. So I do think that the pull size actually was similar between Echo and TEAMSWE. They just decided to pull different packs. And TEAMSWE pulled the right side, which actually I think also includes another Mystic and another Thundercaller. So they had just more casters to deal with on TEAMSWE's side. And, I mean, a number of things could have went wrong there, right? It could have been multiple Thundercallers, Storm Bolts going off. It could have been multiple debuffs or a Holy Radiance going through. I mean, there's just so many things that can go wrong on a pull like that. And as soon as something goes wrong, somebody goes down, everything just falls apart because the seed chain is not going to work out anymore. And yeah, unfortunately for TEAMSWE, having a full team wipe means that they have to go 1 by 1 at this point because they don't have the cooldowns available anymore to do that same pull again.
Man, yeah, it's kind of wild. I mean, they did a I think that trash pack that they did was 1 less trash pack than Echo, and it was still an issue for them. So it's kind of wild. One of the things that's allowing the teams to pull that off is one of the changes that was made to this dungeon from Legion to the port that we have for this expansion, where interrupting the heals from the Mystic with some sort of disruption, like a stun or a knockback, actually puts their spell on CD still. It doesn't just recast it instantly. That's not how it used to work back in Legion. So they're able to just stack everything up, use their AoE stuns, use their AoE knockups to make sure that they don't get any of their heals off, and then they're just pretty much fine. They just have to let the damage go through because of how big the pack is. They can't interrupt everything. So it's really just, up to Zalia to keep the group alive and make sure that they're using their personals properly. But so far, so clean for Echo here. We get into Herja 6 minutes into the dungeon with almost half of their trash done already. And I feel like, wait, did they actually pull off the reverse strat on the first try?
Yeah, the reverse. Yep. Okay.
So for those of you who are unaware what we're talking about here, the way Herja is supposed to work is that you pull it towards one side of the room. It does, so they're on the holy side right now, it'll do the holy abilities. But if you do the timing of this boss exactly correctly, you can reverse it to where it does Eye of the Storm on the holy side, and it does Sanctify on the thunder side, so that the main ability doesn't get its damage increased by the side that you're on. And you can see this thunderstorm, it's not really doing that much damage because the boss doesn't have that many stacks of the thunder buff here. And this was something that was thought to be very difficult to pull off back in Legion, but Echo has apparently found a way to do it pretty consistently because they did it in their first try here in competition.
Yeah, really well done. And I mean, if it works out, if the reverse works out, then it's just going to be quite a lot easier, of course, because as you said, the Eye of the Storm does a lot less damage. You don't have those thunder stacks that you have to deal with. And yeah, really well done. As TEAMSWE now did manage to recover a little bit. They are now also on that Herja area. They did skip quite a few mobs coming up into this area too, using Mind Soothe from the Shadow Priest to just walk past some of these mobs. and they actually pulled the aspirant trash pack on top of one of the mini bosses, Solstin. So that is a pretty cool strategy too. And maybe some of the rest of the trash that they skipped, maybe they pulled it on top of the other mini boss, which also seems pretty efficient. Unfortunately, we're not going to see just how good of a time TeamSWE would have if everything worked perfectly because of that team wipe that they had earlier that custom cut a bit of time. But Echo now done with Hersha as they're now moving to the Fenrir area, and they're gathering some trash. So they pull the initial pack on the right plus this Archer pack here as well. So some Thundercallers and the Mystic here as well that they have to interrupt. But they're doing such a good job gathering up these pulls, which is pretty difficult, right? Because you have so many casters and so many mobs that are really hard to move. And so far, Echo just did an amazing job making sure they all gathered immediately to make sure they're not losing any sort of time. And that's something that we talk about Echo a lot, right? They're just so efficient. Because gathering up, like once the pool is gathered, it always seems like, okay, well, a lot of teams would be able to handle it once it's all gathered up, right? You assign your interrupts, you just like make sure you use your AoE CCs and whatnot, and you just coordinate everything and it's gonna work. And you press your damage buttons, right? But gathering up the pools is something that people never really think about when it comes to the difficulty of it, because that's probably the most difficult part of all of it. Because pulling 2 or 3 different packs together, that's where you have to be quick. That's where you lose the most amount of time if you don't do it fast. Because if there's some caster in the back that you don't manage to gather, it's not going to die with all of your AoE spells, and then you have to go and kill it at the end. And at that point, that pull is just not going to be efficient anymore.
Right. I mean, that's one of the biggest problems with these major pulls, obviously, that you're highlighting. So the fact that they've found exact ways, exact setups to pull it off perfectly, like, I'm sure we could do a clinic on, like, how they pulled together those four packs when they entered the hall area for the first time. And, you know, teams would have trouble figuring out how they did it on the first try, because there are very specific things that you have to lock out to make sure that the caster mobs aren't casting. This is very weird from Echo, though. This is a cooldown pull and a half. They're waiting for cooldowns here. Just killing a Stormdrake by itself? I mean, I guess they might just need that for trash count, or they accidentally pulled it, because pulling one singular trash mob is not something that we would typically see from Echo. Normally they'd want to pull that into something else. But, well, it happened, and here we are on to Fenrir. Now, the question is, obviously, Fenrir, pretty dangerous boss in general. It is fortified, though, so it's not too big of a deal for them to deal with. What do you think they're going to be doing for trash count? Because they still need about 21% trash count to finish off their trash. Of course, the 4 mobs at the end of the dungeon are worth about 17% or so trash count. So they have to get that 20% from somewhere in this section of the dungeon. You think they're just going to be pulling a bunch of dogs and bears, probably?
I think so. I also wonder if that's the reason why they brought the Shaman instead of the Evoker. I mean, on top of the other, of course, AoE CC that the Shaman brings. But having the extra range on the Shaman to be able to kill the explosives while standing on that fence might actually be a reason why they brought it. Another thing I wanted to note as well is that they don't have rogues in either of the teams, right? No, Echo and TeamSWE, neither of them playing a rogue, which is something we see a lot in Halls of Valor, to be able to just basically stop the leap from happening on Fenrir. Because if you have Vanish or Feign Death or anything like that, then the leap just stops, and you just basically don't have the bleed effects on the team, which can do a lot of damage. But I guess they just figured it's not necessary. Yeah, they have the Shadow Melt on Gingy, so they have one way of stopping it if the leap is on Gingy. And then other than that, they also have the Dwarf Rachels, I guess. So whenever they do have the bleed on them, they can Dwarf it off if they need to. So I guess they figured that's good enough. But yeah, they just immediately went to Fenrir in phase 2. Gingy. They didn't pull any... Oh, yeah. There we go. Shadow Melt being used by Gingy, getting rid of that. And then afterwards, they'll have some Dwarf Rachels available. But yeah, TeamSWE now down with Hersha as well. But yeah, there's a lot of time they have to catch up to if they want to beat Echo here, unfortunately.
They might not get a second leap.
A lot of time.
Look how fast this boss is dying. They might not get a second leap at all.
That boss is dying pretty quickly.
Oh, they'll get a second leap at the very end here, but they'll have Dwarf Rachels for it, or Azalea will just heal them up. It won't be too big of an issue. It'll happen like right after the next Claw Frenzy. Yeah, this boss is pretty much just dead, though, so not too big of a deal.
Oh?
Huh.
And who just stopped that leap? Huh.
Was that the,
Was it Gingy?
Feral, like... Yeah, it was Gingy again. I didn't know... Does Feral have something else that they go and visit with?
I thought they don't, but I mean, don't play.
Oh, we know nothing about feral druids.
Well,
That's okay.
we're gonna have to
Well,
see
here we
what they
go.
did there, but it looks like they also found a different spot for the wolves. Look at that.
The rock gang.
They're rock.
Look at their spot up there. Oh man! And of course, this means that the dogs don't have any target to jump to because they're technically not in line of sight there, right? There's no path to them, so the dogs will just stay in melee. Everything will stay nice and stacked, and this will be a nice, solid amount of trash count for them. And then they just have a bunch of bears that they can finish off. Then they'll have to Shadow Meld skip the Guardians, right? The guards. And then we'll move on to the last section of the dungeon. This is just clinical from Echo.
Yeah, the one thing that will be interesting as well is how to deal with the last 4 mini-bosses. You're gonna do the strategy where you play all of them at the same time? That one is a bit more difficult because you need the 4 beers to be able to do that. But then I think it's a little bit more difficult to pull off if you don't have the Shroud, right? I mean, you can still invis-pot because if you pick up a beer, in case you guys don't know, and you get in combat with the beer on you, then it's actually just going to get removed. So that can be a little bit dangerous. And if they do the Shadow Meld skip, then Gingy wouldn't be one of the people that pick up a beer, of course, but they would still have 4 other people that can. So we'll see how they deal with this. But yeah, now we do see the Grizzly pull, the Bear pull being done by Now. And look at how well Now is kiting this as well. He's just running in a circle because he doesn't want to face sync all of them, but he actually dropped incredibly low there for a second. But he's trying to kite as much as he can while also staying just having the mobs stay in the same area as much as possible because of all of the ground targeted AoE that they have with the Unholy DK as well, Death and Decay, stuff like that. So very interesting to see that Now can kite it, not getting hit, but also just barely moving the mobs around as well.
Yeah, just clinical. So let's see what their skip is going to be here. They're at that 84% trash count marker that I talked about. They just invis-potting? That's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like they're just invis-potting to get past. Okay, yeah, there you go. Mind Soothe to get past the rest of the trash mobs, invis-pot past the Guardians, and move on. They've got their beer, like you mentioned, and they'll probably just be killing all 4 of these at the same time, if I had to guess, on a 22 fortified. Now it's just going to Giga Chad tank it up. They have the Bloodlust.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem,
on
right?
the 4 Kings?
I do think the most value of Bloodlust is probably an Odin on the damage phase. But if you don't, like, if you kill the boss anyway, right, in like 1 damage phase, then it doesn't matter. But I'm not sure if they could on a 22. I'm not sure if you can kill Odin in 1 phase on a 22 without Lust.
Oh,
but anyway,
sure
they still have a
6
6-minute cooldown, so they can't use it here. I guess we didn't see the cooldown of Bloodlust because they used it on Fenrir in phase 2, right?
Okay.
It was just not showing when they were on that bridge.
You're right.
But yeah, they are doing that beer strategy where Now is just moving one of the mini bosses across to all of them to make sure that now they can activate them all. And the most difficult part of this strategy when you have all of those mini bosses is that Now is taking a lot of damage. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that tank's HP and the defensives that he's gonna use.
These things are getting destroyed, though. Already at like almost half HP on all 4 of them. The AoE damage this group comp is capable of, especially with the Resto Shaman putting out that acid raid damage plus just spamming chain lightning, it's actually pretty impressive how much damage these healers can put out when they're really focusing on doing as much damage as possible. And this is a great pull for it, right? Because, Now can prevent a lot of the damage here with cooldowns. And just let Zalia cast. I don't think Zalia has really cast a healing spell for the past 20 seconds. I think that was the first global that we just saw where he wasn't casting a Chain Lightning, where he actually healed Now. Because he casted like 3 or 4, like almost 10 Chain Lightning healing rains in a row. It's kind of crazy. There we go, 1 healing button,
Now he's really
surge.
using everything here. Now he's out, though. He used last stand plus 2 shield wall stacks as well, and Dwarf Racial to get rid of it. So he really did have to commit all of his defensives. But that's okay, because the next boss here is Skrevald and Odin as well. I don't think are necessarily bosses that do that much tank damage. So definitely okay to use all of the defensives on that dangerous mini-boss pull. And now we're just going to have to wait. We see some banners being put down by the team. Lots and lots of beautiful banners.
Oh, man.
As they wait for Skrevald to spawn.
Fortunately, we reduced the RP for this boss by, 30 seconds or so in a patch, about a month ago, so Could have been worse.
Something.
We would have had time for a few more banner plants before. But here we are on the God King Skovald. Of course, once you're at this point in the dungeon, all the trash is done. You just have 2 bosses left, the God King Skovald, and of course Odin himself. There's a little bit of RP, but yeah, these guys have been going crazy fast. You know what? This dungeon might actually end up being faster than Naka Defensive, which I think is crazy considering how long Halls of Valor actually is as a dungeon.
Yeah, that is actually pretty insane. I mean, some pulls that they've been doing, especially after Himdall, and I mean the first pull, right? I mean the Thundercolors plus the Storm Drake on top of Himdall. I mean that was just insane to see, and TEAMSWE also managed to pull it off, right? So I mean that is something that we're probably going to see a lot of the MDI teams try to replicate as well. And yeah, just managing to do a pull like that and still somehow being able to do so much boss damage just shows how like efficient Echo is and how risky they're really playing by making sure they're doing the pull as fast as possible, but still just keeping the mobs alive because they want to focus the boss, right? Which makes it infinitely more difficult because you're going to have so much more to worry and so much more to interrupt and disrupt. Yeah, they pulled it off. They have 0 deaths on the board still. And I don't think there's going to be any more deaths happening on Skovald or on Odin because those bosses should be pretty easy for them to handle. But yeah, just really crazy. TEAMSWE, of course, having that big vibe on that one pull that we saw. Still, I mean, that pull, that vibe just cost them so much time, right? I want to say,
yeah,
like maybe like almost 2 minutes, right? Because afterwards they had to pull the trash one by one. It just really cost them so much. Oh, rough.
I feel like, oh, another wipe is coming out from there. Just add insult to injury, right as we were talking about them, too. That was a caster curse, I think, right? We have to.
Yeah, that was me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, at least you took responsibility for it, so
it's
okay.
me.
We forgive you. But yeah, no, I think even if they didn't have the wipe, they would have still been, you know, a pretty decent pace behind Echo. Echo has been going ridiculously fast throughout this dungeon. They probably would be on God King Skovald right now, if I had to guess. Just based on the pace in the rest of the dungeon, which, you know, is still pretty good. They're obviously a great team, but it's just really, really hard to match up with the best in the business. And you can see Echo here,
Why
of course.
is Echo waiting around doing
for,
nothing? I don't understand.
They're waiting for Odin.
Why are they not doing anything?
Echo, Odin, please become talkable, please. Yeah, here we go.
They were kneeling
on to
down
the final
talking
boss.
to Odin.
They're like begging him, please, please, I want to be done. I want to finish the dungeon. I want to move on. Oh,
We'll
man.
see how much damage they have for this damage phase, right? I mean, that is also going to be interesting to see just how much percentage they can get off of Odin on that first Angel Wing phase and how to deal with it. I assume they're going to save that stampeding roar from Gingy to make sure everyone can get through the rune as fast as possible, and they're going to save all of their offensive cooldowns to make sure. Oh, and they have a thundering as well. Oh, they cleared it instantly.
They instantly cleared. Yeah, they had to.
Wow. Oh,
because when you get to your rune,
stunned.
you pretty much want to instantly plant, right? So it's a little hard to clear after the fact. But here we go. That damage amp is on. They don't have the bloodlust here. They must be going like really fast. Of course, Odin dies at 80%, as is tradition for most bosses in dungeons. And once that 80% mark is hit, the dungeon will be complete for them. Remember, the Naka defensive timer was 2109, so this is going to be pretty much on pace with that as one of the longest dungeons we have available this season. And man, just another perfect run from Echo. Look at that, 0 deaths on the board over 21 minutes. Just crazy impressive from them. I mean, we've come to expect this, but still seeing it done for the first time is it's a great sight to see.
Yeah, Bloodlust coming up. I assume they're just going to use it. Actually, maybe they just don't. You know, maybe they just don't want it.
For fun, maybe at the end.
No, they didn't want to use it, and it's fine. As they're finishing up Odin, and they're going to be clearing Halls of Valor and winning against TEAMSWE 2-0 in a 21 minutes 28 Halls of Valor. What an insanely clean run by Echo.
Take the 2-0 over TEAMSWE and Tettles. I mean, there was just so much to kind of like break down as far as just neat things Echo was doing, just how perfectly everything was kind of executed.
I think that Halls of Valor is like a super unique dungeon in the sense of like there's a lot of tech that we can and did see in that dungeon. It's not. I don't think that there is anything that we necessarily saw that was like super revolutionary. Now they were tanking the wolves on a different spot than normal, but overall, That was a great run by Echo, and honestly a great series. And I think that they're, again, like I said last time, they're looking like the #1 seed with how fast they just went in that HOV. Oh my gosh, Mirror's at 150k DPS in that dungeon? Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's a big number.
That is infinite.
And topped interrupts too? Man. Someone check in PC.
Wow.
That is not normally.
That is not
Where's
not
mouse
normal.
damage
Somebody
dome?
check in PC.
Not normally.
Wow.
All right. Well, here's some moments from the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, I
There
think
were many.
that this dungeon, there were a lot of moments that we've added to the replay. We can just kind of talk over some of the stuff. I think that the biggest things that we had from Echo is just like a lot of the cool tech is most of the stuff that I wanted to cover. Obviously, this pull into the first boss. Whenever we were watching this is crazy. Like taking the whole entire pack plus the Storm Drake into the boss is something that, like, this pull in general for your tank is very, very dangerous. And the fact that they were able to deal with it, live the pull, it was super cool. And then on like the other side, you know, there were some unfortunate things that happened for Team You know, they ruined the whole entire pack because their tank was an elemental. There was nothing we could have done about this, honestly. There was no counterplay. He's doing top damage. He deserved this. But
I would
they
like
wiped
to
this
mention
pull,
something.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Zalia has typed something in the Twitch chat. Chat moving so fast nobody will notice we ninja pulled the dragon.
Oh, it was a
I mean, I
ninja
think
pull on
I
the
think we
dragon.
knew.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
We
think
kinda knew, but
Like Sarah mentioned
We
it.
love the confirmation.
Tettles was definitely
Yeah.
going to say that.
Well, it was slow. Right? Well, okay, so they just like solo pulled it.
Yeah.
It was strange. What did you guys think about the inversion strategy, where you have to like leap across the room to be able to have her just stacking up with the incorrect style debuff to make sure that like the Eye of the Storm and the Expel Light are just doing no damage?
I mean, we've known about this literally since Legion, right? It's just that it's so annoying
Yeah.
to know the exact timing to pull off. I think people were talking about how now is literally just sitting at this boss for hours trying to figure out exactly how to do it every single time, and it paid off because pulling that off makes the boss incredibly easy, right? You don't have to worry about too much group damage coming out from the Eye of the Storm. So that's great for them. This is crazy, though. I didn't see this
Dude,
because we were too busy watching Echo in the run, but this is wild.
I could not believe that they were able to pull this off. Taking all of the Shield Maidens and the Purifier into the boss and just being able to like heal through all of this at the same time,
I mean,
this is wild
tank
for
damage,
Ross to be
right?
able to tank this.
Yeah, I mean, it's
They
for
have to
Roth,
keep the
it's really
Purifier.
hard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only is it tank damage, but you really have to worry about the frontals from the Shield Maidens, too, right? Like, there's
Frontals,
a
yeah.
lot that can go wrong there. So it's crazy that they pulled that off, yeah.
But I mean, Echo also had some insane pulls. Like on live, you never pulled this Trapper pack. Like if this thing gets ninja pulled on accident, we're wiping to Fenrir. Whereas Echo is like, oh yeah, this just seems like an efficient pull to be taking into the boss. Like, all right, this is not normal. And then on top of that, so if you're gonna do this wolf pull, you could actually go either to the post or this rock. But this rock, after having seen it played, seems like it's going to be a lot faster to set up and a lot safer because it's kind of difficult to get on that post whenever you have the movement speed. And so if this rock isn't too tedious to jump up on, I think that this strategy should be something that you like implement on live if you're looking to do it. Same with the 4 Kings. If you can live the 4 Kings, or at least doing a multiple king strategy, you should be looking to do some of this a little bit of advanced tech to save you know a couple of like 45 seconds per pull.
Did you investigate and see how they skipped the second leap from Fenrir once Gingy didn't have Shadow Melt anymore? What's the feral tech there?
Oh, I didn't see it. Did they skip
Didn't
another leap
investigate,
on
okay.
Fenrir outside of Meld? I did see him meld the first
second
one.
leap.
Yeah.
It was just Feral
Oh.
something. Does Feral have a button that makes them go invisible? We are also just completely
yes,
oblivious to
yes.
what Feral has.
So
Yeah.
in Incarn, Feral can prowl one time.
Oh,
So that's
okay, well
probably
then I
what it
guess
was.
that's it then. Yeah.
Alright.
They get one free prowl which drops combat.
Okay.
I'm surprised that I knew that.
Great.
Okay.
I've been playing a lot
How
of
did you-
Feral lately.
There you go. I've not.
been-
I played a lot of Druid over the years, but not a lot of Feral Druid. I admit. Yeah. Well, there you go. It's a 2-0 score for Echo over TEAMSWE. TEAMSWE not out yet. They're just going to go down to the lower bracket to face, I believe it is, the winner between Lucky 7 and Levels later today. So if you're a TEAMSWE fan, they'll be playing a little bit later as well. Now we look forward to our next matchup. It is going to be who's it going to be? It's going to be Sloth versus Legendary. Right, we talked about that earlier. This one has a chance to be a little bit closer than what we just saw.
Yeah,
Sure. I just want to
this
tell you that
could
now is
very-
not playing in that one.
He's not.
Yes.
Oh, right, don't. Jeez.
True.
Okay. This could definitely have
What?
implications for who could be, coming out of this bracket, right? These are the number 2 and number 3 seed in the bracket. And I mean, Sloth, we've been talking about how good Sloth is all weekend already, right? They're a great team. They can compete with Echo, but Legendary is a team that we still have some question marks about. They're a relatively new team when put together. A lot of them are, MDI veterans, but this first time they've played together. They looked pretty good yesterday, but they're going to have to play a little better than they did yesterday to keep up with Sloth. So this is a great matchup. I'm going to be looking forward to this one.
Yep, it's going to be a lot
What
of
are you
fun.
guys
We're
kinda
going to take
thinking?
What are you thinking?
I still am with my legendary prediction.
I think Sloth. I think I chose Sloth as my winner, my runner-up. So I have to go with Sloth.
I don't know.
Nagura.
I think Sloth.
I think it's
What do you
gonna be
think?
close. It's definitely gonna be 3 dungeons, I think, that we see.
Ooh.
And I think Sloth is gonna win this.
All right. It's ironic.
Sloth.
Sloth. Okay. Well, there you go. Here's a brief peek as what we have to expect there. We don't know what the bans are quite yet, but we've got a Ruby Life Pools, Alfgar Academy, Court of Stars, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and Naku Defensive. So a chance to see a couple dungeons we haven't seen this weekend yet, in terms of Court of Stars and Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. So we'll see. We'll see what it is, and we'll see soon, because it's just going to be a quick break, and when we come back, the second match of the day begins. So see you in just a few on MDI. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Dowie, here, along with Dratnos Nagura, and makes this time as we get ready for our second series of the day. It's going to be Sloth versus Legendary, and this is going to be a close one. We talked about it a little bit before the break, where these two teams are both kind of gunning for that second place spot in the group, or at least a chance to maybe, get a bit of a upset, I guess you could say, take down Echo in the finals of Group A. It'd be pretty neat to see. But as we look at the bans here, it looks like Alethgar or Algathar, I keep wanting to say Alethgar for some reason, Algathar Academy and Shadow Moon both banned. But Makes, you said you had a chance to talk to both the teams before this one. What are they thinking coming into this one?
Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of both of the teams. So for me, it was really difficult to kind of decide who I'm going to jinx with my caster powers. And so I asked both teams, like, are you going to win this series? And I asked Tobo from Legendary, and he was like, yes. So, like, directly, no questions asked. And then I asked the coach of Team Sloth, and he was like, yeah, we'll try. And I was like, that's the wrong answer. You'll have to say yes. And he's like, okay, yes. So I'm now doubting my friends from Sloth just a little bit because of that interaction. And, we'll see how this one goes.
All right. Well, Dranos, I want your opinion on this one, too. It's, team confidence or coach confidence aside, on paper, who do you think's got the edge here?
I don't know. I mean, I think Sloth, okay, answers aside, maybe there's something to be said for a little bit of humility as well, and not overconfidence, perhaps, but on paper, yeah, okay, the time trials are really close between these two teams, right? The time trial dungeons, one went faster for one team, one went faster for the other team. The Knock It Offensive, a dungeon we've seen both teams run, within 30 seconds, slightly faster for Sloth. I think Sloth have a bit of an edge as well, in that they have more experience and history as well. Like, they've, had good MDI results in Shadowlands too, so I'd pick Sloth in this matchup, but I don't think it's more than like 60-40. I think it's going to be really, really close between these two teams. I mean, they're so closely seeded. And, I mean, yeah, it's a vital match if you look at the tournament structure, right? This is the group that has 2 slots out of it. One of them is going to be very hotly contested by Echo, so Sloth and Legendary are probably fighting against each other for that second one. Whoever wins here gets to stay in the upper bracket, and they are going to get to, if they can just win one of their next 2 matches, get one of the tickets to the Global Finals. The loser is going to have to win all 3 of their next 3 matches in order to get to the Global Finals, so a much tougher climb.
Yeah, you can see we're just in our first group of the 3 that we'll see before the last TAN tournament, so at least you got some chances, right? If you get knocked out here, you get onto the lower bracket. If you get knocked out of the lower bracket, you still have a chance to come back for the last TAN tournament in March to try to be one of those final 2 teams to reach the Global Finals. But we are going to jump into this very soon. Ruby Life Pools is going to be the first dungeon of the series between Sloth and Legendary. Ruby Life Pools, of course, is one of our time trial dungeons as well, and it's one we've seen a lot so far. And looks like we're getting started. All right, Sloth versus Legendary. Let's go.
Yeah, and we haven't seen this dungeon from these 2 teams specifically. Of course, in the time trials they played it, but it's the first time we're seeing it in the MDI from Sloth and Legendary. Now, Nagura, we casted that Echo Ruby Life Pulse together, and we saw what Echo did with the dragons, where they played the second boss without having done any dragons in the ring. Do you think Sloth and Legendary are going to copy that strat by any chance?
It's possible, but there's only so little time they had between yesterday and today that maybe they thought it's too much to practice, because having so little room for the second boss is definitely going to be pretty dangerous. So I wonder, though. I would love to see that. And it's also possible that they maybe already did that strategy before Echo did it at all, right? So we'll see what they're going to show us. But both teams ended up pulling that mini-boss and a lot of that first trash area here. Sloth basically done already, so Sloth dealing with this trash a little bit quicker in comparison to Legendary. But Legendary also playing a little bit of a different comp. We have Splat on the Dastro Warlock here instead of the Feral, which is interesting. Splat definitely like someone that plays a lot of Warlock when it comes to raiding, but he has been playing that Feral Druid as well. So to see that he thinks that the Warlock is better for this dungeon is pretty interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw him play Feral yesterday in both of the dungeons that they won in. So I'm very curious how that Warlock is going to pair up here. I'm just looking at the percentage as both teams are on Meladrussa, but they're also still doing some trash. I wonder if they're going to end up at the same trash percentage. I think they will. And now I'm trying to think back. I think Echo was at 40-something when they ended this split here. So this is looking like the teams are opting to at least play one of the mini-boss dragons.
Yep, definitely. 41% now though for Sloth, now that they finished off all of the trash that they still had onto the boss. So 41 Decent Legendary also up to 40%. So very similar, actually 41%. So they have the exact same percentage going into that second boss area. And now they just have to finish up the boss. And look at the percentage on the boss too. They're so equal when it comes to boss damage. Sloth very slightly ahead, but you also have to remember that they pulled the boss earlier. Right, so Legendary having a lot of single target damage for this boss.
Yeah, and I wonder how much the Warlock plays into that. Of course, it is a 22 Tyrannical, and Ruby Life Pools is a rather quick dungeon with only 3 bosses. So if you can think of these 3 bosses in any way how you make them quicker, I think that definitely is going to give you an upper edge. But of course, you also have to keep up with the bigger pulls, and I'm wondering how that's going to pair out. But for now, it seems like Sloth just has a little bit of an upper hand, but there comes Legendary zooming past. Now they have the lead in boss HP, a lot of damage going out to both teams, but it seems like they should survive that. Wexy dropping really low for Legendary here, but Igloo has him covered.
Yeah, not only does Splat have to do similar or the same damage as a Feral would do, but he also has to do even more because you're missing out on Mark of the Wild, right? So Mark of the Wild, of course, giving a versatility buff to everyone, which increases everyone's damage. The tank's damage, healer damage, and the other damage dealers. And a Warlock, on the other hand, does not have any of those group buffs available. So therefore, not only does Splat have to do the same damage as a Feral, but has to do even more to make up for that missing buff. When it comes to just pure damage output. But definitely looks like it's working out for them, as Legendary seems to be finishing off the boss a little bit quicker, but it's so close. It might just die at the same time. There we go.
I'm looking at the boss split. Yeah, I'm looking at the boss split, and Echo split here was 4-2. So they're just a little bit quicker, but I think they also did like 2 or 3 mobs less. So we're going to come back to that for sure. But these teams are really, like, we've been saying it all weekend. We don't know who's going to get that second seed in this tournament. There's a very, very high and realistic chance of Echo taking first one, just because we know what Echo is capable of. But Sloth and Legendary are both players that we have seen before in an MDI and TGB setting. Do really, really well. The running back on the mobs here from Mickey as they pull up here. And I'm curious if we're going to see a double destroyer pack, or are they just going to add Thunderhat into this, or are they just going to go with what they have and not pull anything else? Seems like Legendary's on the move.
Ooh, Legendary pulling 2 destroyer packs plus the patrol. Look at Igloo pulling the patrol on top of this as well. This is such an insane pull by Legendary. This is going to be super scary, having double Inferno cast going off from these destroyers at the same time. Plus all of these interrupts that needs to be done on these casters as well. All of these Cinder Bolts being casted. Double Living Bomb going off as well on some of these players. But they're looking pretty stable so far. But if those mobs don't die soon, they're going to run out of defensives. And of course also Raging, being an affix in this dungeon, can make these pulls very dangerous. But having the AoE Dispel on the Evoker, definitely helping them out here.
Yeah, for sure. Do look at that splat damage. That Warlock was peaking the entire pull over the Unholy DK, who we've been talking about just being really good for these kind of pulls. And I think splat peaked at like 340, 350k, which is insane. Like, that's massive amounts of damage that that Warlock is bringing in. And we don't see the same type of pull from Sloth on the other side, so we can't entirely compare. But now there is that Fire Dragon in the background for Legendary, and I'm wondering, are they going to pull it, or are they going to play around these? This is really my biggest question in this dungeon. We can see Sloth is also making their way, but they seem to be on a little bit of a safer path with only going for 1 destroyer at a time.
Yeah, Sloth playing a little bit safer, at least on their initial pulls here. There's still a possibility for them to do something crazy later on. But yeah, I mean, the percentage is equal between the teams so far, but as soon as this Destroyer is going to go down for Legendary, they're going to pull ahead when it comes to the trash percentage. Now they're on their way to pull that last Destroyer that they need before they can spawn the boss. And they're pulling even more trash. Another patrol just being pulled on top of this Destroyer for a Legendary. And now Sloth is gearing up to do their last Destroyer pull as well. Just gathering up so much trash again. And neither of the teams pulling the dragons just yet. So you might be right. We might see both of these teams just not dealing with any of those dragons, which means that the second boss is going to be very dangerous for them with such little space to work.
Yeah, just a little check-in with the percentages. If they're pulling everything that comes after the second boss, they would need 70.61%. So on our overlay, that should translate to 71, which Sloth is definitely rocking up to. They can even maybe skip that bridge pack and not play any of the dragons. And I suspect Legendary is going to come out at very much the same amount. And both of these teams will now have to deal with this boss. And if you weren't watching that Echo boss yesterday, basically what's happening is they don't have as much room as you would know it from your life keys, because on the left and on the right of that boss are these two dragons. So you really need to make sure you know where you're moving and you're maximum utilizing that boss room that you have.
Yeah, and that's why they're starting all the way on this right side, or as much as they can be on the right side before the dragon lands. We also see the gateway being down by Splat, so they can immediately walk out of this area as soon as this Destroyer dies, which is another really nice utility by that Warlock that Legendary has on their side. And you can see the boss damage. Even though Sloth pulled the boss a little bit earlier, just like 1 or 2 seconds earlier, Legendary did manage to get the boss down quite a lot faster. So this comp that they're running and the cooldown management that they're having really working out for Legendary so far. We also see a little bit of a difference when it comes to racials as well. You see Malek on Sloth's side on the tank playing that Dwarf to have an extra way of getting rid of that bleed effect that boss does on the tank, while Lepen is playing with the Arcane Torrent to be able to just get rid of all of those shields and all of these buffs that these mobs cast in this dungeon.
Yeah, we talked about the Arcane Torrent really coming in clutch yesterday as well. We're going to see it be utilized right before that last boss as well. But right now there is so much damage going out to these teams. Specifically the Shadow Priest I'm always worried about. They, of course, both are pretty safe with defensive still available. But there's just so much damage that's going out on that 22 Tyrannical that they're trying to optimize, right? You don't want to full focus these ads. You want to try and get as much boss DPS in the time that you have. And for Sloth, you can slowly but surely see that space is becoming an issue. They're looking good on that boss percent with 29%, but there's not much room that they can still dodge to. And the Molten Boulders, yeah, Splat going down. They do have a battle rest in 5 seconds, but Lipan now also dropping. Wexy is on the floor. Tubo can maybe pick up Lipan, but there's so much boss HP that they would need to get back here that it's really not working out.
Man, that was so unfortunate for Legendary. I mean, Lepen going down, he did actually have a Soul Stone, so he managed to get up immediately, but Splat just followed immediately after Lepen went down. I assume he had aggro as soon as Lepen was dead. And then Lepen did take the Soul Stone, but just ended up going down again right afterwards. And this is just going to be such an insane time loss for Legendary. They're going to have to play that boss again from scratch, and they still don't have space to work with. And this time they don't have any of those cooldowns available. So just a tragedy for Legendary. They probably would have finished off this boss before Sloth, right? Because they were ahead in boss percentage this whole time. But yeah, obviously this huge time loss is going to cost them a lot. Sloth now using those Invis potions to get through the trash after that boss, and now they're just gathering up a big pull, lots of channelers, plus the mini-boss as well. This is another very dangerous pull for Sloth, and I wonder if they commit Bloodlust or if they're saving it for the last boss.
Yeah, that is going to be a question, and we talked about it before. They don't have these arcane torrents available to actually deal with the extra shields that go on to Rivali, which is a mini boss here. So they need to be so careful with those as this mini boss spawns. They have a shield, he steals that shield, and then that shield goes on to him. So you really need to, you can see them come in right now, but they're going to be able to purge all of them in time. And it looks like they're playing this really, really cleanly. There's one more Tempest Channeler in there that they need to get down, but Rivali's HP is looking super, super fine. And even though there's massive ticks, they didn't need to commit that Bloodlust, which is going to pay off so much on that final boss.
Yeah, really well done by Sloth. They have to worry a little bit about raging here, but it looks like they did manage to soothe off most of those raging buffs onto the channelers, so that AoE, that unavoidable damage just going out onto the group, hasn't been increased. And there we go. Now they are engaging the boss, still holding on to this Bloodlust, presumably for that second phase, to make sure it's safer and also faster, because having Bloodlust for that cleave fight, having 2 targets to hit, is still going to be pretty efficient for them as well. So really clean run by Sloth so far. Legendary now about to, or close to finishing off this boss as well. But yeah, of course, it's such a huge time loss for them. Very, very unfortunate wipe for Legendary. Otherwise, a very good route though that they have. I think, I mean, if they wouldn't have wiped, I think it would have been slightly faster than Sloth, at least up to this point.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a question for analyst Ratnos once he comes in on how he feels Legendary would have done if there weren't that wipe, but nothing is lost just yet. Of course, there will be another map after that, and if Legendary managed to take a win there, we're going to go into a third one. But for now, Legendary now also on their way to that boss area. We're probably going to see them do the same pull that we saw out of Sloth, and Sloth should engage that Bloodlust. Here we go, they're popping it now that the boss has been triggered into the second phase. That's going to allow them to be so much quicker here and a little bit safer, as this phase is just so much harder with the extra debuffs going out and fire everywhere. Thundering coming in, giving him that tasty 30% buff on top. They need to clear in time. Tundra dropping a little bit low there, but they're managing to do just that, and in 20%, that boss should be dead in a very, very clean, I'm gonna jinx it, 0 death run from Sloth.
Yeah, and looking at the time from Sloth here, the fastest time we've seen so far was from Echo, 14 minutes and 21 seconds. And Sloth, if they finish off this boss soon, are actually going to beat that time. So that means Sloth is going to have the fastest run in Ruby life pools if they finish off the boss in the next 21 seconds, which definitely seems like it's something that they can do. So yeah, really well done by Sloth. I mean, absolutely clean run by them. They have a few more seconds. Yeah. 14 minutes and 10 seconds.
There they go.
That's the fastest Ruby life pools we've seen this tournament. And yeah, they're winning their first dungeon against Legendary.
Wow, Sloth putting on a show in their first dungeon of the day. Like you just said, fastest Ruby life pools we've seen so far. 0 deaths, despite Make's best effort to curse them. And it's a great start for the Sloth crew against Legendary. But it's well, you even said it yourself. You're like, well, I don't want to curse him, but 0 deaths. You know, and that's a real thing. The caster curse is a real thing. You got to be careful about saying that stuff. I forget who it was yesterday. Somebody said something like that, and immediately somebody dies right after that. You got to watch out.
Was that Dratnos?
Either way. Yeah.
No,
Dratnos Legendary was right there until that wipe, weren't they?
Yeah, Legendary were looking really good in this as well. I mean, of course, Sloth, huge credit, right? A time faster than Echo in Ruby life pools, but I suspect Legendary would have been right there as well. You know, start a dungeon. One thing that you guys covered that I think is really interesting to talk about is that Blood Elf versus Dwarf difference, because it's not just the end of the dungeon, right, that Blood Elf gets value on. You get value here at the start of the dungeon. You're getting it against the ice shields that sometimes go off when you have this many enemies. It can be hard to stop all those casts instantly, and so using a Blood Elf here can save you a lot of time. Using it on the Flame Dancers as well, killing them instantly upstairs, can be nice. But on the other hand, Dwarf, Lopan, not a dwarf, can't stone form off the bleed on second boss. That's a lot more extra damage taken on your tank. And also, Dwarf tends to be a little bit of a better damage race as well for most classes, so that's the flip side. You can see Sloth were using the 2 Dwarfs on their Warrior and DK instead, and you get a little bit of value from stone form in some spots, but you also get a little bit more crit damage as well, which tends to be worth a little bit more DPS, and you can see they're really optimizing their damage here. That being said, first boss died at the same time with the two teams, right? So hard to say who got a better start of dungeon. Upstairs area, I felt like was looking pretty good for Legendary once they finished this area. I felt like Legendary got a slight edge. I liked the way that they were setting up these pulls. I liked what the Warlock was doing. Damage-wise, obviously, in this area was looking really solid. But both teams were pulling the second boss, also basically at exactly the same time as each other, right? So very hard to say which team was pulling ahead at this point, and it could have really gone either way. Sloth was getting in there, of course. Both teams skipping both dragons, which after Echo did that, big efficient move. Very scary positioning-wise when you're fighting the start of this boss, but you can see they really know what they're doing here, and they're starting their baits on this side, and then they'll move away from Thunderhead, which is what you want to do if you've left Thunderhead alive. A lot of live key routes will just kill that dragon, and then you'll move the other way instead, because Thunderhead is dead, and so you have a lot more space over there. Here is where things went all awry for Legendary. Here's how this one went down. You can see Lepan here is taking a lot of pressure. No stone form available for that bleed. Ends up hitting the wall and the spell block. Ends up getting rezzed, but then Thundering debuff is still on him and Igloo. Igloo tries to get in to clear it. Thundering stun comes out, unfortunately, and that is the full wipe there for Legendary. So whenever you have teams that are this closely matched, one wipe of that catastrophic proportion, right, is always going to be enough basically for the other team to take the win here. And Sloth not only took the win, but they took it in convincing fashion with the speed of their dungeon. That might have been good enough to beat Legendary even if Legendary didn't wipe, but it would have been really close if Legendary had been perfect as well. So I think these two teams have shown not only that they have the potential to be neck and neck in this series, but also that they have the potential to be neck and neck with Echo in future as well. So looking forward to the rest of this series and the rest of the day as well.
Yeah, it's exciting. And we're going to Court of Stars next as well because of the ban. So that's something we haven't seen yet this weekend. So there's a lot to talk about there. Obviously, Court of Stars. I feel like it's a dungeon we've seen like so much recently, of course. It was around during Shadowlands. I believe it was one of our great push dungeons last time too, wasn't it? If I recall correctly. Yeah. But either way, yep. Yeah, it's been around more recently than something like Halls of Valor was. So the teams have a little bit more recent experience on this dungeon than some of the other ones. So it should be interesting. I believe it's what? Bursting Grievous? Yeah, Bursting Grievous for Court of Stars. Nagura, along with Tyrannical. What's your take on that one?
I think that's a very mean combination, Bursting Grievous, especially in that Tyrannical key as well. He's just so hard on the healers. And Court also is known to have bosses that do quite a lot of AoE damage, right? That second boss and the last boss as well, Melandris, is having these just constant AoE pulsing kind of AoE abilities, so that's going to be a little bit hard on the healer. But we know Court is usually one of the easier keys when it comes to time, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy for the MDI, right? Because in the MDI, it doesn't matter how long the timer of the key is, it matters how fast you can do it in comparison to the opponent that you're playing against, right? So that means that we probably are going to see some really crazy pulls. And yeah, I'm really excited because Court has so much trash. There's really just so many things you can do and so much variety. So I really wonder what the teams are going to do.
Yeah, Mix.
Yeah,
what do you expect? Do you have any expectations with this, with each team coming into it?
See, I'm so scared now to say anything about the teams because I really just want them both to do well, but that's not really the format of a competition, so somebody has to come out on top. Now, given that Sloth took the first map, I'd really like Legendary to take the second one, so we do get a third game. I think that would be super hype. So maybe that's what's going to happen. But also seeing Court for the first time is going to be interesting, of course. We haven't seen any teams in there really. It wasn't a time trial dungeon. We can only guess how fast they can go based on what we saw in Shadowlands, and I think both of the teams are good for a surprise.
Yeah, if this ends up being a dungeon that Legendary takes, that means we're going back to Naku defensive again, which is one that it seems like teams have generally wanted to avoid.
Take it back.
But I mean, neither team banned it though. So I think both were thinking that they would 2-0 if anything happened. So we will see. Legendary obviously doesn't want that 2-0 to happen. They want to get back into this one. Sloth would prefer to end it. Look at that elf just hitting those vases. It's okay. Sometimes you just wave your hands in front of a vase, and that works too. Lots of interesting stuff happening in the land of... I forget the name of the city. Either way, the dungeon's starting anyway. Sloth versus Legendary. Let's see if Sloth gets a 2-0 or if Legendary gets back in it.
Yeah, and it seems like this time around... Yeah, we love the boat ride. It's so nice. No, but this time around, both of the teams in the same team composition and also running the same racials from everywhere that I can look at. Seems to be a mirror match of perfection for these players. I'm really curious how this one goes.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of assumed that we're going to see vastly different routes. So we'll see what they do coming in. We immediately see Lepen discharge onto... So there's a little bit of RNG actually when it comes to these boats, yeah? Sometimes like you can have a fast boat or a slow boat. And if your tank has the slow boat, that's a little bit of bad luck, right? Because then that just means your pool is going to start later. But it looks like Lepen was the lucky guy of Legendary and managed to get that fast boat. Managed to gather up that pool quickly. Sloth though now also gathering at the pool, pulling 2 constructs actually on top of this first initial pool with the sabers and the guards. So lots of casts to interrupt on those constructs.
No bloodlust being committed here, but it seems like Sloth have their interrupts under control. You can see them in the top left corner. There is something available from Mickey, and I believe that's one of the big reasons why we're seeing the Resto Shaman here once again. They just bring that short CD interrupt, which we heard teams talk about as a really valuable thing. And I also had a chat with Apo, who is the coach of Sloth, yesterday, asking them about the Resto Shaman and Knockhood, and he was saying they like it for the interrupt and also for the single target damage it brings. So Evoker a lot more bursty in AoE situations, whereas that Resto Shaman is going to provide a little bit more single target DPS. But Sloth doesn't want to stop. They keep on going with these big, beautiful pulls, and so far it's going great. Legendary just a little bit behind, it feels like, going somewhat slower, I want to say, but I'm curious where they're going to make up that time.
Legendary is actually a full pull ahead because they just immediately walked to the second beacon. They're now engaging the boss as well. And
I thought they're on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, because their first pull this dungeon can be confusing. This first pull that Legendary was doing, it looked like they didn't spend too much time there. They just immediately just carried that pull into the next beacon area. Marky actually going down for Sloth, unfortunately, did just release, it looks like. And Simpkin's now following as well, having some trouble here for Sloth's side. While their healer was disabling the beacons, their damage dealers just went down to maybe the frontals or to some casts going through. So Sloth's just not having a great time, while Legendary is already fighting the boss, Captain Gerdo, and they're up to 45% trash as well. So Legendary just doing a really clean run. And some of those pulls Legendary did just looked so scary. They had 3 cats in one of those pulls. And I don't like those cats. They jump on you and they do a lot of damage.
Range player problems, but definitely. Captain Gerdo looking quite low already. Of course, he's gonna go and drink some poisonous liquid in just a little bit, but Sloth is trying to play catch up here. They don't want to give up. Of course, very unfortunate with those 3 deaths. Not only do they have the time that they lost, but they also get those 15 penalty seconds, but they're also on to that boss trying to make time. Now, the question is, where do you get the rest of the percent? Because this dungeon is one of the old dungeons, I feel like, where you kind of have so many options of what you actually want to play. And because it's the first time that we're seeing this dungeon, I feel like we're obliged to mention that the events in this area are set. All of the teams know what events are here. It's going to be... let me run it through. We have the damage orb, we have cooking, we have brew, we have the engineering, and we have the healer event. So those are all the ones they can trigger to then go to Talixe and have her mini bosses spawn. But Legendary picking up some more count here at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, so as soon as they finish off Gyarados, of course they did have that flask as well that you can click as an alchemist or a rogue. They did do that, and as soon as the boss was dead, we saw the healer, so Igloo on that shaman, just walked through, just aggroed that construct, walked to the other side, while the rest of the team walked to this harbor area, dealing with this trash. So that means Iglo actually not being able to be a Night Elf is going to die here on purpose. Because that's the only way to reset to reset the aggro from all of the constructs and everything else that he pulled. But before Iglu died, he did actually end up clicking some of those events that you talked about, so they have some of those buffs going on already. Yeah, while the healer was gone, Legendary was dealing with the harbor pool, and now the gates have opened, so now they can go through and pull some of these Inquisitors and start killing off those mini bosses that they have to finish off before they can do the next boss.
Yeah, and it was really nice how they dealt with the extra packs, or the rest of the pack that they pulled that ran in. You can see Amakacha is now here, as well as the healer event has been triggered by Igloo right away when he ran back to the team. We're going to play that together with one of the Inquisitors and the Shadow Mistress. Of course, with that DK, you just have it under control. You can always grip it when it starts casting, so the Inquisitor is not really a problem. And Imakacha is just a little bit annoying because you always need to get out of melee range with the Feral and the DK. Of course, that's not the most perfect thing to get through, but you have to play this anyway, so they're going to get through it and then move on. Now, on the left side of the screen, Sloth are trying to make way. There was another death. Mickey going down here once more. Marky falling, Tundra falling, Simpkins going down. It's nearly a full team wipe in this poll here, and that definitely wasn't planned. The Ice Storm is just going through, doing so much damage on the entire team, and this is looking really, really rough for Sloth.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of an issue for Sloth when it came to the way they pulled the imps, because there's this imp patrol that goes around, and imps are very dangerous. They don't have a lot of HP, but if any of those casts go through, it can just instantly wipe your group. And I think what happened was that they were gathering the imp patrol with the Inquisitor and the Mistress patrol, but then the imps ended up not being stacked up. So they ended up not being able to do as much AoE damage onto them as they wanted to, and they didn't manage to get enough interrupts onto them. So they just ended up dying to the Ice Storm plus Imps cast going through, unfortunately. But now that they recovered, and if you look at the trash percentage, Sloth is a little bit ahead. Okay, now they're equal. But the problem is, of course, that the trash percentage doesn't really mean that much, since you do have to finish off those mini-bosses before you can do the boss. And Legendary already done with more mini-bosses and more Enforcers in comparison to Sloth. It looks like they are going to get their second one. Yeah, there we go. So they're fighting the second one, while Sloth is still fighting that first one.
Yeah, but something that's really nice coming out of Sloth here, they are pulling that Enforcer together with Imakacha, trying to catch up on the time it takes to spawn these mini bosses that come from the Enforcers. So really trying to play catch up, but it is going to be rough, of course, with those 45 seconds. Legendary now finishing off Balgar, and that means the third one can come in now. And yeah, percent looking good. They need 93.68, so 94 on our overlay to move on, and they're going to get that. I'm very confident with that Enforcer here, so they can just play it down, make sure the third one spawns, and then they should be on their way to the bosses. Now, Sloth also have Balgar spawning on their side and are trying to add some more trash count on top of that to also get that percentage.
Yeah, they did pull. It looked like they were dealing with the first mini boss and an Enforcer simultaneously, so definitely making up some time. And now they're dealing with some trash on top of the second mini boss, Balgar, as well. Balgar probably the most difficult mini boss to deal with, just because you have those two magic debuffs coming out that do a lot of damage when you dispel them. You have to spread out for them as well because they do AoE damage, and then you have that single target channel that is going off as well that needs to be interrupted. So lots of things can go wrong when you pull this mini-boss, but it looks like Sloth is doing a great job. And Legendary is dealing with the last mini-boss before they can finish and before they can start the boss fight. And I would say the last mini-boss is probably one of the easier ones. The only thing that is very dangerous is that shockwave, that frontal kind of cone that does very likely one-shot you, even on a 21 Tyrannical.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're the tank, then you probably survive. But yeah, it should be pretty easy for Legendary to deal with that.
Yeah, they're nuking it down. It's nearly that, and then they can move on to Telixe. Like I said, their percentage looking good, so they don't need to play anything else here. They can just go to boss, and that's exactly what they're going to do, pulling that boss here. no Bloodlust available. That means they'll have it for that final boss, which I think is definitely the harder one. Talixi, just a little bit of coordination and movement, but they have so many interrupts, it really shouldn't be a problem to get her under control. And as long as they keep stacking, it's really, really nice. Only thing that's a little bit negative here with Thundering is you need to spread out if you want to make use of that Thundering, and you're seeing it right now. They're a little bit spread out, making sure that they can get uptime on that 30% buff. They're going to move in close before the cast comes and also to clear. Right now, there you go. And that was beautifully done by Legendary, exactly what we wanted to see. And just one of those tiny interactions where Thundering can make a boss fight just a little bit harder.
Yeah, sure. And then, of course, if you have those imps to spawn spread out, that's just going to be a bad time for everyone because all of your damage is not going to hit them anymore. You need maybe single target interrupts to get some of the imps in, and it can be very dangerous. Also, Grievous, one of the affixes we have in this dungeon, making this boss a little bit more difficult because this boss just does constant AoE damage to your whole group, and that means you're going to have constant Grievous on your whole group as well, stacking up. So the healers definitely have to do a lot of work to keep the group healthy. It looks like Legendary and Igloo did a good job keeping everyone alive, as now they get their costume and they're going to run in and find the spy. They do not have a Demon Hunter for Spectral side, and they also do not have a Paladin for that Transmog shield. So they
actually have to search.
The spy normally. Yeah.
You can see Igloo running around, and it's always that kind of coordination in these dungeons where it's like, I go up left, I go up right, and then somebody's like down waiting for the instructions that you get from these little civilians, making sure that you're not missing anything, but definitely need to find the right one. I'm not sure if anyone triggered the event to make sure the roleplay is a little bit faster. So if you talk to a wrong spy, you get ported back, and then it's a little bit faster in the roleplay. But yeah, they have found it. It's going to move on here. Marked. Very nice.
Who found it? Was it Splat?
I think it was Splat. At least he is walking victoriously next to it.
Yeah, so 1 point for Splat. We'll see who the person is going to be for Sloth who finds the spy. You should write this down, and at the end of the tournament, the winner should get something.
Yeah, like the spy star or something. I don't know. Exactly. Sloth actually going into this event with a lot of Grievous stacks, but they instantly found the Noble. It seems like it already started running. Mickey is just triggering the event as I just talked about, making sure they get that short roleplay up there. But Marky still with the 3 Grievous stacks, just sitting pretty up there waiting for his healer that's now on the way. That was really quick from Sloth.
Yeah, that was actually really well done. So there's still a tiny possibility that they can catch up. But yeah,
that grip,
9
let's
deaths on the
go!
board. Yeah, that was a nice grip coming in by the priest from Sloth. But Legendary already done with the mini-boss. All they have to do now is kill that last boss, and they have Bloodlust available. That boss is going to die in no time. On a 21 Tyrannical with Bloodlust, I assume it's going to be very quick for Legendary. They also have the Shaman, of course, who can just bait that charge onto the same spot every time, so the damage dealers don't have to worry about that at all. The healer doing everything again, just being a group alive.
Okay, hear me out. The DK is also doing some of the work, because with AMS you can actually soak the little circle tornadoes that the boss spawns, so they shouldn't get in the way of the melee camp. I do think, of course, it's only, in parenthesis, only a 21, but I do think with Grievous this boss gets a lot harder just because of the constant healing you need to do when the storms come out, but we are seeing everybody stack away from these, and Igloo doing a beautiful job of stacking these images on the side. Maelstrom coming in, and I think that's doable, right? Like, I'm not too worried. Should I be worried?
So the Maelstrom actually does more damage the longer the fight goes on, right? Because the Maelstrom gets replicated by all the images that spawn whenever the boss charges. It caps at, I think, 4 images or 5. But either way, like the first 2 Maelstroms don't do as much as the 3rd and onwards. So the Bloodlust is now being used, helping Igloo heal the group a little bit. But you can see Igloo is already casting Lava Burst before the Maelstrom was even over. So they definitely are having a good time. They also have the defensives. Oh, Tobo actually going down to the Piercing Gale. So they have to use that rest to get Tobo back up. Very unfortunate. Going to cost them a little bit of time and damage here. as Sloth is now also an Advisor Melandris, and they haven't popped Bloodlust just yet. So they have a slight... there's still a death difference, right? The 45 seconds on the board. So, yeah.
But it's so close. In comes the Bloodlust.
Yeah.
I think they're waiting for PI and cooldowns to be ready just to make sure they have as much damage as they can. But also look at the piercing gills for Sloth. They're everywhere. There's no order to this whatsoever. They're just completely YOLOing this boss. It seems like Legendary after that small oopsie. I think it might have been because of the Thundering. The Thundering came in and Lipan and I think Turbo also had still that debuff that they needed to clear. But yeah, there we go. Legendary killing off Advisor Melandris with a strong lead over Sloth that was partially self-inflicted.
Wow, Legendary ties up the series. They are. We are going to Noku defensive. We're going to map number 3 as Sloth finishes off Advisor Melandris, and you can see it was really just a wipe and a few extra deaths that kind of made the difference there. So these teams are playing it as close as we expected, aren't they, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, Legendary looked good in there, although Sloth, their middle section of that dungeon was they accelerated quickly even after some early difficulties, so well played by them as well. But yeah, Legendary put on a really good show in here. I'm excited actually to see some more Quarter Stars this weekend after that game.
Yeah, I was surprised at how much Sloth actually caught up, considering the 9 deaths, the time it takes to kind of get reset up again. They made the best of it at least, but in the end, Legendary just having a fairly clean run overall, and now we'll see if they can carry that into the 3rd map, move on in the upper bracket. But let's take a look at some of the bigger moments from that last dungeon.
Yeah, so Sloth got underway with this really big pull right at the start, which is really... it's nice to get a pull like this at the start of the dungeon, get a lot of count early on. Some people like to go Dox as their first pull, but we'll talk a little bit later about why Dox as a first pull you can potentially do even better in this dungeon. Whereas Legendary started off with a very small first pull of the dungeon, but then went with that huge pull later in the dungeon. Of course, Sloth ended up having some difficulties on their pull that was in the same sort of area in the dungeon. We started having players die. We had a healer out of range doing the disable beacon, right? And players starting to die. And this ended up being where they lost most of their time. But let's talk a little bit about what you can do after this first boss here. And a lot of people are doing this on live servers as well. Most healers have the ability to skip past this Guardian Construct. In fact, I think all healers can do it with something. So you can see what this looks like here. It's Earth Ellie. Earth Ellie taunts the thing, and then you just run past. And you just need to get far enough away by the time it gets ready to cast Suppress that you're not going to get targeted by that. And then bang, you're through. And what this lets you do is as soon as you get through the next door threshold, you're going to unlock the gate to later in the dungeon, right? Unlocking the gate to later in the dungeon means that the rest of the group doesn't have to go and do this and come this way, right? And you don't have to necessarily do that Inquisitor and 4 Imp pull, which is difficult but also not a lot of count. And so instead, the rest of your team, while you're busy doing that as the healer, can be going down and fighting on the docks, right? And you can see... Well, you can't see, but what they are doing here is they're down on the docks and just doing a bunch of mobs, and all those mobs do is frontals, and there's an Arcanist that does a Nightfall Orb cast. So all you gotta do is kick that Nightfall Orb, kick the Seal Magic or get out of it, don't get hit by the frontals, and you don't need a healer for while you're doing that. And then, as soon as your healer goes through that threshold, opens the door, right? The rest of your group can now come through here because this door is opened, and you can start fighting on this right side, which... on live, it's a good idea because you've got 3 different possible spawns over here, the Bazaar Goods, the Hurt Noble, and the Mining Statue, right? All of those can be up, and that can let you get some of your mini-bosses over there. And so, really a pretty good way to play this. Now, I don't recommend doing this on live, just tanking the Fellbound Enforcers, not line-of-sighting the Fell Detonations, but that's something that on Tournament Realm here, you can see most of them are they just know that they can take it, they can live it, they can heal it with Link, and actually they have Nature's Vigil and Vampiric Embrace to heal through the explosions from the Enforcers as well, so they can just tank it and be a little bit more efficient, not even having to line of sight that. Usually better to line of sight those casts if you can, to pull it near a corner and line of sight it, but super advanced play is to, not even bother with that. But yeah, Sloth were able to pull back much of the lead. Not enough, though. When you factor out the death differential, though, they were only like 20 seconds behind, so it was really close, and I think they had a much faster middle of dungeon, but ended up going to Legendary. That means we do get to go to Naka Defensive, our favorite dungeon.
Oh yes,
I do want to say,
everybody's favorite dungeon.
I cannot believe they didn't use, like, there were 4 dwarf racials, and
Yeah.
on the last Slicing Maelstrom, they didn't use them. They hate their healer.
Yeah,
Maybe,
because
you know,
Said physical damage reduction.
yeah.
Healers need something to do.
Another thing
you
I
know?
wanted to talk about in Quarter Stars as well is the Resto Shaman. The Resto Shaman makes those Guardian Construct pulls, especially if you have 2 of them, so much better because you have those extra kicks, right? So I think that's one of the big reasons that spec just is so good in that dungeon. But yeah, not good offensive. 22, Tyrannical Sanguine Explosive, not good offensive is where we get to go next. I'm looking forward to this one.
It's going to be a close map again. I mean, both of these teams won their Nakud offensives yesterday when they played in their first matches, and they were within 30 seconds of each other, so it could end up being another really close one.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the times of Sloth and Legendary, because they did run Knockout yesterday, and Sloth had that 23:09. Now, Echo was in there today and was a little bit quicker than Sloth, underbidding the time that they did with a 21:09, so like 2 minutes.
That's a
But
lot.
Legendary had 23:22. So based on the knockouts that we've seen from Sloth and Legendary, the one from Sloth was quicker, but they even messed up as well. Like, they forgot to pull a 3-pack before the 3rd boss. So if they get that fixed, they should be even quicker still. So I'm curious how Legendary ekes this one out, because they definitely want to beat a time that they couldn't beat yesterday.
Let's find out who takes it.
Yeah.
The dungeon is underway.
Let's find out indeed, as both Sloth and Legendary are gathering up to do this first huge pull with the patrol and that Lance Master pack as well. Let's see how they manage to gather them up. We see one grip coming in by Tobo here and another one as well. Really well done. Everything is nicely stacked for Legendary. Sloth now also pulling everything in. Both of the teams also committing Bloodlust immediately. So we do have a little bit of a difference in comp, right? We have that Resto Shaman coming in from Sloth, but Legendary is sticking to that Evoker.
Yeah, and I think for both there's really good reasons. Like I said, I talked to the Sloth team captain yesterday after they whipped out that Resto Shaman here in the dungeon. We were kind of like, isn't this more of an Evoker fight? But they were saying, no, the single target damage and the interrupts are just much more valuable to us. That's why we're running Resto Shaman. So that's what they're doing right now. And Legendary deciding to stick with the same setup they had going yesterday. So no changes there either. Keeping on that Evoker. Evoker just so much better in that AoE burst that they bring. And I'm really curious to see them fight it out here. Of course, at the beginning, there's a lot of ads that they need to fight Tundra, dropping so low. He gets shot by all of those longbows, just completely losing the random laddery here. But the same is true for Vexy, both of them taking substantial damage. And these Sanguine patches need to be under control. But so far, team's doing a beautiful job of that. You were casting the Echo game in the knockout, right? Did you see, of course you did, the Saboteur tactic? Do you think the teams are going to do the same thing?
I think so. It definitely makes a lot of sense not having to do any sort of damage to those saboteurs. Just seeing them, making sure that they don't disable those ballistas. But we'll see if they actually do that as well for both Sloth and Legendary. Now, we did talk a little bit about the difference in the healer choice, but I did also want to talk about the most important healer is neither the Resto Shaman or the Evoker, it's actually Sanguine Iker. So we'll see how that turns out for them. I think that has been one of the biggest issues in No Code Offensive for those teams so far. Is having so many tools, just healing those unmovable mobs to just stand there and just never stop casting, it seems. So we'll see how it goes. But it looks like Sloth pulling some trash on top of the boss as well. So they'll have to be a bit careful with that affix too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if one of the saboteurs just killed a ballista in the background, but it seemed like one was running there. Either way, they still have some trash to deal with. You can see the root going off in the background for Sloth and Legendary now also onto the boss. They seem to just chain their Saboteur. That means there's damage now onto it. It's under the boss. It has been cleaved. It has been dotted. So now they need to kill it, which is just a little bit of damage loss you could argue for, but the grip coming in handy from that DK, making sure it's not going anywhere. So they finish that off, and maybe from now on out, they're also opting to CC these Saboteurs. Nope. Doesn't seem like it. Death Grip coming in from Tobo. Okay, there it is. Mind Control. That should be saved. They don't need to deal with it. You can see it just running back. That's exactly what Echo did. I think it's a beautiful technique, making sure those Saboteurs don't get in your ways. And Legendary catching up to Sloth. Trash percent, they're still a little bit ahead because the Plane Stomper hasn't been killed off, but after that, they should be equal.
Yeah, Legendary doing a good job dealing damage to the boss here and dealing with those Saboteurs properly as well. So we'll see you can finish up this boss quicker. It's of course at 22 Tyrannical, so bosses do take quite a bit of time. Even for those MDI teams, they cannot do double the amount of single target damage magically, even though I'm sure they would want to do that. But looking at the damage numbers a little bit, it is interesting to see the difference between, for example, the healers as well. Now, I do think that this boss specifically is probably better for the evoker damage, just because evokers are usually a little bit more mobile, right? And they do have to click on those ballistas constantly, they have to run around. So Resto Shaman is probably having a little bit of a harder time getting their damage out compared to the evoker, but we'll see how it is on the other bosses.
And it seems like I was a little bit incorrect. Sloth is on 28%, Legendary on 29%. Now, hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them. Like I said yesterday, they missed a 3-pack, which cost them so much time as they needed to go back and play another pack. But we will see them move on to the Raging Tempest area now. I was talking to Telos earlier and I was like, oh yeah, the horse area. And then I realized everything in here is horses, so that's not a good description. But yeah, Raging Tempest area on the way, next big pull coming up. And that one's actually pretty dangerous, especially with Sanguine, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of these casters just really hard to move. And we see some extra mobs being pulled here by Sloth. Not only did it pull some trash from downstairs, this hallway, they also pulled some more from the right side as well. So now everything has been gathered up and they're using a lot of their offensives, PI, Incarnation being used as well by the Feral, just making sure they finish this up as fast as possible, because the waterfall pool, as we call it, is usually the most difficult one in this area, especially if you pull some more stuff on top. But it's looking pretty good for Sloth. And Typhoons and other displacements coming in as well to make sure Sanguine is not healing any of those ones.
Yeah, for Sloth there was a little bit of Sanguine healing there as the mobs are being kited, but they're able to finish off the pack. On the other side, Legendary is also just kiting it out. There is one Neophyte, but it's gonna die before it gets some healing off. So both teams so equal now. 41% for both of them as they move to the next poll. And maybe we should talk a little bit about the boss that's coming up, because I feel like that's one of the bigger healing checks that we have, at least in the current season. And I'm always so scared for the very first storm when the healer isn't stacked up on orbs yet. So I feel like that's where Evoker also comes in clutch, because they're just so much more mobile and they can steal some of the orbs quicker.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Evoker also they just have so much burst heal, I feel like. Like if they're prepared properly, I'm just not worried at all. Like I'll just look at my HP and it's like, oh, I'm not even dropping, you know, just like getting 1 or 2 Evoker heals and everyone's full HP. But the problem with Evoker, of course, is that you have a lower range. And especially under Raging Tempest, it's such a big platform.
True.
There's orbs everywhere, so you want to spread out and gather them up everywhere. But I assume that in a coordinated group, they can pick the orbs up late, so right before they hit the boss, rather than just running out there as fast as we can to gather them up before the other people can get them. So I'm sure it's going to be fine for Igloo.
Oh, I would really like to see him just sprint for those orbs, but no, that's not going to happen. Sloth making their way to the boss area now. There's one more trash pull in front of them that they want to get out of the way. And yeah, these teams are just so close. Once again, everything looks to be mirror matched here. They're waiting for a patrol to come in on the side of Sloth. Legendary now pulling this big, what is it called? Not a something with T. Kodo. A Kodo, yeah. There's no T in there.
The Thunder Beast. Thunder Beast. There's a T there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they have the patrol on top of the totem pool as well. So a little bit of a different decision on which trash you pull first between Sloth and Legendary. But in the end, they do have to kill the same trash, so it will all make sense eventually. Sanguine still being handled pretty well by Sloth. We saw some healing
those
coming out
knocks.
for Legendary on the water. Yeah, the knocks are really nice, right? We do see, of course, Typhoon from the Ferals. Then we also have Grips from the DKs, and we also have knocks from both the Evoker, but also from the Resto Shaman. But yeah, there we go. Sloth did manage to finish up that last totem, managed to engage the Raging Tempest as well. And they still have that patrol, as you can see behind Tundra there, behind the Priest. They still have that patrol there, so they didn't deal with it at all. So that means either they just have to try to not pull it during this boss fight, or they want to pull it during the boss fight, which I don't think so, because
that
it can
would be
very
crazy.
dangerous. Yeah.
I'm curious too. We saw the same thing that Sloth did yesterday as well, which is just another nice DK tech. I feel like you can AMS and then you don't have to deal with another one of those electrical overloads, allowing you to get a little bit more space just for the orbs to get through. And that's also something the DK, yeah, you can see it right now, can do every second electrical overload round. So just a little bit of nice little tech where the DK comes in handy on top of their damage. But both of those teams are doing their best and their worst, getting that damage onto that boss. The healers definitely need to keep their stacks. Igloo a little bit low on those orbs, but there's so much time before the next storm, he should be fine.
Unfortunately, Marky on the DK didn't manage to refresh the stacks after that first storm. And on Legendary side, it was Splat on the Feral that didn't manage to refresh the stacks there. The other damage dealers plus the healer managed to do so. But yeah, a little bit of missing damage for the DK on Sloth and for Feral on Legendary side. So it might even out at the end between those two teams. Yeah, Sloth still ahead because they did pull that boss a little bit earlier. When it comes to trash percentage, they are actually equal. So that means that Troll, that Sloth is not pulling. Oh, that one orb!
Yeah.
In this orb, sometimes you just
sometimes
see the
it happens, but yeah, it does happen. So, but I still get so scared every time. Yeah, you can see it right now for Tundra as well. He's moving in, but the orb doesn't get cleared. Yeah, Bloodlust being popped for Sloth here, making sure that they have the damage to finish off that boss. Same happening for Legendary. They also still have some extra orbs to soak, looking really nice and fine here, just making sure nothing gets into that boss. And I think they got all of them, but Sloth just a teeny tiny bit faster here, 10% now, Legendary 2%, 3% behind them as they finish off this boss fight. Bloodlust still running, making sure they get the most out of it before they move on. Some extra damage going on to the teams, but Sloth kills it first, moving on with a 6-21 split, and Legendary moving on with a 6-17 split, but of course they were a little bit slower at the first boss, so very, very even right now.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're going to go to the most dangerous area, in my opinion, at least when it comes to the MDI, because we've seen so many teams have issues with these pulls. There's just so much tank damage going on, especially because they try to pull as much as possible. You can see Sloth already pulling the left side trash with the mandatory trash pack as well. So just lots of stuff being pulled on top of each other. You have so many casts that needs to be interrupted with those volleys going through and the death bolts onto the tank. Then on top of that, you have a lot of the mobs that this MS effect, the Mortal Strike, onto the tank, reducing healing taken, which can be very dangerous for tanks, especially if you have multiple of them stacked.
Yeah, it's just a lot in these packs, right? And that's kind of, if I had to pinpoint a situation where I feel like the Resto Shaman, because of that interrupt, is so good, it's definitely this area. And I wanted to say horse area again, but yeah, pointless descriptor. This area here where you have all of these casts and you want to interrupt as much as possible because it just takes out the extra souls that you spawn. It takes out all of the extra damage that you get. It saves your tank so much life and allows him to do more damage. So really, really nice to see that being done here. But they need to chew through, right? It feels like there's a lot of packs here, and of course you want that percent. Both of those teams should even out, I think, around 94. Let me check. Yeah, 94%. if they're either doing that final trash pack that we saw them do at Balakar Khan, or if they're doing the mini bosses at Balakar Khan. They give the same trash count. Both of these teams have Shadow Melt available, so they could technically both melt them off and do the trash pack, or just melt them off and do nothing. So if Legendary goes over those 94, then maybe they're just not doing it at all.
Yeah, and before they get there, you still have to deal with a lot of mandatory trash packs here before they can spawn the boss. We did talk a little bit about just tanks having a hard time surviving these packs because of this healing reduction, and I did want to talk a little bit about the difference when it comes to healers and just keeping the tanks alive here. Usually, time dilation, which is the evoker's defensive spell they can put in a tank, is really good. Like, time dilation is one of the best defensive buffs you can give a tank, really. But when it comes to this trash, it's actually not that great when the tank has a Mortal Strike effect, right? Because, yeah, you give the tank basically a stagger, that the damage doesn't happen all at once, but it gets staggered over time. But it doesn't necessarily help you that much if you have a healing debuff on the tank, right? Because then that stagger is still not going to be able to get healed away over time. While on the other side, you have the Resto Shaman, which definitely can help out with that SLT, right? Having the Spirit Link is not going to care about the MS effect. If you have other people in the Spirit Link, it's just going to even out the HP, no matter the healing reduction on the tank. So having that panic button from the Resto Shaman can really help you out if you ever get in trouble when it comes to defensive cooldowns on your tank.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those teams now on their way to make it. I was wondering if that Mortal Strike is a bleed effect, because evokers can dispel that, but I'm not too sure. I'm not a tank, so I wouldn't know. I'm also not a healer.
I don't think so.
You know, I have that suck melee brain, but I see it on Lepan and it always runs out naturally, so I suspect that it's not dispellable with the evoker bleed dispel, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's just a healing reduction, and there's no extra damage from it. Otherwise, you would be able to get rid of it. Yeah, and otherwise, Dwarf would probably also work. Dwarf Rachel. I don't think it does.
True.
Either way, though, they are trying to also not have them heal from Sanguine, but Legendary not doing too good of a job. As you can see in the healing meters, Sanguine healing 1.5 million almost on this bull, unfortunately.
Okay, so Sloth has their 94%, which means they're now dealing with Tira and Maruk, and they can beeline their way straight for Balakar Khan. Legendary still doing some trash, but what they have pulled is more than those 94, coming back to what I said earlier, meaning that they don't necessarily have to play trash into Balakar Khan. Now, if that is the right technique or not, I'm not going to put to discussion, but I think that's very interesting in terms of differences between the teams, because they're so close to each other. It feels like you really need to find those details that they do differently, and that's definitely one of the things we're going to see play out. I'm curious where they're going to end on percent, if they're just going to make it 100 with that trash, but I don't feel like that adds up to 100.
Yeah, probably not, but yeah, Legendary definitely just falling behind quite a bit just because they didn't deal with Sanguine properly in that pull before. Yeah, they do actually get 100%, so they're not going to have to deal with any more trash on the last boss. So that means it's still going to be close, right? Because even though Sloth can pull extra trash onto the last boss, it still means that they're going to lose a little bit of boss damage, right? Unless they fully just cleave the trash without, doing any kind of AoE spells that they wouldn't cast otherwise. That is unlikely, right? I would say that Legendary is definitely gonna be able to do the boss a little bit quicker without having to do anything extra there. But yeah, they have to catch up for sure, because Sloth is quite a bit ahead on this boss already.
Yeah, and something you can see with these tornadoes here, they're going to happen in just a little bit again, is players in melee and players in range are stacking on top of each other, because if you're in the exactly same hitbox, the initial tornado, of course, is not going to hit you, Mickey, but you'll be much more protected from the tornadoes of your teammates, because, of course, you're stacking, so they're all going in that same direction, which is just a little neat technique for this boss in case you didn't know it yet. I feel like always explaining these because I like them so much. But yeah, Sloth definitely making some percent count here. You can see it coming in here with the Thundering is going to give them some extra buff, extra damage, but of course that also means they need to clear, and for that somebody needs to move into melee. Is going to be Mickey, allowing Tundra to stay back there, making sure he has that extra range. And now they're going to stack up. You can see Mickey and Tundra moving into each other, and Simpkins, Marky, and Malik moving into each other, and they're safe from those tornadoes. Same thing happening for Legendary. They just decided to put the whole team in the same spot. But Sloth, of course, because they didn't go to 100% trash, will be a little bit quicker here. Curious where it ends on Balaka Khan, where they're going to go next.
Yeah, and Sloth also doing a really good job rotating the defensive cooldowns on that Gale Wind application. Whenever those tornadoes spawn, it does a lot of initial damage. We saw Simkin rotating Survival Instincts and Barkskin. We saw Dispersion even being used by Tundra, making sure that they're not going to go down to that initial damage. Because even on a 22, this still does a lot of initial damage. It can easily kill you, especially if there's any other damage going on at the same time. If you get a shot from the archer right before, so it can be very scary. But no problem for Sloth, as they now are on their way to the last boss. And as you said, they need that extra percentage. So we'll see if they do deal with the mini bosses. They have the Shadow Melt available from Simpkins. And
that's exactly what they're doing, yeah. So if you're watching those mini bosses in the background, you can't pull the boss without taking care of these. So what's going to happen is Simkin goes in the background, pulls these mini bosses, Shadow Melts them off. At the same time, they're pulling Balaka Khan, and Malik was picking up the trash from the side to make sure they can pull that all together. It's one of my favorite things coming out of that MDI just yet, what I've seen teams do, just because it's so much coordination and it's really neat technique. If you don't want to deal with these mini bosses, if you feel like they add too much variance, danger, whatever, you can just do this pack here. Of course, the defender needs to be interrupted and maybe deal with that Thunder Fist as well, but I think they have everything under control.
Yeah, this is going to be the most important pull for Sloth here, because they are ahead, but they have to deal with this trash, right? And if they don't get enough damage onto the boss, and if it takes them a long time to deal with this, then Legendary could technically catch up, because Legendary doesn't have to deal with any trash anymore. You just have to pull these bosses. We can see Splat already has pulled them, used the Shadow Melt, he aggroed them, and now Legendary only has to single target the boss. They don't have to worry about Sanguine, they don't have to worry about any sort of cast that need to be interrupted. And you can see Sloth having to run around these Sanguine pools. Still has one defender up that they have to deal with as well. So it definitely costs them quite a bit of damage onto the boss. And on 60%, we're going to see the intermission. So we'll see if Legendary can catch up.
Something that they did really well with these trash packs, you already said it, the Sanguine Ichor is a problem here. You definitely want that to spawn under the other mobs and under Balaka Khan. So Marky would always run out a little bit, and Unholy allows him to do just that. And then gripped one of the ads out just before they were about to die, making sure those Sanguine patches don't spawn somewhere where they shouldn't be. Needed him to try some one of the mobs, but it definitely was possible. And now both of those teams will need to be a little bit careful with room here as they move into that intermission, as the mini bosses are both in the background. You don't want to pull them. You want to make sure that you group everything up nicely, exactly what Sloth is doing right now. But Legendary is on their heels. They're entering that intermission just like 3 seconds later, and now it's all about the damage that these teams can do. Bloodlust being available for both of them. We're going to see that popped in just a little bit.
Yeah, Legendary managed to actually do a lot of damage to Balakar Khan before he entered the phase. They got them down to 55%, so they're not that far behind. Now they're done with the intermission as well. They're going to pop Bloodlust in just a second too. But Sloth already has Bloodlust running. They already have PI, Incarnation, everything just being used. And the boss is just melting for Sloth. So Legendary would have to do a lot of damage to catch up here. Sloth really just doing so much single target damage right now.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the timers. The best time out of those two teams is Slothus with 23:09. And I feel like they're going to be quicker than that. So under betting their own time, but still slower than Echo's time, which comes in at 21:09. So roughly 1.5 minutes slower than Echo's run that we saw earlier. And Echo, interestingly, opting to play those mini bosses. So I wonder if that's going to be a technique that we see moving forwards. But for now, Sloth is going to find that damage, is going to find those 2% that remain despite the Bloodlust still running for Legendary. They're going to take a 2-1 here and move on in the uppers.
4 seconds. Wow, that was actually really close.
At the slimmest of margins. I mean, what, there was like a 3-4 second difference at the end of the dungeon? And that was super close. That's the kind of games we like. But maybe Sloth likes that one a little bit more. They're moving on in the upper graphic end bracket. Or braphic, if you decide to combine the words like I did.
I like the word braphic. Sounds tough.
Braphic, yeah.
Wow, yeah, both
Bracket.
teams here substantially faster than they were yesterday as well, right? This is an incredibly clean run. Both teams really came to win, but Sloth just less than 4, right? Wait, hang on. Yeah, less than 4.
Math?
Less than 4 seconds separating the two teams. I was looking at those milliseconds, trying to figure out which side of the 4 it was on, and I'm confident in my answer. It's less than 4. Very, very close.
You are correct. Yeah, definitely the closest run we've had yet. And it really came down to some tiny little differences. So, I mean, we're going to get into replaying some moments from that dungeon moment, but I want to ask you, Dranos, like right away, like, what do you think made the difference? We did see tiny variations between runs, between pulls. We saw Legendary at 100% before they got to the boss. Sloth pulled that last pack. When you break it down, what do you think it was?
I actually feel like Legendary gained time in many of the parts of the dungeon, but I think Sloth's start of the dungeon was superior, and I think that was the best thing they had going for them, but it's really hard to be sure because just how these pulls, especially in like a Sanguine dungeon, it can be really hard to know which pull is actually better. So here you can see what Sloth have in mind for starting the dungeon, right? It's not that 6-pack or the huge 7-pack patrol, right? They're actually grabbing this little side pack over here, which I only recommend if you have the DK so that they can grip these longbows in, right? You have a lot of longbows in that pull, making it happen. Whereas this was the idea instead that Legendary had. And one of the benefits, so Legendary here have the middle patrol, the patrol that kind of goes through the middle of the boss area. But one of the ideas that Sloth has that I think is really good is that by not pulling that middle patrol, you actually get to do it with boss, right? You can see that that's what Sloth get to do here. And it's sketchy on Sanguine Week to do this, but if you can do it right, you're getting an opportunity to do trash with boss, and that's usually a time save. And Sloth's kind of whole strategy was based around doing trash with boss here, trash with boss on last boss. And I mean, it's hard to say because like I feel like trash with boss should be worth more than 4 seconds over a dungeon. So I'm not sure. Maybe the benefits of the extra safety, the extra single target, you can see here. So Legendary yesterday, they actually had a smaller pull in this area, but after Sloth did a pull of this size here, Legendary added extra 4% into this pull. They got that extra pack on in here, and so they've been tooling with their route as well. They found some time saves over their yesterday plan, and were able to get a route that would have beaten Sloth yesterday time, so that was really good. Sloth ending up, though, with the 94% count, getting to this boss first, right? They get to start this boss before Legendary do by quite a bit. Legendary, on the other hand, are busy getting 100% count while Sloth is busy doing this boss. And so that means that Legendary aren't going to have to pull onto the last boss, as we saw. They're not going to have to do either the 2 mini-bosses or that 5-pack patrol. They get to just focus purely on single target on the last boss. But on the other hand, these comps are really well situated to be doing sketchy pulls onto bosses, right? When you look at the toolkits you have available to you, it's not just the DPS, right? It's not just that, oh, we have classes like Feral Druid, like Shadow, like Unholy, that are happy to have extra targets involved in pulls, but it's also you have a Feral Druid with Nature's Vigil, you have a Shadow Priest with Vampiric Embrace, right? So if you get to make a pull that is normally too much to handle, you know, that normally just has random things going off that are going to put somebody to 40% health and then they're dead in the next global. Stuff like Nature's Vigil, Vampiric Embrace really make those pulls possible. And so I think that the thing that I like about what Sloth were up to was that they found a way to kind of make use of every single part of their toolkit with the Vigil, with the Vampiric Embrace, and also then, of course, getting to do this massive pull. So the way you do this is anytime you want to skip, which both teams did, these two, you need to pull those 2, then pull Balak-Archon, then have whoever pulled those 2 Shadow Meld, Invis, Vanish, Feign Death, something like that, and then those 2 will be left alone. Otherwise, you're going to get them with the boss because they do pull when the boss pulls, if they're not in combat already, and they pull with your whole group in that case, which means you can't Invis or meld them off. But yeah, so then the boss, you know, Legendary, they're doing a lot of single target damage here. Their Evoker's DPS number looks a lot higher than the Shaman's DPS number for Sloth, but you have to factor in that the shaman wasn't DPSing at the start of the pull, right? The shaman was healing because there were 5 extra mobs in there, but the rest of the group was getting to do way more damage as a result. And yeah, they end up killing this boss 4 seconds earlier, but because it was so close, I'm not confident if there's strategic value that was one way or the other on a lot of these decisions, right? It's something where I'm not confident which was better, because 4 seconds, that could be crits, that could be execution, that could be sanguine healing, or that could be strategy as well. It's some combination of those factors could be pointing in either direction with a result this close.
Well, one thing we kind of noticed too towards the end of the boss is that the Bloodlust got hit a little bit later than maybe it could have for Legendary, and that's one of the things when you've got a dungeon that ends up so close that could be a thing you could point at, that maybe that would make the difference. But we're talking about like millimeters here, you know, we're talking about like nitpicking tiny little details, but you know, that's the fun part when it's so close, right? Nagura makes any comments on the Bloodlust timing? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for us as like an outsider, like looking at the 2 teams being so close at the very end, that one Bloodlust timing could have actually won them the key, right? But obviously they didn't know how close it is, and they're in a precious situation. There's just so much going on, and just hitting the Bloodlust 4 seconds late, that's usually something that we don't even care about when it's not that close, right? But this, because it happened at the very end, we noticed it. And I'm sure there were so many other mistakes or smaller issues that cost them some time here and there, right? And any mistake they made of somewhere else would have also probably saved them 4 seconds, right? So I wouldn't focus too much on the Bloodlust, honestly, just because, things like that just happen.
Also, 4 seconds of Bloodlust isn't 4 seconds off your timer, right? Like, so it wouldn't have made up the whole gap anyways. So,
Sure.
But yeah, that would have saved them maybe a second or two.
Well, that means that Echo and Sloth are going to fight it out in the semifinal of the upper bracket to decide who goes to the finals of Group A. And it does mean as well that Legendary will go down to face the winner of our next series, which is going to be Lucky 7 versus Levels, as we move down to the... I'm not going to say the Maw, not the Maw, down in the underworld of the elimination bracket, and see who is able to survive there. And here's where it gets exciting. I mean, we've had some great games so far, but now it's a battle for survival. I mean, sure, there's the last chance qualifier, but still, you know, it gets serious down in the lower bracket, doesn't it?
I'm really excited to see Levels again, and that's nothing against Lucky 7. I think they were also really fun to watch, although they were getting beaten by Echo, which is always like a team that goes against Echo. You never really see much because Echo's so fast. But Levels had some really daring and aggressive pulls, and if they manage to clean those up a little bit, then I feel like they could definitely be a force to be reckoned with, and I do want to see them.
Yeah, I think in Lucky 7's favor, they knew they were up against Echo for their first series.
Yeah.
If I was in that position, if I was looking at my bracket, I would not be practicing any of those maps. I would be practicing the lower bracket maps. Now, maybe that's, not playing to win the tournament or whatever, but let's be real here, right? Like you're up against Echo, so I would be really focusing on this lower bracket series, trying to get an extra win there. So I think that this is probably going to be their best chance to take a series. I can't wait to see what they have for us. I can't hear Doa.
You might be.
Guess we're gonna go into a break.
Oh my gosh, I was muted. Oh no, I was trying all weekend so hard. I'm telling you, see, you can't trust casters or hosts with their own audio controls. This is just a result of remote broadcasting. Can't trust us. Sorry, production. That's on me. We're gonna take a quick break while I figure out how to click a mute button. I will see you in a minute for Lucky 7 versus Levels. Hey, we are back, unmuted and ready to go at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Doey, here with Dratnos and Tettles as we dive deep into the elimination bracket. It's going to be Lucky 7 versus Levels first. Lucky 7 coming in here is one of our lower seeds, obviously. They ran into Echo in their first game at MDI. A little bit rough. They said coming into this one that they were showing up to have fun and play as a group of friends anyway, so they've still got a chance to get through. Levels looked good yesterday, though. But they had a couple moments where maybe they went a little bit too hard. Do you think they pull back, or do you think they just try to execute today, Tettles?
So, I mean, my general read on it was like, Level's strategy, especially in their games versus TEAMSWE, the strategies that they were implementing were a lot more aggressive and would have yielded, you know, multiple minutes faster of a time than TEAMSWE, but just their execution was a little bit inconsistent, and that cost them wipes in a couple of dungeons. I remember the Temple of the Jade Serpent one is the one that stands out to me the most, where they pulled all the trash in the last boss, and they just ended up getting punished and lost that map because of it. So I think that Levels actually has a lot of potential if they're able to actualize it. For Team Lucky 7, you know, I thought that they were pretty decent. I think that they definitely had the issue of running into Echo in the first round, which is why they ended up looking a little bit slower. But they didn't make too many mistakes.
No, they didn't look too bad. Here we have a double Nakud ban for this time, so we're not going to see that dungeon in this one. We might see our first Shadow Moon Burial Grounds if we end up going to map number 3. But what do you think, Dratnos? Is this going to be a 3-dungeon or a 2-dungeon affair?
I think it's Levels' series to lose, right? Levels lost their series to TEAMSWE off of the back of wipes, basically, right? Wipes and Ruby Life Pools, and I guess the Algathar was the map they won, right? And then they lost the other one in that series too. So I think it'll be interesting. I think that Levels probably have faster routes in these dungeons, but on the other hand, Lucky 7 were not looking bad in Ruby Life Pools. Lucky 7's Ruby Life Pools yesterday, I think, would have beaten Levels' Ruby Life Pools yesterday because Levels has had that wipe in it.
Yeah.
So it's tough to say, right? We have a very small set of games that we've seen Levels play in. We don't actually know how inconsistent they are, how likely these wipes are to happen. Sometimes as well, you know, as you're having your first set of games on a weekend, you can have extra nerves. Stuff can go wrong that just you never seen in practice, and it just happens, and it happens the first time you play on camera. That's a well-known phenomenon in MDI, so maybe they've got that under control now, or maybe we're going to see, again, kind of a repeat of that matchup against TEAMSWE, where it's just a case of, you know, the slow and steady versus aggressive and too aggressive.
I selected Levels as my wildcard pick, and I actually feel pretty good about Levels as my wildcard pick overall for the course of the whole entire weekend because they have so much potential, but like Dratnos literally just stated, they have to be able to be consistent with their pulls, and they can't make mistakes that cause them wipes.
Well, here we go, dungeon underway. Who survives?
That is an enhancement shaman.
Let's go.
And a vengeance demon hunter for Lucky 7. The enhancement shaman comes in, and the one tank that loves Wind Fury the most, the prot warrior, is not there to benefit from it. This is tragedy here for Lucky 7.
So Paraping was wearing a sombrero all day yesterday. Now he seems like he's streaming from a raid.
Yeah. Do you think he's got like an RGB keyboard that, like, based on his procs, is giving different light ups and stuff, like, or different casts? I know you can get keyboards to do that, right? You can hook them into WoW, and they can see like your cooldowns and stuff, your health, and
yeah. So red is every single time he presses black powder, it like shoots out a multicolor affair every single time he procs cheat death, and so that's why you see it procking red so often, because we're black powdering. No eviscerates are to be cast here.
Yeah, black powder secret technique, no eviscerates. That's how we rogue for sure. Levels, on the other hand, have gotten into their first boss a little bit ahead of Lucky 7. They're playing, it's hard to say a standard comp because we've seen so much difference in choice here, but the Prot Warrior, of course, the more standard choice for tank. The Destro Lock as well has been something that several teams have used in this place, although notably not all teams.
So
neither team using something like the Feral Druid as well. So, and no Shadow Priests in sight also is a bit of a difference than what we've seen from some other teams.
Levels played Destro Lock in all of their dungeons yesterday, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were on the Destro Lock train.
I feel like Destro is normally pretty underrated. Now we did see Legendary in the last series. They ran the Destro Lock in Ruby Life Pools, but Destro is just I would say pretty universally strong in a lot of these dungeons. Now, there are some situations, I think that their single target damage is actually one of the bright spots, especially if you're able to get like good havoc value. So if you're able to pull some mobs into bosses. But I think that the Destro lock, if you're playing just Destro for all the dungeons, you're not upset about that.
Yeah, in many ways, this dungeon in particular is a good Destro lock dungeon, though, right? Because you've got this first boss that has, obviously, AoE segments, and if you're pulling that mini-boss in, it's a phenomenal Havoc target. But also, you have the second boss that's a 2-target affair most of the time, and the third boss is also 2 targets. So, phenomenally good for the ability Havoc out of the Destro spec. Ever since they added Havoc to the Hunters, you can't just say Havoc anymore. Yeah, Power Infusion... Power Infusion would be good. That would be cool to see here. We saw teams using the Healing Priests in time trials in this dungeon towards the end, but that Power Infusion actually was, I think, aimed at the Fire Mages that those groups were using as well. So, such a cool set of decisions that you get in these dungeons based on all these different comp ideas that all seem to be good. I mean, the Enhancement Shaman that we're seeing out of Lucky 7 as well, it's doing something similar to those Shadow Priests and the Feral Druids with Ancestral Guidance too, so you get to heal yourself up and heal the group up with that cooldown, which Levels notably is lacking a DPS healer cooldown that has been present in most comps.
So one of the big advantages of Enhancement Shaman is generally their funnel damage. Ruby Life Pools, at least, I generally think that Ruby Life Pools is one of the better dungeons for enhancement because you have like those destroyers, like those big Ellies that, like, you can funnel them pretty hard. Now we have seen teams pull fairly large in Ruby Life Pools, and so maybe funnel is just a little bit less valuable. And enhancement, I think that this is the reason that we're not seeing an enhance a ton is because like on 22s, these teams are pulling so large that enhancement kind of falls off some of the other things like a Feral Druid. But enhance is still a very popular pick on live and is incredibly strong.
Yeah, it is a really, really good all-around choice. You know, you're bringing the Bloodlust, which I guess this group doesn't need because you've already got the Evoker, but you're bringing Ancestral Guidance and, like you said, fantastic funnel damage, fantastic single target as well. So really good. I mean, on this boss as well, you can see that they made good use of the Whelps for funnel as well. So getting some good extra damage into the boss. It is going to be Levels who take down the boss first, but look at the trash count. Lucky 7 have found 4% more at the start of the dungeon, so I think you'd rather have the 33% of the boss's health than the 4% mob count, especially in Tyrannical, but I don't think Levels are that far ahead, and certainly they're not far enough ahead to commit a wipe and still win the dungeon.
So some things that we have seen this weekend are teams electing to skip these dragon mini-bosses. Which dragon mini-boss to skip is not always a universal decision, especially at this point in the season. In addition to that, we saw Echo actually skip both of those dragons. Now, we do know that that's not going to happen for either of these teams. We know that it's a situation where they don't have enough count to be able to skip both of the dragons. But you see right now, Levels is just walking past Thunderhead. They jumped up on that railing, and they were looking to skip him. Or maybe they were going to pull him into this pack.
Oh,
look at this.
I see.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, we saw Sloth and Legendary both skip Double Dragon as well, so it's interesting to see that these teams are more interested in the dragons. I think the dragons are safer count, because if you're not doing dragons, you have to do really big pulls to get your count, right? But the dragons, as dangerous as they are, they give a lot of count, and they also free up your second boss space, so you don't have to be as precise when you're doing that encounter.
But generally, the downside of the dragons is that, like, time efficient wise, they're not the most efficient things in this dungeon. You would rather, consolidate pulls with just adding multiple Cinder Weavers into like a destroyer pull and stuff like that.
Yeah, it looks like Levels' answer is a chain pull with Thunderhead here. Whereas Lucky 7 are just going to be fighting Thunderhead all by itself, and then potentially this will... Oh, actually... Okay, just a Scorch Line coming in as well, not going all the way into the next pack. So yeah, Lucky 7 on a much more kind of live key route, right, where you just fight Thunderhead by itself, and then you can keep on walking around the ring, although even still, we are going to see a death come out. It is a Battle Res used as well. Releasing here is annoying because you have a very long Dragonflight up. So they are going to chain low on health here on this dragon into the next pull, try and keep the pressure on, but Levels are pretty far ahead in the dungeon right now. They're an extra pack and a half or so up in the dungeon. They're working on this next destroyer already.
I wonder if it looks like we may have an opportunity for a pre-cloak here for Lucky 7 as well on Thunderhead if they're looking for that. Alternatively, they could just save it and say, dispel me. and then just deal with Thunderhead damage like that. Looks like they're saving Cloak. These destroyers are generally the most dangerous part of this ring. So Thunderhead on live is done by itself, but like the destroyers with the Inferno damage is incredibly high. It is a 22 tyrannical, so it should be a lot more manageable, especially at these players' gear levels. But it's not something where you're like doubling up a destroyer is very dangerous.
Yeah, destroyers do so much unavoidable group-wide AoE. It can be a lot to try and heal through. Lucky 7 do have the benefit of Ancestral Guidance from Static to help out with that,
true.
but Levels are left with just... I mean, the thing about Levels as DPS comp is, okay, you can look at those 3 DPS and you can be like, okay, none of these have AG or Nature's Vigil or Vampiric Embrace, but they are all extremely durable, right? You've got Cloak of Shadows, you've got Feint, you got Rogue, Cheat Death, you've got a Warlock.
Rogue.
That's not a class that can die, and you've got a DK, that's also not a class that can die, right? So, potentially you just don't need that, right? You're just using defensives and not the player's ability to heal the rest of the group, but just the player's abilities to heal themselves with Deathstrike and with Warlock. Then you can kind of live through this thing without too much hassle. That being said, Flame Gullet's going to come in for Levels now onto this next Blazebound Destroyer, so it's double Dragon for Levels.
It's a lot of count. So one of the big things with Flame Gullet, and actually I like that they're doing it like this, where they kill off the pack before they get Flame Gullet to that 50% threshold. Flame Gullet is especially dangerous once you push him into that 50% threshold and he starts stacking up these Molten Blood stacks, and then, once he starts to get a little bit around like 10 or so, then he starts to do an insane amount of damage even on like a 22. But like they also have an Enraged Dispel, and they should be able to get this dealt with by himself. I think this is fine from Levels with what they're doing route-wise.
Yeah, and this makes up a little bit of that count that they were missing from the start of the dungeon. Lucky 7, on the other hand, appear to be more interested in skipping the dragon, so maybe still about a pack behind in terms of time. We'll see how well this big pull works out for Levels. They're going to take this Destroyer into this patrol.
If Levels has a mistake, I mean, Lucky 7 is definitely posturing, and they're in a position to where they're able to capitalize. I mean, it's still not clear who's actually going to win this. This Enhancement Shaman has been doing work in this area.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage that the Enhancement Shaman is bringing out, and like you said, a critical characteristic of that damage that doesn't show up on the details meter is that a lot of it is being done to the Destroyer, right? So the Destroyer, you see a lot of groups, the Destroyer is at 40% health when the rest of the pack is dead. But Lucky 7 are doing a really good job of killing the Destroyer at the same time as the other mobs because largely their Enhancement Shaman is doing so much extra damage to that priority target.
Look at this. Levels grabbing some of these Scorchlings on pull to allow for a little bit more funnel damage from that like Unholy DK and that Subtlety Rogue to be able to just get a little bit more boss damage. The Destro Lock mostly cares about the second target for Havoc, which is present a lot, especially with these Firestorm ads.
Searing Blows there is going to be stone formed by Nubo. It is a bleed, even though it looks like a fire thing, it is actually a bleed that it leaves behind on the player, so can be stone formed off.
This boss
Very
is actually
nasty
incredibly
mechanic
scary
for
for tanks.
Yeah.
A lot of this fight, especially for tanks and healers, is really dangerous. So you get the Inferno cast from these Firestorms, and that can drop your group incredibly low. And then on top of that, like Dratnos was saying with the tank mechanic, like if you have both of those things together and you don't either have like TD on your tank, or they're not like getting active heals, or they don't have like Stoneform to be able to remove it, they can die, right, Dratnos?
Oh yeah, I mean, never in my groups, of course, but I've heard in theory that tanks can die to that bleed.
Hypothetically, that would never happen
Hypothetically
to you,
speaking,
but
it is, especially Prot Warriors, it can be really nasty. Bleeds are kind of one of the weaknesses of the spec. That's part of the reason that Dwarf works so well here. Lucky 7 are playing out Vengeance Demon Hunter instead. Vengeance Demon Hunter has some nice self-healing. You also have the ability to cycle cooldowns pretty well against it, although with Last Resort unavailable here for Lucky 7, it is still going to be dangerous. It's definitely still going to be something that they need to look out for.
This is getting quite close between the two teams. Levels has, around a 40% boss HP lead, which I would definitely I think that they're in a solid probably 45 seconds to a minute advantage over where Lucky 7 are. But if Levels start to have deaths, especially as this fight goes later, it's a part where Lucky 7 should be able to capitalize on it, assuming that there are mistakes. However, Levels is doing a great job of dropping AMZ on top of the ads. They're baiting the ads in a good spot. They're making sure that that boulder gets shot in the correct direction back into that previous fire area. And so, I mean, Levels are making this look surgical with how their movement is being done.
Another important thing to mention here is the mob count. 73% for Lucky 7 means they're not going to be able to skip those 2 warriors and that lightning channeler, whereas Levels are going to be able to skip those enemies. So Lucky 7 needs to do either another pull. Yeah, so Levels get to skip channeler, warrior, whereas I think Lucky 7 might be able to skip warrior, but I don't think they can skip channeler with 73%. I could be misremembering or misunderstanding what they're planning here, but I think that the 73-76% difference is going to be an important one, and we'll see exactly what pulls come after this boss for the 2 teams.
That Tempest Channeler, especially with how the teams have been looking to do Ruby Life pulls into section so far, a lot of them are just like, they're merging the last couple of pulls into one singular pull, and that's been the most efficient thing. Whereas if you have to do that Tempest Channeler that's in the back, you end up breaking it into either 2 or 3 pulls.
On the other hand, doing that all as one pull was what wiped Levels last time they were in here, so
yes,
Lucky 7 probably have a safer plan, right? They probably are looking at 2 pulls that are, slightly more count, but slightly smaller individually. We'll see how this works out for Levels. This is going to be the pivotal moment of the dungeon over on the right-hand side. You can see they're setting up here for a little shroud. You shroud and you hop around the side here. Avoid walking right on top of those Storm Warriors. And this Tempest Channeler as well. Hug the side. And this is the rest of the dungeon here. Actually, it looks like they maybe don't need those 2 warriors. So maybe the 2 warriors there is actually just the difference that Lucky 7 need to grab, the 2 middle warriors.
So with the 2 warriors into that pack, it's 23.94%.
Okay, so they actually need to go get those 2 warriors on Levels side.
Yeah, exactly. Or on Level side. I think that Lucky 7's actually going to need the Tempest Channeler as well, like you were saying, because that's 23.36%.
Okay, that
26.36. I don't know what I said. I think I said the wrong number.
Yeah, 26. That makes sense. So, all right, Levels are going to be getting ready to summon the boss here, and then they could potentially even take those warriors into boss. They were in a little bit of a bad spot to pull them into this pull, but yeah, 96%, and here come the warriors and the boss, and that's going to be Levels ready here. They've made that pull that they wiped 2 last time work out, although this last boss is not an easy one. This is one of the harder bosses in the game right now, and it is also on Tyrannical, so with good play, it's very manageable, but it's one of the scarier ones out there. Meanwhile, Lucky 7, you can see, are just going into this channeler with much more of a live key play here of let's do 2 medium pulls instead of 1 massive pull.
These warriors are actually scary, especially with the boss putting the flame spits onto players. You actually do see the rogue from Levels here. He doesn't have cheat death. He got hit by one of those thunderclaps. If he kind of gets combo with the flame spit and thunderclap and isn't able to either like pre-cloak it or like he just drops incredibly low, I could actually potentially see a death here if you're not playing these warriors perfectly, because they are very, very easy to mess up, especially whenever you have the wind blowing you like this. The Levels are making it look really solid. This is looking good for them.
Yeah, you can see they're doing a really good job of damaging Karaka and Urquhart evenly. The way this boss works is that once either of those 2 reaches 50%, you're going to enter the second phase. The best way for safety to do this fight is to have the one that you push be the dragon, right? You want to push the dragon right after it's landed, and it will continue breathing for a while, and you get just free DPS for a while, and you're trying to kill the dragon as fast as possible to stop the bleeding, right? But for time, maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you need to just push as soon as you can.
Something that's also kind of important to note here is if we're looking at the bloodlust differential between the 2 teams, Levels lusted 2 minutes ago whenever they were doing this large pull on the platform, whereas Lucky 7 do have their lust available for the boss. This is one of the most dangerous bosses of the expansion. It caught a couple of nerfs early on, but I remember seeing, especially early expansion, people saying that this is the boss and this is the dungeon that has been walling them the most, and they weren't able to really get through this encounter. Now, the Flame Spit no longer goes on all 5 players here, so it should be a little bit easier. But Karaka's at 35% right as these first couple of Flame Spits are coming out. I would like to see this die within, like 2 or 3 Flame Spits, but without Lust, I wonder if we're going to go even further than that.
Yeah, this is going to be scary. They've got to make sure that they can live through the triple Flame Spits, and players are going to start rotating defensives on these. Oh, yeah. Not quickly enough, though. We have a Warlock down. Luckily, we have another Battle Res in the form of the Death Knight. And we do have battle reses available as well, so presumably one of those will get used soon, and there it goes. Followed by all the DK cooldowns. Beautiful. This is going to start melting the boss. Yeah, last Flame Spit comes out. Rally used by Nubo. Emerald Communion is also going to be the answer here, and that combines to be more than enough to keep levels healthy. Urquhart at 31%. This fight is now a lot less intense, right? You don't have the Flame Spits coming out anymore. All you have to deal with is tank damage and the winds blowing things around, and that AoE damage and interrupt ability, which of course can be frustrating, but is less likely to be lethal without Flame Spits out as well.
All right, they're going to be at around a 17:30 time. Some of the better times that we've seen in this dungeon are, around the 14:30 to 15-minute mark. So levels are a little bit slower than some of the absolute top-tier teams, but this is a lot better than what we saw from their Ruby Life pools yesterday, right, where they had that full wipe.
Yeah, Lucky 7 as well. Also, they're on the last boss as well here. They're maybe, what, a minute and a half, 2 minutes at most behind behind levels, right? That's not bad. That's a good outcome for them. But yeah, it is going to be levels taking over the top there. You can see Nubo jumping around on his little llama in celebration.
Yeah, solid attempt by Lucky 7, but Levels takes the win here in dungeon number 1. I think it is telling what you just said, Tettles, where the speed was a little bit slower than some of the other Ruby Life Pool runs we've seen. But at the same time, I feel like what we wanted to see from Levels today was just things going a little bit cleaner, a little bit less deaths, and they only had one, so that works. That gets them the win in map number 1, and quick but clean is kind of the order of business for today, it feels like.
Their strategy has been pretty good in a lot of dungeons. Now, again, their consistency is what we need to see improve a little bit. Hopefully they got the nerves a little bit out of the way. This is a team that they had 4 of their members in EMEA TGP as well, so this is a team that's kind of familiar with playing on broadcasts and stuff like that. So they got a little bit of their first AMDI nerves out of the way. And honestly, this Ruby Life Pools looked fairly solid from them. I'm pretty happy with how they were able to perform with this. And I thought that the use of the Warlock in this dungeon was pretty good.
Yeah, I was impressed as well
what do you
by.
think, as we look at some of this.
The Warlock looks good. The damage from the Warlock looked good. The Rogue damage was also pretty impressive out of levels as well. Forden there doing something on that class. Keep it up with the Unholy DK on some of these pulls, which is always tough to do. Unholy DKs whenever you're pulling a lot of mobs, they just kind of ascend. And then the second boss for levels as well. Something that we've seen a lot of teams struggle on this boss, right? This boss, I believe, has caused multiple wipes for multiple teams throughout the weekend so far. It's been one of our deadliest, and they put on a clinic against this boss, and they did move it a little bit away. You can see they were over to the side there, right? They killed this boss, then they had to mount up and walk back. One thing that Echo did that was really cool was have the boss end where you had to exit, but yeah, not something that levels did or needed, right? Minus 10 seconds, NBD.
Yeah, I think that's just that's one of the ways that you are able to take your route from this almost 17-minute affair, and then you see Echo posting around a 14:30 to a 15-minute affair. There are a couple of different pulls that they would have had to have done, but I mean, whenever you're looking at the major points of this dungeon, this is an insane pull, and the fact that they were able to get it, they got that pack killed off, and they were more consistent than yesterday, where they had the full wipe there. That definitely helped on them. Was that guy running rescue?
Yeah, Rescue.
I didn't think that was a rescue.
yeah, Rescue's good. I swear Rescue is OP.
Yeah.
I swear Rescue is OP. All right, tell me why.
Yeah, it's really good.
Why do you think it's OP?
It's good in a lot of cases. In this dungeon, somebody gets knocked up from the living bomb, you just rescue them right back down. Bang, they get to keep casting. Wow, that's really good. But also just randomly, you need to reposition yourself or somebody else or both of you. Rescue does those things really well. Obviously, sometimes you can catch people off guard with it if they're not ready, but it's really good. And if you spec Twin Guardian as well, which I don't know if that makes it into the dungeon build, but I will go look at that now as well. It's something that...
Twin Guardian's the shield, right?
Yeah, Twin Guardian is the rescue shield. So it looks like Prenzovation was not running it, and Bergman wasn't even running rescue, so maybe rescue's not OP. I don't know. It's cool, though.
I've been keeping an eye on the Evoker builds, and a lot of players aren't running Rescue right now, because yeah, you can have those like moments, but it is difficult to kind of like find those moments. So when we've seen Rescue used this weekend, it's been kind of more of a mobility thing than anything, right? Where you're like trying to get over a gap with somebody to skip something, or you're doing what we just saw, where it's like you're just trying to get someone that much farther ahead to save like a half second or something like that. But I gotta say, it's, you know, if somebody's bothering you a little bit, it's a great way to put them right into a frontal too. I'm not suggesting toxic gaming, but you know, once in a while someone needs some tough love, you know.
So I'm gonna go ahead and go out and say that I'm never keying with Doa on a Preservation Evoker because he's gonna grip me into a frontal.
You would never give me a reason to do that. I'm confident.
Just one more Enhancement Shaman joke, and then he grips me into a frontal. That's just the way it is.
That's true. Hey, we got to see some
Academy
Enhancement Shaman already today. It's good stuff.
Dude, Enhance is good stuff. Good spec. There's so many MDI specs. Honestly, okay. I was going to talk about Algothar Academy, but in general, I think the DPS balance this season for MDI is unlike any other DPS balance we've ever seen. I think that's largely to do with like the talent rework. It just allows for so many more opportunities for different DPS profiles to shine and different classes to be a little bit more valuable in some ways. Obviously, you're going to have the staple of like Unholy DK is going to be very popular because of the size of the pulls that people are doing. Feral Druid and Shadow Priest obviously have the strengths of like insane amounts of off healing for like off-spec off-healing. But I think in general, I mean, we saw Warlock and Enhancement Shaman in the last dungeon. We also saw Rogue. Rogue is not to be undervalued either. Like, Rogue is always incredibly popular in MDI situations. It's so cool how we see so many more classes and specs in this MDI than we have in the past.
Yeah, Algothar, I think Unholy is usually going to be the star of the show in this dungeon, but Fire Mage we saw yesterday once break the 1 million DPS threshold in this dungeon, so something to be looking out for as well.
Algothar during beta cycles was already one of the top DPS in Algothar Academy. It seemed like it was a very niche spec. It seemed like it was going to be like more MDI and Algothar Academy focused, but then it received a couple of buffs after the expansion has gone live, and now it's to the point where we see Unholy DK in every single dungeon, and then like you said, they're going to be the star of the show in Algothar Academy. They're going to be doing insane amounts of damage.
Now, we saw Levels win this dungeon against TEAMSWE yesterday, but it was an 18:35 timer, which is a little bit slow compared to some of the other stuff we've seen. In fact, we saw Legendary do it in 16:52 as well. So definitely some room for improvement on the timer, but at least Levels coming into this one with a win.
I think it's also super interesting that a lot of teams are still going this left side first for Veximus route. I wonder what Levels is going to do with their routing decision. Are they going to stick to that right Overgrown Ancient side, or are they going to be looking to adapt and go that left first Veximus route? And then because that does save, you know, somewhere in the order of like 20 to 30 seconds in regards to travel time. Because a lot of the mobs you kill are kind of the same, but it does save you the travel time is the big thing.
We'll find out.
I do think the left side does make a little bit more sense, but we'll see what they're up to here. Levels, if they do go left, it means that they have spent some of their practice time rethinking Algothar a little bit, and it looks like that has indeed happened. Both Lucky 7 and Levels are heading over to the left here. We have Shrouds coming out from both teams past these Mana Fiend weapon pulls that a little bit nasty can be.
Right off the bat, there's a question of like how big are you supposed to go in this area, and look at Levels already. They grabbed that Ravager pack, they're grabbing some of the Foragers, and then they're triple pulling this Veximus platform. One of the big advantages of this Destro Lock is the amount of stuns that they get from Shadow Fury, Blasphemy, and Infernal. All of those stuns are incredibly powerful for a pull that's this size, and then you're coupling that with things like Shockwave, and then just the immense amount of damage that this Unholy DK is going to be doing here in just a couple of seconds, and this pack should absolutely melt.
Yeah, to some extent, the offense is one of the best CCs, right? Like, if you can just kill the mobs before you're out of AoE stuns and AoE, you know, in-cap roar and blinding sleet, those sorts of effects, then you don't need a permanent solution, right? You don't need kick orders or anything like that. If you can just kill the mobs before the AoE stuff runs out, then you are good, and you're not going to be limited in how many enemies you can pull all at once.
This is so messed up. Vale did too much damage. He didn't let Walpin fully ramp on the pack. Walpin surely could have broken 1 million DPS if Vale just let him ramp a little bit longer.
Yeah, that was pretty messed up, huh?
How do you like this pull into the boss? This is actually super scary for Levels.
Yeah, I mean, this is a sketchy combination of enemies. These enemies do a lot of random damage to random players in the group on a boss that is putting out a lot of DPS through Mana Bomb in particular. on other people in the group, right? So you can see Vale here, pretty aware of the danger that he's in, and using Dark Pact as he does get targeted by 2 abilities at once, right? And any 2 abilities at once here, I think, is cause for defensive use. If you don't do that, you're likely to die. The other point of danger on this pull is your tank. Your tank is dealing with the boss, and you're also dealing with those ads. The ads do quite a bit of tank damage, and the boss also restricts your movement in a lot of cases too. So it is a scary pull, and then Spiteful comes out after the mobs start dying, and that can be another way that you randomly get got.
I think that the Ellies in that pull that you have to interrupt are obviously the biggest point of contention with doing a pull that size. It's very dangerous. But I also think that the Foragers, if you get those coupled with the mana bombs, you can actually just die. Now, it is a 21 Tyrannical, so those Foragers aren't going to be doing insane amounts of damage, but you have some situations where players just drop super low from the mana bombs if they don't have any like strong personal available, and you actually do see the Rogue from Levels there. He didn't have anything, and he did end up dropping kind of low because of it. He could have popped his cloak if he really felt like he was in critical danger. But overall, Levels is looking really solid with the way that they are able to deal with this pack. It is very dangerous. I would not recommend doing this without an immense amount of coordination.
Yeah, Levels are going to be rewarded for this, though, with a little bit of extra count and killing the boss at almost exactly the same time as Lucky 7, right? 9-10% more even once these last couple of Foragers go down is going to be in favor of Levels. Lucky 7 looking not bad as well, though. They're coming in here with their cheat deaths all preserved, also their Last Resort and their cheat death still going to be available, so potentially they can go a little bit more aggressive later in the dungeon, although I suspect that's not the plan. I suspect Lucky 7 aren't trying to be as fast as Levels' potential best. I think they're trying to beat, Levels' mistakes, right, and to have a little bit more of a consistent strategy.
It's just like, dude, pulling those casters into this boss is just an outrageous pull, and it just opens you up to so many more variables for wiping, whereas Lucky 7, their first pull was still the triple Veximus platform, which is not something that you commonly see on live servers. It was already like a dangerous pull.
One of the nice things about the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well, you got Sigil of Silence for that pull, which is really clutch for getting it all set up. Levels, of course, they were able to handle it, but they needed to handle it with like coordinated rotation of different abilities from everybody else. But Sigil of Silence pretty much solos that for as long as it lives at this level with the Unholy DK and with the huge AoE that everybody's got. But here comes Levels. They are setting up a massive pull in this area. This is unbelievably aggressive from Levels. All of these enemies all at once, and Vale is ascending on that Destruction Warlock.
Something you have to actually watch out for here, too, is the Ravager once the pack starts to die, because the Ravager, whenever he hits you, he knocks you forward, and if you get knocked into Spiteful Shades, you can go down. As you see, Vale pre-drops that port. That's a super smart play, a very heads-up maneuver to not get knocked into Spiteful Shades. I saw a lot of people die during Spiteful Week just by the Ravager knocking them slightly into those mobs.
Beautifully done, though, by Levels. They've taken these enemies out, and I wonder if there's any of them left. If they've left like a pack or two, it can be good because you can use your Rogue to Tricks of the Trade your tank and then snap them over to your tank while they are working on this Guardian Elemental. It looks like that's not going to be the plan here for Levels, though. They're just going to fight the Guardian Sentry all by itself. Yeah. Lucky 7, on the other hand, there's at least 2 worms I can see off to the side that they are probably planning to bring up with them into the Guardian Sentry.
So we didn't cover this, but Lucky 7 did have a death, and they ended up blowing their battle res on Preservation. He ended up going down on the pull right before this. I didn't see exactly what it was to, but they did end up blowing that battle res. Now, that could come back to bite them a little bit later on in the dungeon if they have any other mistakes, but assuming if they play clean, they shouldn't even need that battle res, and then we just ended up losing 5 seconds. No big deal.
Yeah, the battle res in this dungeon, it's good. There's a lot of sketchy pulls. There are also a lot of wipes that a battle res wouldn't have saved you from in this dungeon, right? Like there's a lot of wipes where you go from everybody's alive to 3 people are dead within 1 global, so those are not the sort of wipes that you can recover with a battle res, but of course a lot of the ones that do happen, in theory a battle res could have saved you from. Alright, so Levels are now going to get started with birds.
What are these birds doing here?
Well, they're there to be a little bit extra count, a little bit of cooldown recovery time, perhaps as well.
Would you ever?
We've seen some strategies. Yeah, sometimes I think that's something that could be good. It does require a lot of finesse, right? A lot of movement around. That's the downside of setting up a snap to this platform in particular. Is it's a multi-step affair of going a long way away and bringing mobs with you, right?
In addition, because the mobs that Levels would have to bring over to this platform are the Lashers, in large part. And we know that like the Lashers plus like I guess they could snap the Skitterflies over here, but that would be also a little bit weird.
Yeah,
and we know that the Lashers.
I think taking one pack of
Skitterflies affair.
Taking one pack of Skitterflies out of the Overgrown Ancient room could be a good thing to do, but I don't think it's worth the travel time is the thing, because it also reduces your, like, if you can do that big pull in the Overgrown Ancient area, you actually would lose damage by taking enemies out of it, right? Like, you have quadratically scaling Unholy DK, right? I guess the amount of enemies is so absurdly high that maybe you don't even lose damage for taking some out of it at that point, but still, it's not like you need to speed up the dungeon, right? It would just make that pull maybe a little bit safer if you could take the Skitterflies out of it, but you could just avoid the Skitterflies and do them with boss as well, at least one pack of them. That's something that we see from time to time.
I think the Foragers, like if you're going to take something if you're going to take something and snap into something else, I think it's more likely than not going to be the Foragers into that Guardian Sentry. You could technically take some. I think some Echo Knights into like Overgrown Ancient is also a possibility from these teams. We did see a team perform that jump skip on that Preservation Evoker yesterday, and so that is definitely something that you can do to save you a lot of time.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options in this dungeon, and it's unclear as of yet what the best way to do this dungeon is, although there are definitely some good ideas here, and I do think the Unholy DK... I thought the Fire Mage looked really cool yesterday as well, but I think the Unholy DK, huge AoE blast plans on most of the bosses is probably going to end up being the best thing to do.
I mean, I think the Destro Lock is also... It kind of supplements that well. Now, it's not like a Shadow Priest where you're giving PI to the Unholy DK. It's not like a support... I don't want to say support DPS, because Shadow actually just does infinite damage on their own. But it's not like... It doesn't support the Unholy DK in the same way that Shadow Priest does. But, I mean, Destro Lock also is a primary carry in this dungeon.
Now, Vale looks like a Volpera there, but I suspect that's just the Atomic Recalibrator toy, because, you can see Stone Form on the cooldown bar. Actually, a few Volperas showing up there.
I can't believe he chose that rat.
Volpera, I've seen Volpera tanks can play it sometimes. That nose for trouble, reducing your damage at the start of pulls, actually can be pretty good for some tank specs.
When was the last time you saw that except for BFA, man? I haven't seen a Volpera tank in so long. Okay,
yeah, BFA.
It's been 2 expansions. Okay.
Oh, wow. Oh, feeling old now.
We had to cancel a Chaos Bolt. It's so sad for Vale.
Yeah, that's not what you hope to see for Levels, but they are well ahead on this boss encounter compared to Lucky 7, although not that far ahead. Again, Lucky 7 are doing a really good job of keeping this thing close and keeping this within one boss fight of Levels, so hugely impressive performance from Lucky 7. A team that was extremely low-seeded as well coming into this weekend.
That's what I was about to say.
Really, really good show.
So sometimes you don't really know what you're going to get out of, like, the 24th seeded team. Like, you get kind of a mixed bag. Lucky 7 has been insane. Like, they're a little bit slower with their strategies, but sometimes you have teams that will end up, having a decent amount of wipes or trying to play strategies that aren't super consistent for them. Lucky 7... They're consistent, right? I think that one of the big things, so on this Vintage Demon Hunter, they're also playing a little bit smaller packs, but I think that the biggest upside for them is that they're consistent, and they're keeping every match close. Like, they're within striking distance if a full wipe happens.
Not even necessarily a full wipe, potentially, like 50% of a boss
have a partial
bar,
wipe.
Just like a scuffed pull, maybe, and we're seeing a tied game, so... Levels now activating that second goal. That's usually something you want to delay on this fight for as long as you can, because it does start making people lose a lot of DPS to the wind. But right after you activate it, everybody can grab one of those orbs and give themselves a knockback immune and a bunch of haste for a while. So it can be really big if you use it at the perfect time, but as soon as those start expiring, it starts to be pretty unfortunate, right, as you start having to move between all your globals.
Yeah.
But Levels did a really good job of timing that such that the boss died basically when they lost those buffs, and they got full value.
You want a neat tip? So on the stairs there, fire doesn't normally spawn on the stairs at all. So you can actually either tank the boss or potentially just as a ranged DPS stand on the stairs and you don't have fire. And there are also these little, I guess what I call them notches on the room. if you like get pushed onto one of the notches, you actually don't get pushed by the wind anymore. Now, fire can spawn on you, so you'd have to like walk away from it. But those are 2 ways to actually mitigate those adverse effects on Groth.
Very cool. Here comes the big pull, though, for levels.
All right.
All the mobs coming
Does
together.
somebody break a million
it looks
DPS?
like just 3 skitterflies. I think that the million DPS is maybe a fire mage thing. We'll see, though, if Walpin can do it. 600k, 700k.
No lust. We need a lust, I think, to break a million. Come on!
Oh, yep.
Get there! Get in! Get in!
870.
Have one!
And it's going back down now. Unfortunate
we needed to
tournaments.
lust
Oh, look
for
at that death and decay. The tank moved the mobs out of the death and decay. 9 reports on Nubo Clap. I mean, sometimes you have to, right? You have to when the green swirlies come out, but unfortunate unfortunate experience there. They still have made very short work of this pack, though. A new death and decay is down. Only 2 lashers left anyways, so... Wow, very well done by Levels. That Unholy DK ending this pack at 500k DPS. That is impressive.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. And 3 skitterflies were indeed left untouched on the other side of the room. Those will get to come into boss.
Okay.
And give them a little bit of extra cleave during this start of the fight.
We have the extra clue from the skitterflies. How would you have felt about an Echo Knight pull here?
Yeah, I think that looked good yesterday out of... it was TEAMSWE that did that, right? And
I think
thought
so,
that was
yeah.
really cool. I'm excited to see some more teams experiment with that, but also, of course, the boss did end up resetting for them, so if I was another team, I would want to learn exactly what caused that and if there was something I could do to make sure that didn't happen, which I'm not 100% sure exactly what that does or doesn't involve anyways yet, so that's something that maybe you would solve between weekends rather than in the middle of one. All right, here comes the same pull, though, for Lucky 7. They are getting it all put together. Crest waiting maybe for these first swirlies to do his setup, and now here he goes. Starting that Unholy DK ramp. Oh, the mobs are out of the D&D, though. That's a little pain here.
Get them back in there.
It's expired.
No.
It's okay. 570k, not bad. 600. Don't mind if we do. What is this Feral Druid do? We got 2 Unholy DKs
call that in
for
the
Lucky 7.
industry.
I thought that was against the rules.
Where's
crazy.
their healer? What is their healer doing here? Their healer's in 3rd place in HPS. Can somebody please heal?
Yeah, their healer's in 3rd place in DPS, but also doing 130k DPS. Not bad. Not bad for old friends Ovation. Static, though, is nearly went in 2nd place on both damage and healing. That is a impressive place to be there. That Nature's Vigil coming in big.
Well, Dragonus, why are people playing Feral Druid in so many dungeons?
It does a lot of damage and healing.
Yeah, I mean that's the answer. Yeah, and it's especially good in like a dungeon like this, where it's
Yeah.
You
do get funnel out of the Feral Druid as well. Yeah, people. You get.
It's not the best funnel.
It's okay, right? You get free ferocious bites if you have a lot of rips out, right? And you primal wrath, apply a lot of rips, and then bang, bang,
it's Apex
bang,
Predator
bite,
procs.
bite, bite. Yeah.
Yeah, it's slightly worse funnel than Enhancement Shaman. I think it's slightly worse funnel than like Subtlety Rogue, but it's definitely pretty valuable. And then MDI teams are doing stuff where on live keys, more often than not, you're playing for overall, because that's the most important metric, of course, as a DPS, overall DPS. So you would never do this. But MDI teams, they'll just like primal wrap one time and then proceed to like spam bite one target down if they're the person who's supposed to be primarily focusing one mob.
All right, Levels have finished off the boss. They're going to use Shroud of Concealment here. 87%, so they need like 4 pulls in this area, 4 packs, or 3. It's going to be a sap. Nubo is out getting some mobs.
Oh, I'm down with the gate. I like the gate.
Another nice piece of Warlock utility. Gate, here comes Soulstone. the pre-Soulstone. I love this. They know
here.
what causes the wipe here, and they I assume in practice have wiped to that before and have added in that Soulstone Global. All right, Lucky 7 are having their Enhancement Shaman actually, or not Enhancement Shaman, but their player previously playing Enhancement Shaman, now playing Feral Druid going down. No Ankh available there, so it is going to need to be a battle res as a result. That's Lucky 7's second battle res used, but here goes Levels with that big pull. Unholy DK once again getting to do some big damage. The danger on this pull tends to be the boss gripping everybody in while either Spiteful Shades, Astral Whirlwind, something else is going on, right?
In my experience, the danger on this fight is kind of zoning out for a second and then getting shot down by the Astral Breath.
Yeah, that also happens. Astral Breath, if you're far away from the boss, you need to move as soon as it goes, as soon as it starts, right? Or else you are going to get hit by that.
Yeah. All right. Oh, Levels is doing a great job kiting out those Spiteful Shades, like you were saying. This is kind of annoying for melee, right? They're losing a decent amount of melee uptime every single time a Spiteful Shade has them fixated. But with the way that they're removing the boss, that hopefully should allow them to get most of their melee uptime and not be forced off the boss in some capacity.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. They have taken out the enemies, and so they're at 100% count. And it's just going to be 50% of the boss that's standing between them and survival in this tournament. Lucky 7, on the other hand, really are hoping for something to go wrong for Levels. They're starting up their next pull. No Shroud needed. Actually, yeah, it looks like they're just going to be taking all of this. Are they going to go into the boss room? Here comes a Quake. Ooh, a lot of damage landing on their tank, and they are going to line a sight at least around the side.
We
not into the
Sigil
boss
Silence
just
pretty
yet.
early. Yeah. I think that the Sigil of Silence early, like if he was looking to save it, that would have helped him. Their Feral Druid goes down for the side of Lucky 7. That's
battle
not
res.
great. They do. Oh, did he release? Oh no. That's
Yeah, they don't have
really
a battle res. They
unfortunate
used
for
2
them.
battle reses already, as we mentioned earlier. So they are now going to have to just do their best to handle this pull. But down a Feral Druid, it's just going to be the Rogue and the DK trying to carry it. Either way, it's going to end up being a moot point because Levels are looking like they are closing in on the finish line here. But yeah, this pull starting to go wrong here for Lucky 7. Prenzo, oh, the final Arcane Missile takes him out as well. Crest already gone down on the DK2, so it's just 2 players left trying to finish off this pull. And there's another Sigil of Silence, buying them a little bit of a reprieve. Fell Devastation also,
I
but
think
Last Resort has been used.
Our Feral Druid's
I
going
think
to
they
get
win
back here
this.
in just a couple of seconds, right? Yeah, I think we win these.
Well, in a sense, we win this. In another very real sense, we do lose, though, as the other team is killing the last boss. That's going to be the end of the game and the series here with a 2-0 for Levels, but very well played by Lucky 7. Was impressed with their run here. Everything was looking super good and super clean as well, up until it sort of fell apart here on this very last pull.
E7, but Levels takes a 2-0 victory. I believe they beat their old Algathar Academy time from yesterday by like 5 seconds or so. I'll have to go back and check to see exactly what it was. But slight improvement, but either way it was enough to get them the win and get the 2-0. But yeah, it's cool to see teams like Lucky 7s come in and say, hey, we're just trying to qualify. We just played time trials for fun. They ended up being good enough to make it. And although they're our first team to exit from Group A, they certainly put on an admirable performance. And hopefully we'll get to see them again at Last Chance.
I think that this was what we needed to see out of Levels. So for Lucky 7, I thought that they played, honestly, a lot better than expected. I think that they played up to their seeding. I thought that they looked pretty solid for
Well
an 8th seed.
above
I mean, this
it.
is
Yeah.
about what... Yeah, I thought they played well above their seeding, so I was very happy with what we were seeing out of them. For Levels, this is what we needed to see from them as well, where it was like, we knew that they had good strategies, we knew that they had good damage and a fairly solid meta read. We just needed them to kind of get everything in line and not have any of these like catastrophic mistakes like we saw yesterday. And that's what we saw in this first match. And I think that we're going to see good things coming out of them in this next series. Well, they're not playing the next series, but later today, the next series that they're playing.
Yeah, they'll play against Legendary a little bit later.
I was very impressed as well. Here I think you're going to see the death from Prenzo on... This was the first death and cost them their first battle res. Ended up just being targeted by so many different abilities here. And... Yeah, look at that, just getting bullied.
Yep.
And then, like you said, the Ravager ended up doing it.
That happens on those packs. Yep.
Dude, I'm telling you, that Ravager, okay, it's the knock from the Ravager. It's just so, it's like really a low-key thing. He just knocks you forward like 5 yards, but he got knocked into the rain. It's just like, all right, man.
Yeah.
So then you're in the mosh pit and you're like, I did not want to be here.
The old 1-2, yeah. Here's some tech you can use against that Guardian Elemental. People can stay in if they know they can live, and you just get yourself knocked against one of these pillars. Then yeah, Croth ended up going down with really good timing. You can see everybody still had their haste buffs just until the last couple of % for Levels. And this was the big pull. You can see Walpin's DPS there over on the right-hand side. If you missed it, it was a little bit over 800k for a while there, so pretty cool. Pretty good stuff out of the Unholy DK. Still has yet to beat the Fire Mage record. Because I don't think an Unholy DK has gone over 1 mil. I think it's only been the Fire Mage that's done that.
Well, it's also
Well, the
only the
weekend is
Fire
young,
Mage who
Granos.
lusted this first pull, right? Like
That's fair.
What
yeah,
are
the Bloodlust wasn't committed to this.
Yeah,
I think
it's like,
Coward
all
Vision
right,
as well, probably. Yeah.
asterisk, we bloodlusted this pull, but he did.
No
he does have
asterisk.
the
Come on,
record.
We're looking at overall damage snapshots. No asterisks need to get involved in this. This is
Yeah, can we see the end of dungeon screen again, or not the end of dungeon screen? Can we see like the damage meter screen again? I want to see how much damage Walpen, Walpen did in this dungeon. Ooh, almost 200k. Not bad.
Yeah, pretty solid there. I do think, though, that I agree with your overall take, Tettles, that what we really needed to see was that 0 deaths column, right? 0 deaths out of levels in this dungeon, looking clean in the Ruby life pools as well. Exactly the kind of dungeons that they... I mean, if they'd had these yesterday, they wouldn't be in the lower bracket, right? They would be still upstairs, but unfortunately, not something that worked out for them against TEAMSWE. I guess they wouldn't be in the lower bracket because they probably would have still lost to Echo and where TEAMSWE did, but it would have at least been one more match in the upper bracket. So yeah. That was a good showing out of them.
They've got a chance to get back up there again if they can make it all the way through the lower bracket. It's going to be a tough opponent next for Levels though, in Legendary. That's who they're going to take on a little bit later today. But less later today, if that makes sense. Our next match that we're going to see is our lower bracket match of Apes Together Strong taking on RESETOUILLES. Both of those teams, one ran into Legendary, one ran into Sloth, so both running into strong opponents as well. Now the question is, how well do they match up against each other? We're going to find out soon. Before we go to break, though, anyone want to make any bold predictions for who makes it through with these next two teams? RESETOUILLES, I feel like, is where a lot of people lean, but...
Yeah, Apes Together Strong has played together for a while now. This is their second MDI playing together. But RESETOUILLES should be favorited just in terms of like seeding, right? Because RESETOUILLES was the 18th seed coming into this weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
I think after what we saw yesterday, I think that I would still give the edge to RESETOUILLES. But I think that like Apes Together Strong's synergy and the fact that they have played MDIs together should definitely put them in a position where they're capable of being able to upset RESETOUILLES here.
Yeah, they might be coming into this one with a little bit less practice because they were kind of a last-minute add, but like you said, they do have the experience. They've been around before in the MDI, so they were my wild card, I believe. But we'll have to wait and see. Quick break, and when we come back, Apes Together Strong versus RESETOUILLES here on MDI. Best team names in esports.
Huh.
Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doa here along with Zyronic and Nagura as we get ready for our final first match of the lower bracket. There's still 2 more after this, but it's our final early, I don't know, quarter, final round, whatever it is. It's going to be Apes Together Strong versus RESETOUILLES. It's a battle for elimination. Like we said before the break, both of these teams ended up against strong opponents in their first matches of the weekend. One against Sloth, one against Legendary. Now they face each other. What do you think coming into this one, Zyronic? This one's a little bit trickier to call. It seems like RESETOUILLES maybe with a bit of an edge, but Apes Together Strong, like we said earlier, they got a little bit more experience in MDI anyway.
Yeah, I think something that's been like drowned out all weekend by how good Echo and Sloth has been is how like actual polished all 8 teams have looked. I think like every single one of the teams has looked, for the most part, relatively clean outside of a couple pretty bad wipes. We've seen snapping strategies in Algathar Academy, which isn't something you typically see done on live by actually both of these 2 teams. I mean, generally speaking, the competition has been pretty good, and these 2 teams, like you mentioned, are going to be pretty close together. If I had to say who I think would win, I'd probably give just a very slight edge to RESETOUILLES. They're a higher-ranked team, but we have the bans in here. We can see that RESETOUILLES banned the Ruby Life Pools away, and we had the Algathar ban from Apes Together Strong, so we're not going to see that again here. Instead, we're going to see Halls of Valor and Temple for our second and third matches if we get there, but unfortunately, we're starting off with the longest dungeon in the series, which has plenty of room for mistakes, the not good offensive. It's going to be a sanguine battle between the teams, man. It's going to be a long, arduous dungeon for these 2.
Wow, Zyronic just dropping the unfortunately. He's taking a stand. Anti-Naku defensive caster here, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, No Code Offensive is definitely a very long dungeon. They also, as we talked about the Sanguine, and both of these teams actually have played No Code Offensive already, and both of them had 12 and 13 death each. Just lots of issues on that third boss area, with just, you know, tank going down and everyone else following immediately afterwards. It's also, I believe, RESETOUILLES that is playing without a Battle Rest class. So whenever they do make any sort of mistakes, it's really hard for them to recover. So we'll see if they play the same comp or if they decided to do something different. I would be excited to see the Fire Mage and the Brewmaster again, because I feel like it worked out pretty well for RESETOUILLES. And I think RESETOUILLES also has, in my opinion, like one of the better like routes that I've seen in some of the dungeons. For example, in Algathar Academy, and I think that's maybe why Apes Together Strong banned that dungeon, because even though RESETOUILLES lost, I think they had a very comparable time to like TEAMSWE, for example, and they're a higher seeded team. So yeah, I think RESETOUILLES is gonna do pretty well. Apes Together Strong, on the other hand, haven't seen anything like too crazy for them yet, but I mean, there's always room for them to improve.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of those things where like Apes Together Strong just feels like they need a little bit more polish time, right? They feel like they're still kind of shaking off the rust a little bit. You know, maybe they got some practice in last night before the matches. Now, hopefully they got some sleep as well, but we'll find out soon.
Yeah, so going back to the RESETOUILLES thing, like they are pretty much just playing comfort picks all yesterday, right? We saw, like you said, the Brewmaster, Monk, Fire Mage, and they just played it in every dungeon. And honestly, like, if you're not somebody that's one of the super high-end cutting-edge teams like Echo, like, you know, like Monka, like Sloth, it makes sense to just play comfort picks. And they actually looked really comfortable yesterday when they were playing. They were just playing against a team that was way more experienced than they were. I think just playing comfort picks like that, playing clean, playing strong routes, they could definitely make a little bit of a run on the lower bracket today. Now, of course, they'd have to win 2 matches to get through to tomorrow, but, you know, got to start off somewhere. And you can see they are still sticking with that comfort comp. They've got the Brewmaster, they've got the Fire Mage, Shadow Priest to help augment the Fire Mage damage, and, you know, playing, you know, just a solid third pick in the Rogue. So we'll see how it works out for him.
Yeah, we will see as both those teams gather up that first pool. We do have no DKs in either of those teams, which definitely is going to make Sanguine a little bit more difficult. We do have other displacements, of course, from the Feral. We have displacements from Ring of Peace, from the Monk, and also Nox from the Evoker, stuff like that. So they do have tools, but Grip, of course, just being a little bit easier. And we can see already a lot of Sanguine Heal coming in for Apes Together Strong, as some of these longbows just take a bath in that Sanguine pool.
Man, that's a lot of healing. That's 6 million healing. That's That's their entire tank's worth of damage right now that just got healed up. That's really unfortunate. And unfortunately, that's going to be the thing that this dungeon comes down to, I feel like, for teams that aren't as, like, you know, experienced on MDI-style level pulls with Sanguine, because it's really, really difficult, especially with the comps they've chosen that don't have nearly as many tools to move mobs out of Sanguine. It'll be difficult for them to be, you know, as good as the top-end teams at doing that. Like, for instance, you already mentioned they don't have a DK. What's DK known for? What's, like, their main ability that everyone always thinks of with DK? You know, Death Grip, really good for moving mobs out of Sanguine, especially if it's a caster or one of these longbowmen. So, yeah, you can already see this first pull. Wow, that number has even... it's gone up even higher now. It's almost at 12 million healing done. That is the entire DH damage bar almost. That's rough.
137k HPS. I mean, that is kind of crazy. Wonder if they stream. Anyway, RESETOUILLES not having as many issues with Sanguine on their side. Thankfully, they're already about to finish off that second Lance Master, so they only have one more group left to do before the boss spawns. We'll see if they decide to pull some of the patrol trash on top of the boss as well, which we've seen some other teams do. Of course, a little bit dangerous with Sanguine again, because healing the boss is definitely not something you want to do in a 22 tyrannical. That would set them back a lot. But there we go. Last Lance Master has been engaged by RESETOUILLES. They did pull some of the trash on top of it. And they're dealing with the War Spears and the bleed and the fixate of the bird pretty well so far. I've seen some CC come in, and otherwise it's just going to be the Priest or the Mage just tanking it. Mage, of course, having Ice Block to remove some of those bleed effects from the War Spear. Other than that, they do not have the Evoker to cauterize the bleed effect off of the ranged. But it's definitely healable as long as you don't have 2 or 3 stacks of that one. Well,
also of note is that every single player on RESETOUILLES is a dwarf, right? So that if they get a bleed, they can just, you know, use that button, just remove it entirely. So that's pretty useful as well. Whereas Apes Together is strong. All their DPS are playing Night Elf instead. So I wonder what the reasoning for that could be on their end, because that's actually a huge difference in terms of, you know, racial choice. But RESETOUILLES has been making much, much better time over Apes Together Strong. I believe Apes Together Strong also pulled an extra trash back in, so they'll have a little more trash count. RESETOUILLES already onto the boss here, and they'll be moving ahead in the dungeon a lot more quickly. As honestly, I feel like their comp is just slightly more in the meta right now in terms of the damage output it can do. Havoc Demon Hunter, while it's definitely like a popular choice for live key pushes right now, and just a relatively solid DPS option in general, it really kind of pales in comparisons to the super high-end tier of specs right now in what they can output. We saw in that very first poll that it was pretty significantly below the Feral Druid and the Shadow Priest on their team, and also below all 3 specs on RESETOUILLES. So hopefully that doesn't put them too far behind, but we'll have to see, because there's still a lot of dungeon left. Yep, they're sheepable. Yeah. I mean, they are sheepable, but good luck getting your mage to do that when they're in combust. Man, where is this Sanguine healing coming from for Apes Together Strong? I guess they must have changed the previous pack into the boss here, because you can still see they have 6 million Sanguinicer healing done. That's I mean, if you add up the amount of Sanguine healing they've had in just this first section of the dungeon alone, they really only have, dude, almost like, what, 20 million healing done? Like, that is a ridiculous amount. And I mean, it's not like they don't have the tools to fix it, right? Feral Druid still does have the knockback, I believe, right? Is that that's on the base tree? Okay. I'd imagine it's a must-take for Sanguine Week, right? So they have that available. But I guess the only other thing they have is the knockback from the Evoker.
I might have been muted and you just talked to yourself for a while.
Oh,
I'm
no.
sorry. I unmuted myself in Unity. Either way, I am back. I did quickly mention, since we were talking about talents and about Typhoon, that you guys can also check out the players' talents with the extension that we have. So if you mouse over the left side of the Twitch stream, you'll see something pop out. You can click on it. You'll see all of the talents, all of the item choices, and all that for the players. So if you're ever curious on what these players are running, then go ahead and check that out. But RESETOUILLES now in that Raging Tempest area, and they pulled some extra trash on top of this waterfall pool. Waterfall pool, usually the most dangerous one in this area, just because there's so many casters in there. You can see all of these storm bolts going off. Some of the storm bolt mobs are disruptible. You can stun them or displace them to interrupt them, but then the mini bosses themselves, they're not. And you can see there's one of them actually standing in Sanguine. Thankfully, they did manage to drag it out though before it started to heal.
Yeah, that's one of the things the Shaman is actually a pretty solid pick for, right? I mean, they have the same knockback cooldown as Evoker, if I'm not mistaken, if you fully spec into it as an Evoker, but Thunderstorm is a great tool for knocking things out of Sanguine, and of course they've got Blast Wave from the Mage, and I believe also Ring of Peace from the Brewmaster too, right? So they have a lot of great tools of moving things out of Sanguine if they really, really need to. And they've been doing a good job. Sanguine's only popped up on their healing meter a couple times, and it hasn't been nearly as prevalent as it has been for Apes Together Strong. So RESETOUILLES is definitely doing a good job of just slowly making their way through this dungeon without making any major mistakes whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely doing a very good job. Very solid run by RESETOUILLES so far. And, I mean, the last time where they had issues was the third boss area. So we'll see if they manage to do it a little bit cleaner. But yeah, definitely had lots of problems there with that MS effect that mobs do there. Just lots of damage onto the tank. That can be very, very dangerous. But there we go. They're just moving on using their dragon riding mounts. As soon as they drop combat, none of these affixes actually slow them down with that. That's something that can be really annoying in no-code offensive. If you have something like Spiteful or Bursting, and it doesn't allow you to mount up immediately after the trash pull is that. Can be pretty annoying, but none of those affixes here this time around, and we see Apes Together Strong now also made it to that Raging Tempest area.
Yeah, something I want to look at the end of the dungeon, hopefully you can remember this, is I want to see what the overall damage meters look like. I mean, it's going to be hard to draw a comparison to some of the higher end runs because, for instance, like Echo pulls 2 or 3 trash packs at a time at certain points. Oh, wow, hold on, FTM goes down. What was that, too? Was it just one cast? There's no way it was just one cast going on. It was one cast plus the totem explosion. It has to have been because it's tyrannical, right? He just got like one shot. Fortunately, you have a battle res, but like, man, that was rough.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage on that Evoker. We also have Explosive, right? So sometimes a combination of all of those abilities can kill you very easily. Not sure if that's what happened there, but yeah, all these storm bolts as well can do a lot of damage. As you said, none of them should technically one-shot you in a 22 Tyrannical, but still very dangerous in combo with anything else that is going on here. But wow, Depsy actually also dropping incredibly low on that Prod Warrior. RESETOUILLES though, they are finishing off that patrol, the Thunder Beast. We've seen some teams completely skip the patrol and just not deal with it at all, which makes the boss fight a little bit harder because you have to try to not pull it while you're fighting the boss because it patrols around the Raging Tempest. But it looks like RESETOUILLES is just dealing with it. Apes Together Strong having some problems though.
Yeah, pulling that Thundercaller into the 3-pack, Stormcaller Oru is like, yeah, almost completely wiped them here. Fortunately, their healer was out of combat and is going to be able to get a res off, but man, that's... Well, actually, did they just release? They might have just released. Yeah, I think they just released and are flying back. That is a huge, huge time loss, and they were already so far behind. They were almost already an entire trash pack behind now. And this is going to open the gap for them even further here. RESETOUILLES already onto the Raging Tempest here, and we're going to see them really, really pull ahead here. They do have the Bloodlust coming up. I wonder if they're just going to pop it here. It would make sense for them to, right?
I think so. I mean, unless they're scared of a trash pull coming up next, but nope, they're not. As they are using their Bloodlust, as soon as it came up, we also see the Combust from the Mage, and basically all other cooldowns coming out as well from the damage dealers. No PI ready just yet, but I do think PI is a little bit overkill anyway when you have Bloodlust running, right, for the Fire Mage?
Yeah, it's not completely overkill, but I mean, it definitely... it's pretty good. I mean, fire mages can almost use any amount of haste. The only time haste is like overcap for fire mage is when you get to GCD cap, and that doesn't really happen unless you had 20 stacks of the buff last season in Mythic Plus. But it's not that big of a deal. Dude, Lust when you have a mage in your group, Lust is like, it feels like the mage is holding your Lust cooldown hostage, and you almost want to like always have a second Bloodlust class available, because mages are taking that talent that makes it so that they can hit Lust again whenever they press it. I think, what's it called? I think it's Time Anomaly or Temporal Warp, one of those two. So you can essentially double Lust, and whenever the Lust cooldown comes back off cooldown, you can just press it again even though you have the sated debuff, and they will want to do that on cooldown every time, which means that their Lust cooldown won't be back up whenever Lust comes up for the rest of the team. So if you're ever in a group with a mage, Lust comes up, and you see them use drums, that's probably why. But I have to stop the segue. Depsy's gone down again for Apes Together Strong on the same Thundercaller pull. The same Thunder Beast has claimed another life. They have a battle res for him. But man, this is just causing so many issues for them.
Yeah, definitely not going as well as they've planned on Apes Together's side, as now they're completely out of battle rests for 8 minutes. That means that nothing really can go wrong anymore for them, as they're still just kiting out this Thunder Beast, plus that Storm Shield. And I mean, the Storm Shield mobs can actually do a lot of damage to tanks because of that extra magic damage that they're doing, right? We do see Spell Block being up right now, so it should be fine for now. But yeah, that can definitely cause some issues on those mobs, on top of all of the casts, of course, that might go through if you're putting it on top of another trash pack. There we go, Raging Tempest now also engaged by Apes Together Strong. Bloodlust being used immediately as soon as they pull. They're not waiting for any of those stacks to be gathered up by the damage dealers, but they had Thundering going on at the same time, so they had the damage increase from that. So I guess that's why they decided to just immediately pop it. But yeah, RESETOUILLES now done. Now they're moving to that most dangerous area, in my opinion, when it comes to Noko defensive, especially with these MDI pulls. We've been talking about it a lot, just lots of things going on in this area. It's dangerous with Sanguine, I have to deal with that. On top of that, the tank is just taking a lot of damage. You have to shed their soul, where you have to run around, pick up your soul, otherwise you're not doing any damage or healing. And yeah, just so many things can go wrong here, really.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is kind of the spot where Apes Together Strong could technically pull back into the dungeon. If they're able to keep their Sanguine management in their next section clean and RESETOUILLES has problems, we could easily see time being made up here, because there are so many casters in this area, like you just mentioned. In addition to that, the other affix, Explosive, making these pulls so much more hectic than usual. It just creates so many problems for the entire team. You can see them just using every single ability just to make sure Sanguine is an issue. Even the Ring of Peace coming down from their tank to move dying mobs away from the group. They did pull these Ohunas in late, so they're going to have to be careful about moving them out of Sanguine as mobs die, and they're only going to be killing 3 mobs after the fact, which isn't ideal. Maybe they drag these into another pack, but that again comes with the issue of having low HP mobs dropping Sanguine right at the start of a new pack. So I could just see them finishing off these 3 mobs here for safety.
Yeah, looks like that is what they're doing here to make sure that Sanguine is not going to be an issue. Never mind, just so sad that we are engaging another pack as the Brewmaster Monk is picking something else up. I wonder if they maybe pull even more. Or I guess another thing is that maybe RESETOUILLES actually knows that Apes Together Strong had some issues and that they're pretty far ahead. And maybe they're just trying to go a little bit slower in this area. Because, as I talked about earlier, they did have mistakes here the last time. They ended up having 2 full wipes, gathered up 13 deaths in total in this area the last time that they played this dungeon. So maybe now that they know they're a little bit ahead, they can actually go a little bit slower. But I don't think they're that far ahead that they can just do everything like one by one, right? So they definitely have to go decently fast, because if Apes Together Strong gets to this area and they decide to do those insane pulls and somehow pull them off, then all of a sudden RESETOUILLES would be in trouble again. So we'll see. Apes Together Strong now done with the boss as well, so they have their opportunity to catch up if they do some bigger pulls in this area now.
I could physically feel the pain that Phil was in at the end of that 3-pack they were finishing off, those 3 Ohunas before they pulled into this pack. His combustion was off cooldown the entire time. But one of the biggest problems with Fire Mage is that it's such a cooldown dependent class, and combustion is such like a tempo reliant ability. Like when you hit combust, you want to make sure you use the entire combust, because crits reduce the cooldown of your next combustion, and then of course your Pyroblasts also give you Sun King's Blessing procs, which gives you more combustion time. And you really want to try to just roll your combustion into more combustion uptime. So if you see a pack of 3 mobs at 50% HP and your combustion comes off cooldown, you're like, I'm not going to hit my button on this pack. But man, it sucks to have to hold that button because you're doing almost no damage outside of combust. It's a rough one to watch. It's happening here again. Look, packs at 50%, he's not going to hit that combust. he can't. And look how much damage he's doing.
Now I see the real reason why we don't see more mages. It's because the packs die in the worst moment possible, and they never manage to get there to use their combustion cooldown.
What is going on right now? What was that?
Wait, what happened?
Did you not see that? Was I the only one that saw that?
What happened?
They have to show it again. I can't really describe what I saw. There you are.
All right, Thank you, production. Now I saw it. Yeah, I love no. I mean, to be fair, I do like playing this dungeon just because I think Moonkin is pretty good in here, especially in hierarchies. There's just so many big pulls you can do and so many Starfires and Starfalls you can press. But the problem with the MDI style pulls, the one thing that I haven't seen so far in this dungeon is much variety, right? The fact that they have to pull 12 specific trash pulls to spawn bosses just gives this dungeon very little room for creativity when it comes to routes for the MDI. And so far I haven't seen anything super insane yet in this dungeon. And that's what I'm hoping for when I'm watching the MDI, right? So that's why I'm not the biggest fan of No Code Offensive for the MDI specifically. But maybe they surprise me, maybe there's going to be something crazy we see soon. Maybe they come up with some special strat. Please.
Yeah, no, we definitely need to start. We need some Gigabrain team in the next weekends to find a way to snap these mobs together. It's just, man, it's just so slow pulling mini boss to mini boss like this, and there's really not that much room for improvisation, right? These trash packs, they're rough to pull in. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully someone can figure that out. But working with what we got here, the teams are going through. FTM goes down for Apes Together Strong here, into a death from Caesar as well. Looks like they're going to have to release. Yeah, this is going to be a wipe from them. There's no way they can kite this out, I don't think, unless they get out of there quickly. Dude, he even drops the mana Grief Torch, even though he knows he's about
Grief
to
Torch. I mean, Grief Torch is pretty strong, but I don't think he can solo the rest of this pack when it's on 80% HP. But it was a valid effort by Dempsey there from Apes Together Strong. As, unfortunately, having that full wipe gonna cost him a lot of time. They have to fly all the way back. They, of course, don't have that battle rest back up still. They had to use so many rests in that storm area. They will have another one in a little bit less than a minute, but until then, they can't have any more mistakes. RESETOUILLES, though, they are now at 90% trash. We do see the Shadow Priest starting that RP. You have to move a little bit closer to that boss for it to start, and then the boss will spawn in just a second. And while they wait for the boss to spawn, they're gonna just finish the rest of the trash that they still need. I don't remember if RESETOUILLES actually pulled 100% trash here before going to the last area, or if they just decided to pull something at the end.
I don't remember either. Looking at this trash pack, they're going to have to pull something at the end if that's all they pull. This isn't 10% trash count on its own. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's obviously options, right? We've seen the 2 mini bosses pulled with the boss. We've seen the 5-pack pulled with the boss. I did see a diamond marker on one of the trash packs behind them, so maybe they could just finish off their trash count here before they head into the boss. Nope, they're just going to the boss. Okay, fair enough.
All right, so we don't want that extra 5%. But yeah, that'll be enough, right? So they either pull the 2 mini bosses, or they pull a trash pack. We've seen other teams pull as well. Either of those pulls can be dangerous, and I wonder if RESETOUILLES maybe just pulls it instead of pulling it onto the boss, on the last boss, I mean, of course. Maybe they just pull it like that, because at this point they're pretty far ahead, because we have this full team wipe coming in from Apes Together Strong. So and there's a delay, of course, on the stream, so they won't know immediately whenever something happens to their team, but they will know at this point, right? So technically speaking, the last dangerous pull for RESETOUILLES is going to be that trash on top of the last boss. And I think they definitely have enough time to just say, hey, we don't have to do this anymore. Let's just play it safe, play it off the boss. But we'll see what they do. First of all, they have to deal with Terra and Maruk.
Honestly, they have a pretty good They have a pretty good composition, I guess, for this boss, I would say. Like, they don't have the Destro Lock, which would probably be the best class on this boss. But they've got pretty good two-target cleave, so... you know... Two-target cleave is pretty good for Destro.
Yeah.
You know...
Frost Mage.
Frost Mage is
Weren't they good at
surprisingly
two
not
targets?
that good on this boss. I don't know
Really?
what it is. I feel like Frost Mage 2-target got just destroyed. So much of their damage profile is put into Icicles now because of how good Mastery is for them and how many free Icicles you get from your talent tree. Like, they're mainly single-target focused. The 2-target is just like a very small side benefit for them now. It's really weird.
What about Frost DK?
Oh, I don't know
You get
anything
it to
about
targets?
DKs. You'd have to get Mix out here for that one.
I can't believe I'm starting the DK talk when Make's not here. My bad. But Apes Together Strong, unfortunately, having some Sanguine heal going off on their trash pool. Almost 3 million healing going off on one of those deaf speakers, I presume. They're almost done with their trash, though. So they're going to be starting the boss fight in just a second on their side as well. So even though they did have the big vibe earlier, they're not incredibly far behind. So there's still room for them to catch up if RESETOUILLES makes more mistakes, because we see the mage already going down for their side. They don't have a classic and battle res, so they're going to have to use that engineering res, and we can see the Shadow Priest actually casting it right there. So yeah, some mistakes for RESETOUILLES could cost Apes Together Strong to actually be able to still catch up. So they have to stay focused on their side.
I mean, at this point, people are going to say that I'm trying to cast a curse, and I promise you I'm not, but legitimately the only way Apes Together Strong comes back in this dungeon is if RESETOUILLES has a full wipe on a boss right now. It's a 22 tyrannical dungeon key. RESETOUILLES is about to finish the third boss. Apes Together Strong hasn't even pulled it yet, right? And you can look at the damage meters there for RESETOUILLES. This is a 3-minute encounter for them. That is a massive advantage. They have a 3-minute advantage on Apes Together Strong, minus a little bit of extra trash count. RESETOUILLES has to wipe on the last boss for Apes Together Strong to come back. There's just no rhyme or reason about it. That's it. So, I mean, they just really need to play safe. They do not have to go for the trash pull into the boss. And yeah, you can see they're playing it safe. They're going to go for that 5-pack that they had marked up earlier on. So, there you go.
I like that. I really like this decision by RESETOUILLES. They don't have to risk anything at all. And they're just going to get that last trash pack done here for that last 5% they didn't need. And then all they have to do is Belak Arcan. They will still have to skip the 2 mini-bosses. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, they're definitely going to skip it, right? There's no reason for them to not do that. They do have the Rogue with Vanish. They don't have any Shadow Melt, so it will have to be the Rogue that commits the Vanish for that skip. But that shouldn't be a problem for them at all.
Yep, here we go. Also, I love how this skip was dubbed the Lorgok skip for a while, because he was farming this dungeon on stream for Feather for such a long time, and people saw him start to do this. I don't know who figured this out, but the Lorgok skip is definitely something that has been integrated into this dungeon. I'm glad they didn't fix it, because it's so useful to get around all that extra trash.
Yeah, I like it as well, and the fact that I guess multiple classes can do it with Shadow Melt as well, just with a racial. It's really nice. It would be bad if it only rogues could do it, right? Because I hate it when rogues have a utility that is required or that is very useful, because we already have Shroud on them, right? So, but yeah, it's nice that other classes can do it as well. It looks like, did they manage to pull it off? Oh, okay, there we go. The Greater Invis coming out of the Mage. So it was actually the Mage that did the skip instead of the Rogue with Greater Invis, and it worked out just fine.
I cannot believe the Subtlety Rogue just egoed the Mage to use his G-Invis to reset that trash when he has 2 charges of Vanish. Man.
To be fair, for rogues it's a bit more annoying to do it, right? Because they have to, they're melee. I'm not sure if they have any good ranged abilities to throw at these mobs to pull them, or if they just have to run into them or something. I guess it could be a bit annoying.
Actually unreal. Just melee. I won't go there. Never mind. Moving on.
And they need the Vanish stacks to skip the Static Sphere in the last phase, right?
Well, you can use G-Invis on that too.
That is true.
You can't use... Well, you actually can use regular invis, but you have to time it really carefully, because you need the actual invis to go off when he starts casting on you. There's like a 3-second delay to to when regular invis drops combat. It's really weird.
Okay, you know what? I'm on your side now.
Thank you.
The rogue
we ranged
the rogue
players
is
gotta
just
stick together.
toxic. Yeah, I agree.
Amen.
Also, I mean, there's an awful lack of moonkins in this MDI, yeah? I have a
Thank
feeling that moonkins need a little bit of a buff.
Oh
Because,
no,
I mean-
Retro!
Oh!
Retro down!
Retro going down! They didn't need to use an engineering rest
Where
to
they
get
have
him back
the
up. This might be a
engineering
little bit
res?
of a problem. Thankfully, they're in
Okay,
the
the priest
intermission,
got it off.
though.
Priest got it off. They got it.
There we go. I think they might be able to... Okay, that was probably the
They even-
best moment to die. Because the intermission phase, you don't have the boss active. It's only the Storm Bolts that are being casted by these ads. So, really good time for them to use the rest. And I think they even stopped damage on the ads until they had the rest go off. But actually, there's someone else going down. The Shadow Priest going down. They have to use another engineering rest to get them back up. But they're actually having some issues now. They
No
had
res is
to
left.
use the Bloodlust for the intermission phase, too.
That's okay, the mage got his
Yeah,
real
so-
second bloodlust on the boss here, so they're happy. This is scary though. Disperse being used to make sure the Strike Spear doesn't one-shot the priest, but it's going to go off on the entire group. Really unfortunate that it didn't go on the rogue or the mage, because like we said earlier, they could either vanish or invis that off and cause nobody to take any damage there, which would have been nice to help, catch up a little bit there and keep everyone nice and healthy. Hopefully it goes on one of them next, because this phase is going to last a long time. Look at how much damage that debuff does when it goes out on everybody. This is a rough one. Also, this is just hell for Mage. Look at that. Goes down.
Oh my
He was
God.
trying to get his Pyro off for the SKB proc, but he just took a lightning bolt to the face, and they don't have a battle res for him, so they're going to be in this phase forever. Another Static Spear not going on the rogue, so they can't vanish it off. He's going to have to find a way to stay alive here. Goes off, does a lot of damage to everyone, but no one-shots coming out here. Very fortunate for them, but they're going to be in this phase for a long, long time. And look at this, Nagura Apes Together Strong is now also onto the final boss, into that intermission phase. Can they maybe catch up at the last second here? There are 25 seconds of death timers that they also have to eat through, so they're going to have to finish this boss off 25 seconds faster than RESETOUILLES. Not out of the question with the player down for RESETOUILLES, though.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference between these two comps is the fact that they have Spell Reflect, right, on Apes Together Strong. And Spell Reflect is so much damage. So much single target damage. RESETOUILLES does not have that available to them. And they have one damage dealer that. You can see how slowly this boss is dropping. Plus they have a ranged DPS that constantly has to dodge these swirlies with that Shadow Priest. So barely getting any damage out. Apes Together Strong now in that last phase as well on their side. They don't have Bloodlust available, but they have that Spell Reflect. So if they use it properly, they can get this boss done really, really quickly. And RESETOUILLES still, they're just dropping 1% every half an hour, it seems like, just because they have that damage dealer that.
Speaking of half an hour, our dungeon timer is almost about to reach half an hour, but that's no problem of mine. Another Static Spear going out, not on the rogue, but it wouldn't have mattered because on the previous one it went on the rogue too and he didn't have a Vanish Charge
no
anyways.
defensive.
No defensive for the Iron Spear. One shots
my
the
God,
Resto
that's the
Shaman.
boss
There's
reset.
no healing left on the group here. They just have to stay alive, and that's not something that Brewmasters can do very long without a healer. This is going to be rough. This upheaval is going to do tons of damage to everyone. Maybe the priest can VE them out of this, but it's not up for another 10 seconds. Is able to heal himself up to full. 5% left on the boss here. They just need to finish this off, and they'll win based off of timer alone. But their take has gone down. 4% left. They're going to have to try to kite out this last 3% of the boss. Can they possibly do it? That was the disperse from Crixus as well. Huns now has aggro. Has he vanished it off? I think he's evasioning it right now, but the Static Spear one-shots the priest. Did they finish the boss, though? Did it die? I think it died. I think they did it.
Reset.
The dungeon's over.
Oh, they did
No,
it?
it killed. The timer
did?
stopped.
Oh
I
my
think the boss
God.
died. How did they
My
do
heart.
that? What?
Oh my goodness, I don't know. My heart, I can't handle this. RESETOUILLES.
What just happened?
What are you doing to me? I think we need a break for everyone to just take a breath for a second. Like RESETOUILLES, for example.
Man. What an ending.
I think we're all winners after that dungeon. What do you think?
I think so as well.
All right. Well, welcome to the lower bracket. This is that was map number 1 between Apes Together Strong and RESETOUILLES. We got a couple more maps maybe to go, maybe one more map. We'll see what happens. But let's take a look at the post-game stats. RESETOUILLES nearly giving that one away at the end there. That was as close as it could have possibly been to a full wipe on the last boss. Essentially it was, but the boss fell over anyway. Apes Together Strong, though. I guess.
I think the only thing you can say after that dungeon, it was clean dungeon. Well played.
I mean, that was by far our longest no-coup offensive of the weekend by like 6 minutes or something like that. Not maybe a competitive time, but they got it done.
I mean, that's what happens in the lower bracket, right? You got to grind out those wins. You got to really get through the lower bracket. Remember, I mean, we're like after this series, we're still halfway through our eliminations for the day. We already knocked out one team. One of these teams is going to go home in this series, and then the next 2 series, we're also going to knock out 2 more teams. So it's just a grind fest down here in the lower bracket, and they really can't let up. This is a long dungeon, a long grind, but they're barely able to eke it out at the end. That was down to the last second. I think the rogue had like 10% of his health bar left, if even that, as he finished off the boss with Boon up. That was ridiculous.
I mean, that was absolutely insane. Depsy, though, this is the time where Apes Together Strong started having some issues. Depsy died on this pool, and then they had some more issues afterwards. Just some issues on the pool, immediately dropping low, the healer not being in range to help them get their health back, and then all of a sudden everything just fell apart. Now, in this area, we saw some sanguine healing go off for both of the teams, some issues for either side, and we also saw the mage hold on to combust for far too long, apparently, when it comes to Cyro's opinion. But this was the second death for Depsy there on the Prod Warrior. We did see the battle rest go off from the Feral Druid, but it was their last battle rest. And that's why they ended up having a full team wipe later on, where they were just at no battle rests left.
Yeah, it was just kind of mistakes back to back. Too many to really count. I mean, we even really kind of missed this one here because I think we only thought that one death happened here, but the shaman just onked so quickly. It looked like they just used their 30-minute personal cooldown instead of actually dying and adding 5 seconds to the counter. That tends to happen sometimes. But yeah, I mean, mistakes from both teams, but able to eke it out in the end. One of the returning themes that we always have in the MDI about the best teams is that it's not necessarily the teams that can play clean every time, because nobody can play clean every single time. It's about the teams that make mistakes, even make major mistakes, and still somehow find a way to save the pole or finish the boss off. And RESETOUILLES showed a little bit of light at the end of the dungeon here with just finishing off that boss in the most dire of circumstances to eke out the win. Because if they wiped there, Apes Together Strong was right behind them. They were on the boss. They were in the last phase with everyone alive. They even had a battle res backing them up. And they would have definitely jumped at that opportunity to take the dungeon and give themselves a 1-0 lead in the series. So good on RESETOUILLES for really, really grinding that out at the end there and making sure they finished off the boss.
I mean, I thought when Phil went down here that was going to be it, That there wasn't going to be enough damage, but
yeah,
there was.
And there was another point, like this point here, I actually thought the boss was going to reset. Because the boss actually charged past that stone. Look. And I was like, oh my god, is the boss going to reset? But then it didn't, thankfully.
Wow. Balakar Khan, he really wanted to finish this. Like we all did. Let's watch these last few percentages, though. Everybody's basically dead.
Brewmaster just not really having anything left. I mean, Dwarf Racial could have been used here for a little bit extra physical damage reduction, but it wouldn't have helped that much. And now with the Shadow Priest having aggro, using Dispersion to just stay alive for a little while longer. Rogue still has cheap death available here.
Second. Yep. Yeah. Oh, dude, the Boon. He's like, all right, I got to finish this off. Boon!
Yeah. There we go.
I love it.
Unfortunately, this stat experience has to finish
finishing off the road.
Like the solidarity, just letting yourself fall to the explosive. That's nice, that's team spirit right there. I appreciate it.
Can't cancel the
That was actually, that was really clutch, though. The priest stayed in Disperse as long as possible and waited to fade until the last second And that actually
Yeah.
gave them enough time to only take one melee from the boss on the rogue before it started casting that static spear, which meant the rogue got to stay alive and finish the boss off in the boon. If any one tiny thing went a little differently there, they died of that boss. So it was well played.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was our slowest Naku defensive run of the weekend, but hey, I mean, when you get it done, you get it done, right? And that's a win for Resetui in map number 1. Now, Ruby Life Pools and Algathar Academy both banned, and that means we're going all the way to our 4th map, going to Halls of Valor. We saw it once already today. It was pretty fun. There's a lot of stuff that can kill you in this map, though. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of things that hurt you in that dungeon, especially if you
Yeah.
don't interrupt it or disrupt it properly. The affixes are okay, I would say. I mean, healers aren't happy about the affixes, but I think the damage dealers are just fine with them. They also have the possibility to run a Shadow Priest to get that extra Master Spell for the bursting, so that is not going to be too big of a problem. But yeah, we've seen some really crazy pulls earlier from the upper bracket team, and I don't necessarily expect either Resetui or Apes Together Strong to really like replicate like an Echo run or something like that. But I think we might still see some big pulls from both the teams.
Yeah,
I mean, you still got to try to make a show of it. One of these teams is still going to move on, so you're still going to keep yourself alive at least.
I like how we both started with yeah. I mean, but yeah. They did have, like you said, Echo did run this dungeon earlier today. So technically both of these teams could have been practicing, maybe looked at that and thought, okay, there's maybe a couple things that we could implement from this run into our run without too much extra work. I seriously doubt, like Nagura mentioned, that we'll see like a complete carbon copy run from these teams, because that's just not really feasible to do with the amount of time that they had. But we could definitely see, a slightly stronger run, maybe see some things implemented from that. Probably not the solo Stormdrake pull. I doubt that's going to be something that we'll see, because that's not exactly MDI conducive strat, but, we'll definitely see some better runs because we've seen it now from Echo too.
Yeah. I feel like both the teams just need like a break after that last one to just catch their breath and stuff, especially Resetui with how stressful that last boss must have been, but no rest for the weary, as they say, as we look ahead to Halls of Valor. They've both battled hard. They're going to World of Warcraft Valhalla to do more battle. That's just what you do.
I never noticed that this Scoval looks so cool. He's kind of got this like fell going on. I never noticed.
We were so annoyed by how long it took him to show up that we never actually looked at him.
Yeah, and once he's there, you're basically like pressing your damage buttons, right?
Yeah. Or you're listening to him complain. It's like, well, Skovald, you clearly got here like way later. Why are you even trying to get the Aegis? But we'll explore that more as we see if Resetui can get the 2-0 or if Apes Together Strong can get 1-1 tie. We'll find out.
Alright, so we already see a little bit of a difference in route here as Resetui, actually it was Apes Together Strong that decided to CC a Thunder Caller there with what's it called? The Demon Hunter Cage. There we go. And Resetui just ends up pulling it in, it looked like, right? So they have the double Thunder Caller to deal with, which means they have to do double the amount of interrupts. But they have a lot of damage coming in from the Shadow Priest, especially. Wow. I thought the Fire Mage was going to top here, but it seems like it's the Shadow Priest carrying this pull.
Yeah, Shadow Priest is definitely a sleeper, super strong spec. I don't even think it's sleeper anymore. I think it's just generally a very strong spec. I think most people realize that by now. Really good on life keys, really good on MDI keys as well. Yeah, I would assume that Fire Mage would be really, really good in general, specifically in this dungeon, because there's pretty large packs where you can get full Ignite value off. It's also fortified, which is definitely better for Fire Mage. So I would expect them to be a lot stronger off. Maybe something went wrong that pull for him. Not sure what it could have been, but we'll have to see. But in general,
maybe the Shadow Priest PI'd the Rogue, just to make sure that the Shadow Priest wins the damage.
That would be so toxic. What's also toxic is that we're talking about Shadow Priest, and Shadow Priest has gone down for Apes Together Strong. They've still got that Thunder Caller in the back that just now came in, and it's caused 2 deaths on the board for them. This is going to be a full wipe. All 3 DPS dead. You're not killing Heimdall when he's at 94% HP. Wow, unfortunate. Right off the bat for Apes Together Strong, a full team wipe, 6 deaths on the board. I mean, fortunately, they didn't try to commit the battle res, but that's going to be a rough one to try to come back from, man. That's already right off the bat, they're about a minute and a half behind Resetui.
Yeah, I mean, they already had a death on the Pharaoh player on that very first split they did, which didn't cost them too much, I presume. But yeah, then having that Thundercaller not being handled properly, doing the boss fight, just so dangerous, right? Because you have that Horn of Valor coming through from Himdall, and then at 22, that puts you, without any like bigger defensives, it probably puts you to like 20% HP. And if you have anything else going on from the Thundercaller, like a Bolt not being interrupted, or you get the magic, like the Thunder Shock like debuff that we can see on the Pharaoh right now on Apes Together Strong, then definitely can kill if you don't have any bigger defensives available. And the magic debuff not getting dispelled from Hux, and it actually goes down.
Oh no.
So nobody dispelling that magic effect off of the Pharaoh there. They did have the normal dispel from the healer, but also had a mass dispel technically. Hux did use that survival instinct, but still just went down. They do have a battle rest, but they have to use the engineering rest since they don't have anyone who can rest normally with their classes. But no one's attempting to go there and use it. Do they not have engineering?
Well, I just noticed
Bracers
that
equipped?
Luca just used his Grief Torch. So maybe Luca said don't dispel him so my Grief Torch can come off cooldown faster. You would hope they'd get
This
a res
might
off at
actually
some
be a-
point here, though.
I think they might not have one. I think they might not have...
No.
Okay, so the way the
Ain't
engineer
no
rest works
way.
now, right? But the way it works, you need the bracers, right? With the Tinker slot?
Yeah, you do, but... Well,
So
if we
maybe
want to see
none
if
of them
anyone
actually
has the
have it
bracer on,
equipped?
well, let's check the extension here really quick for the team for Apes Together Strong. Let's see. Pepsi? Nope. FTM? Nope. That's the Druid. I don't care about him. Luca? Nope. And Caesar? Nope. None of them are wearing the bracers, so they just don't have a res. Oh no.
I cannot believe
That is not
they
good.
believe their feral druids. Okay, they have a feral druid, right? Who has battle rest. What was their plan if their feral druid ever goes down? Like, do they just believe in their feral druid so much they're like, Hux never dies. You know, we don't need battle rest. I
gotta
like the
be.
confidence though. Yeah, it must be Hux, like the best player in the team, but they're like, nope, we do not need battle rest for Hux. Hux never dies. But anyway, RESETOUILLES actually having some issues on their side as well, as their mage goes down on one of those Thundercaller, Mistcaller pulls. They did not use their battle rest, so the mage ended up just releasing, running back. Should be no problem for them to finish up this pull. They do have the rogue still alive, so lots of stops still available from the rogue. They also have, of course, the Rest Shaman, which has lots of interrupts and stops as well. So they should be fine, but it's going to die a little bit slower without that extra damage dealer alive.
Listen, I'm going to be the nicest I possibly can here. If you are a mage player, and I'm not calling out Phil here specifically, I'm talking to anybody that considers swapping to fire in the next few months. If you are ever dead on the floor and you are not spec'd to cauterize, you need to reconsider your talent choices. There is never a situation where you should ever be dead and not have cauterized spec. That is just bad play, in my opinion. You lose a couple hundred single target DPS, like you lose your third Phoenix Flame Charge. Who cares? It's 2% mastery. Take cauterize, guys, please. Cheat death is broken in all scenarios. Thanks
I
for
agree.
coming to my TED Talk.
I wouldn't mind losing a lot of DPS for a cheat death. I would definitely pick that up. The one problem I have with cheat death is that it does not save me from falling off platforms, and that's like I would say 80% of my deaths are just falling off somewhere, and I don't think they'll help me there, unfortunately.
I digress. Moving on with the polls. Yeah, Shadow Priest still topping the damage for both teams. Shadow Priest is just stupidly strong. They need to nerf that spec. That's what I'm saying. Buff Fire Mage, buff... You know what? 3-1. Buff Boomkin too. But nerf Shadow Priest.
Yeah. You know what? I was about to disagree with you because Shadow Priests have been so unfortunately like underperforming and plus for so long that I was thinking, just let them have their time for a little while. But now that you said buff Mooncase, I think I agree with you. I'm gonna be on your side on this one.
Thank you.
But there we go. RESETOUILLES is now in that Hirsch area. They're dealing with some of these shield maidens, the purifiers as well. Yeah, no, shouldn't be any issue whatsoever. Of course, it's really just tank damage, and a lot of the cast that the shield maidens do can actually just be completely kited. But not for the Brewmaster, just face tanking these shield maidens, which, to be fair, you kite them, you also don't do any damage to them as a tank. So technically speaking, just tanking them stationary and not running around is gonna make sure like you're gonna be killing them quick, right? So good for RESETOUILLES and good for Ratrum for being able to just completely face tank all of these shield maidens, not even attempting to sidestep any of those frontals. And yeah, now they're up to that aspirant pull, and they can go pretty slowly, I would say, for RESETOUILLES, because at this point they probably know Apes Together Strong 4-manned Himdall after having a full team web to Himdall, so that means that they don't have to stress anything from here on out.
I noticed they're not doing the aspirant tech here that I saw Echo doing earlier today. Now, Echo had more reason to do it because they were pulling an extra 5 trash mobs on top of this pack. Oh, hold up. Caesar down again for Apes Together Strong. That's another death on the board for them. Really unfortunate. The trash pack is low enough to where they should be able to finish it off, though, so I'm not too worried about that. But you can actually line of sight this aspirant cast over on the side of RESETOUILLES. If your ranged players are standing like at the top of the stairs and they get the aspirant's like charge cast on them, you can kind of duck behind the stairs there and line of sight the cast, and the aspirant will just stay in the trash pack. And that's really, really useful for keeping a lot of mobs together and not having that one kind of almost mini-boss style mob jump outside of the trash pack and lose AoE damage on it.
I never line of sighted because for me, I don't care that much how spread out they are because my Starfall hits them everywhere. But if I have to line of sight, then I lose damage, right? So I'm just gonna stand there and let that mob jump on top of me. I mean, that's...
Moonkin speaking, good take.
There we go. Apes Together Strong now also managed to get into that Hersha area. And I still think that there's a chance for Apes Together Strong to actually catch up quite a bit. Because RESETOUILLES has been doing some very conservative pulls. And now they actually go down as well as 2 damage dealers didn't make it into the bubble on that last Eye of the Storm cast from the mini-boss. And maybe they're... Oh my god, their Shaman just barely surviving that cast too. Wow. It looks like both of the damage dealers are releasing. So that means that this mini-boss is gonna stay alive for quite a while until their damage dealers come back. Yeah, again, just another time for Apes Together Strong to actually catch up to RESETOUILLES. Just because they're having some more issues, they're pulling really slowly. But Apes Together Strong, their Feral Druid is just dying. 1 heal. Here we go, regrowth coming out of the Feral Druid. Oh, actually, their Evoker's not there. Okay. It looks like the Evoker might have went down and had to come back. Yeah, oh my god, I was so worried. I was just looking at the Feral's HP not moving up, so I'm like, what is going on? Like, why are they not healing the Feral Druid? But yeah, the Evoker is somewhere doing other things. So they're just gonna have to...
Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll just randomly see, like... Yeah, 10 dogs just snap to them randomly here.
That'd be so...
That'd be
my god, I would love to see that. Please. That would be so good.
Well, RESETOUILLES' 2 rogue DPS players are back with the group. The Evoker's back with the group too, so everyone is now back together. Everyone's happy. 2 groups of 5 walking up to the Hersha area. But of course, RESETOUILLES is already onto the boss, where Apes Together Strong still has to deal with all of this trash. They are going for a bigger pull than RESETOUILLES did to try to pull themselves back into this dungeon. And look, they're doing this big pull, this 8-pack that we saw Echo doing earlier. But they are also not line of sighting the aspirant casts here, so they're going to have to worry about that one mob not being in the group. And notably also, the Blast of Light will always go back towards the group if it does leap, but it'll go towards the tank if it doesn't leap. So there's a little bit less RNG, I suppose. You don't have to worry about where it's jumping if you just line of sight every cast. But you can see the big problem here. The aspirants, still at 40% HP when the other mobs are dying. So there's a little bit of more perfect, things that they could do here to make this pull go better. But honestly, not too bad. They're able to pull it off anyways. RESETOUILLES, though, already more than halfway through the boss here.
Yeah, they dealt with one of the storms already, of the Eye of the Storms. They're gonna have to heal another one, though. I guess the boss is not low enough for them to finish it off before that second cast comes out. So we'll see that happen in just a second. And the Brewmaster actually taking quite a lot of damage from the frontal as well, from that boss. So we'll see how they manage to heal the second one. Looks like the Shaman has a lot of healing cooldowns still available, though. And they have a Thundering as well, helping them out to be able to heal this second Eye of the Storm cast. And you can see Cloak also coming out from the Rogue. So they should be okay. Mage also has a lot of defensives to deal with that Eye of the Storm specifically, right? You have alter time you can use, you have shields, you have ice blocks. So technically shouldn't really be that big of a problem to heal that specific comp that Reset2 is running. And there we go. Now they are on their way to the Fenrir area, probably going to pick up some trash on their way as well.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Apes Together Strong still making good time here. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I cursed them. Sorry. Alright, moving on. Reset2. Finish the Herja. Oh my... That's a bad caster curse. They are going to reset the mini-boss, it looks like, though. I think that's what I saw FTM doing. I think he was running away from the mini-boss to try to reset it so they don't full wipe to it.
Maybe.
I'm sorry, guys. My bad. That was on me. I'll take that one. Let's move back on over to Reset2 as they make their way towards Fenrir, though. Dealing with more of these Varla jars in the hall. Making sure they get interrupts on the Rune Carver and the Mystic in this pack. Doing a good job. Lots of interrupts going out. Shadow Priest still topping. Whew. Back in our safe space.
There we go. They're done with that trash pack, and now they can go through that beautiful portal that completely removes your vision for a couple of seconds, which can be pretty dangerous, by the way, when you have stuff like Spiteful. Like, sometimes I just walk through this portal thinking nothing bad is gonna happen, and then all of a sudden, when I see again, when I'm not blinded anymore, I see a shade just like that had snapped to me and starts hitting me in the back. I was like, oh, well, thanks, I guess. But yeah, no Spiteful Shades in this dungeon. And they immediately walk to Fenrir. You do have the Rogue that can get rid of that leap, so they don't have to worry too much about those bleed effects. They also have, I guess, Greater Invis works as well, and the Mage can even blink, I guess, the leap. So they have quite a few tools to get rid of the leap and the bleed effect. They also have the Dwarf Racials, in case they don't manage to vanish it or invis it. So yeah, lots and lots of tools available for this boss.
Well, they have plenty of tools. I mean, okay, listen, they've got Vanish on the Rogue. But we also said that he had Vanish for the Static Spear in the last dungeon, and then when he got the Static Spear, he just didn't have a charge of Vanish up for it, so... Is he going to save it for the boss here? Let's see, he's got a charge of Vanish. Is he going to do it? Oh, let's go, Rogue! Playing for the team, you love to see it. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like rogues are more... I mean, if I compare the rogue player, an average rogue player, to an average mage player, I would say that on average, rogues are more team players than mages are. What do you think, Syro?
I think that mage players can do no wrong, and are often the best player in the group.
Okay.
They do the most damage. They go to the hottest clubs. They wear the freshest clothes. They're who you want to be. What?
Sorry, my bad. Anyway, Reset2 now. On this Fenrir area, it looks like they are dealing with these wolves very slowly. I mean, they have time. They're pulling the wolves one by one. They're not doing the strategy where you jump on the fence or you jump on a rock. They just play them a bit more slowly, which means that the leaps are not going to be too big of a problem for them, because there's just less leaps coming through. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not using the rock tech that Echo showed off earlier today, unfortunately. I think the rock tech is going to be a staple for push keys in the future now that people know about it, if it's not too much of a pain to get up there. If you haven't seen that, definitely go back and watch Echo's Hall of Valor run earlier today. They show off some pretty cool tech in this dungeon. Here we go. It's going to go on the mage first. Uses the Greater Invis to make sure that it doesn't jump to anyone else. That's good. That's an instant. It's essentially a Vanish, right? It stops the ability just like a Vanish would or a Shadow Meld would. That's not going to be up for another 90 seconds, though, so the next time that comes out is probably going to have to be the Rogue that vanishes it. And if it doesn't go on the Rogue, they're just going to have to eat the bleed stacks. So, a little unfortunate, but they do have Dwarf Racials on literally everyone in the group, so maybe that's not too much of an issue for them.
Yeah. I think they should be okay. When did they use Bloodlust, actually, since it's 4 minutes left? Is this still from Hersha? I guess so, right?
Probably still from Hersha, yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes we see teams using Bloodlust for Fenrir. If you have less tools available to deal with the bleeds. But as we talked about, they have many tools to deal with it, so it's totally fine to not have the Bloodlust available there. They will still have to deal with some trash after this boss, so we'll see if they decide to do the bear pull, which is something we've seen other teams do as well. That's also something you do on live keys a lot, just pulling the bears together. But we also saw a team have the tank die on that bear pull earlier. So, yeah, we'll see what RESETOUILLES does. I'm not sure how good the Brewmaster is for these bears, because some tanks are having issues with them. But yeah, Brewmaster, I'm not really sure if they can deal with those.
I was about to say don't look at the damage meters, but the mage pulled ahead of the healer at the last second there. Thank God. Thank you. Didn't pop cooldowns a single time on that boss. And almost got beaten by the healer. Oh, man. Alright, show us what you saved the cooldowns for, mage. Here comes the combust. No PI. Oh, he has the self-lust, though, so that's nice. Let's see if he can do more than the Shadow Priest.
5 seconds.
Though. Thing is the Shadow Priest going to want to hit it in 5 seconds? Oh, he does? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. See, his damage really isn't going up that much anymore. At this point, he's got the maximum ignite he's going to have. It's just going to keep refreshing, which is why you don't see his number really rising as much as it could be. Unfortunately, we have to pay attention to the rest of the group here, as the tank has gone down with every single trash mob at 10% HP. Shadow Priest instantly rips aggro and melee there and dies. They might be able to kite out the rest of this. There's ignite ticking on everything in the group. Rogue goes down. That's the cheat done too. I think they'll be able to kite this out. I think the mage can finish this off on his own. He's got a 5-stack of bursting right now, though. Doesn't block it off. Giga Chad. Very, very cool. They've also got the movement speed buff from killing off the 2 bosses, so they should be able to kite this out. And yeah, it looks like they're able to get everything dead. At the cost of a few deaths. I'm not sure why they would res here. Because he could just run back from the release point.
Maybe they want to play more trash here? Because they need a little bit more. Maybe they wanted to play the bulls. Problem is the Brewmaster actually released. Yeah, so the Brewmaster released.
That's so weird. Okay.
So maybe they just improvise and play something else now. We'll see. Yeah, maybe their plan was to do the bears and then do the bulls afterwards. But now that they had the tank die and release, maybe they decided, you know what, we're just gonna do something else. But now they changed their mind again, and now they go into the Fenrir area again.
Oh my God.
So we'll see. Maybe they played a Storm Drake. I mean, Echo played it, so it must be a good decision, right? And then, oh, never mind. There it is. Bulls being gathered.
All right. So this should be the rest of their trash count they need before they get to the end of the dungeon here.
Luca.
Problems on the wolves from Amps Together strong. Luca went in early before they got in position for the players on top of this fence here to bait the wolf charges and eat the charge on his own. So he ended up going down. A little unfortunate. They've got the battle res to expend, though. And they'll be able to finish them off from their precarious position up on top of the post there.
Yeah, doing a good job. This can be a bit dangerous sometimes when you have explosive, right? Just having so many wolves pulled together means that there's lots and lots of explosive as well. But their Evoker doing a great job dealing with all of those. And yeah, now they're at Fenrir. They do have similar tools to deal with that leap and the bleed as RESETOUILLES did. So they also should be okay. There we go. Actually, they used 2 Shadow Melts on this leap. So didn't coordinate the Shadow Melt properly, which means that they're not going to have... well, they still have 1 more Shadow Melt available on the Shadow Priest. So they're going to be fine.
And the Feral Druid already hit their Incarn, so they don't have that one.
Yeah, so the only thing is going to be Shadow Melt from here on out. But yeah, RESETOUILLES down with the Bulls. And it looks like they're pulling this right trash back here. Not too dangerous. The only thing they want to worry about here is not pulling that Sentinel. But there we go, the Mind Soothe coming out of the Shadow Priest. Making sure that mob is not... Yep. Gonna get pulled. Yeah, Sentinels are very bad mobs. I don't think you ever want to deal with those. They're just bad.
Oh yeah.
I don't like them.
They're they're not exciting to pull from, especially for melee players, right? We got a little bit of a preview of them, from last season when we had Gambit in our pool, right? Because those Sentinels are just in Gambit too. And you didn't want to deal with them there either. They take up so much space, they do a lot of damage to your group. Uh-oh, that's not good.
Oh no.
Somebody wasn't actually invised in the thing. And both of their rest classes are going to go down. Maybe hopefully the Shadow Priest is out of combat. Are they just going to play these? I mean, I guess technically that would be the fastest thing to do, but it's not particularly fast. I mean, they keep having any more of these mistakes. These will add up, and Apes Together Strong could potentially come back in this dungeon. Apes Together Strong does still have more deaths, to the tune of 35 seconds extra on their death timer. But these two Sentinels are going to take forever for RESETOUILLES to get through. I mean, they easily lost close to a minute and a half.
And I wonder if they had already beer picked up, right?
Oh, true.
So that
they
means that they lost
right?
a bunch of beer. If they picked up all 4, that means that they, I guess, don't have any left at this point, because there's only 4 in total, right? So they would have to play the mini-bosses one by one if they don't have any beer left. Yeah, usually you pick it up before you use the Shroud to make sure you have that beer available for the mini-boss. But now that everyone is in combat with these Sentinels, they're all going to be gone. So yeah, we'll see what they do. Or maybe they didn't plan on doing the 4 mini-boss strategy. So maybe they didn't pick up all of it. Maybe they can go back and grab one now. Doesn't look like anyone's going back. Actually,
they are not going back.
Brewmaster wasn't there. Well, then we're going to see some singular mini-bosses being attacked for a while.
Unfortified. Or mini bosses one at a time. Although I guess the last 2 always come out together, right? So
that's true.
Still. Please tell me the priest has one. We didn't see the priest at all.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're waiting. So.
Do we have that enabled on our buff bar? Is that something that we would show? Wait, priest saved the day. Yes.
There we go.
Let's go. We got
go.
1. All right. So we'll do 2 then 2. All right, we'll take it.
Woof. All right. Amazing. We do see the combust being popped early. What do you think about that? Do you think waiting with combust before the second one spawned, do you think it's worth? Mini boss, I mean?
Nah, because you're going to be in constant combat here, so you may as well just send it.
Yeah. That's good.
It's such a finicky thing to time combust usage in dungeons, because like I was saying about in the Knockhood, right? Sitting on it feels horrible, but there are just some situations where you have to sit on it. Unless your team is actually pulling around you, you just have to play like extremely conservative with your combust. The absolute worst thing that you could ever have happen to you as a fire mage is to end a pull with an SKB proc, and just have that proc wear off before you get to the next trash pack. It is not a good feeling.
I'm kind of glad that Moon King... Oh, what is... Oh, Apes Together Strong is pulling triple Sentinel here.
Oh boy.
Do you need that? I honestly don't know percentages because I was looking at count.
Off? So you need a little under 84% count. It's like 83.7 or something that you need.
Okay.
So both teams opting to go for the... Both teams opting for the 110% trash route. Interesting. Honestly, RESETOUILLES, even though they didn't have all of the beer right at the start, this has still gone pretty quickly for them, right? They've only been in combat with these kings for probably 2.5 minutes. So, even pulling them with only 2 of them active at a time. On 22 Fortified, you gotta be pretty happy with the pace that they went through this section of the dungeon. Still pretty good.
Yeah, and Apes Together Strong just decided to just pull these 3 Sentinels on top of this mini-boss here. Depsy going down almost immediately, unfortunately though. They don't have a battle rest available, so that means they're just gonna have to kite out these mobs. Or maybe Shadow Mouth will have to... Oh, too late. Well, I guess they're just going again.
Oh no.
It's okay. RESETOUILLES, on the other hand, they are waiting for Skovald to spawn. It's gonna take a little while, but not as long anymore. Because Skovald isn't speaking for that long anymore before it spawns, so that's great. they remove in the speech? Do you know? Tyro?
They removed, like, I think it was like almost 30 seconds of just wait time before he does his speech, because his speech is pretty much the same as it was. But it's just a little shorter, right? I don't remember exactly what they removed.
If there was anything like an actual sentence or something that they removed, I'm sure chat knows and would tell me, right? Because I'd be interested.
Also,
if there's any
yeah, they would
lore
never
that we're
lie to
missing
us
out
either.
on. Of course not. Alright, well, Resetouille though. Only 2 bosses left for them to finish this dungeon and to make it into the next game. Because of course we are in the lower bracket here. This is going to be an elimination game. So if APES Get Their Strong doesn't manage to catch up anymore, then that means that they are going to be eliminated, unfortunately. But Resetouille, all they need is 1 more win. And it's looking pretty good for them as they have that 100% trash. They are already on King Scovald, which shouldn't be causing too many issues for them. King Scovald actually used to be a pretty dangerous boss in Legion. Right? That bleed, or the initial of that Fellblaze rush, would actually one-shot you. So you actually had to dodge it. And I don't think you can even dodge it anymore now, right?
Yeah, it's impossible
Not sure
to
if it's
dodge.
even
Not
dodgeable.
blinkable, not shadow steppable, it just hits you. Always. And the damage comes from the dot right now, instead of just doing a one-shot. Oh man, we should talk to Tettles about this boss. I'm sure he has a lot of great stories from Legion about this boss. There might have been a hat trick on at some point. I can't say for sure.
To be fair, to protect Tettles a little bit here, it was actually kind of difficult to dodge the Fellblaze rush with disengage, okay? You had to go all the way max range. You needed the perfect timing. You needed to be kind of quick with it as well, because it's such a long travel time, right? Actually, didn't we have Displacer Beast in Legion? Wait a second.
Yeah, you did. You had an instant blink.
Okay, I take it back. Come on, Tattles.
Oh boy. Scovald does go down for Resetouille, and it's only Odin standing in between them and a berth into the next level of the lower bracket here. Who are they playing again? Is it levels that they play against? We'll see the bracket after this, I'm sure. But they will be moving on towards the next level if they're able to finish off Odin. And, they're pretty well set up for it, too, right? They've got the Bloodlust available. They have every cooldown across the board ready to be popped during that damage amplification phase on the fight. They even have 4 battle reses available if they really need to use them. I mean, honestly, it's kind of hard to use them on this fight, though, right? With all of the balls going around, the spears being casted, so hopefully they don't have to end up using them. That's another change they made to this encounter from Legion, right? That's pretty nice. Back in Legion, if you died on this encounter, you were just dead, right? They put you up on the side and you had to watch your team from 1 HP. You couldn't do anything, but now they made it so your character actually dies and you're able to get battle rest. Pretty nice change.
I'm so glad they changed that, because that just felt horrible. You had like 4 battle rests coming into this fight, and then you just see those players getting ported up and just not being able to get rest. But yeah, Resetouille now on that first at spawn. Need to make sure they finish that off in just a second, and then we'll get their runes. Of course, the runes need to be played, and they do a lot of damage now as well. In Legion, the rune basically did nothing, and now all of a sudden the rune dot actually does an insane amount of damage. So that can be pretty dangerous once you try to find it, but it looks good. Everyone looking pretty fine on their health bar. Actually, Sephiroth got stunned and didn't manage to get into the rune quite yet, but there we go. Now everyone got that buff, Bloodlust being used as well, and they should be getting Odin pretty low, but I don't think they're going to be able to get him low enough. They're going to have to play maybe a second rune phase even. We'll see. They're definitely going to get a second in a second. And you don't think so? 84?
Yeah, no, they probably will. Radiant Tempest. They could probably just burn the boss here. They don't really have to kill this ad. But they're definitely getting second runes. They're about to come out in like 5 seconds. I think it's after the next Shatter Spears cast that it happens.
Yeah.
Is my Legion knowledge correct? I sure hope it is. Yes! Oh man, I'm so happy.
So when you look at these shapes, do you look at color or shape of or both?
I just remember them based off
Runic
color.
blend. Yes.
If green is the top one, I remember yellow's bottom left, orange is bottom right, and we're a purple and blue. I mean, that's close enough, right? I think
is
it's
close
purple
enough.
top's left, blue top right, something like that. But anyways, that's the end of the series. RESETOUILLES goes on, takes it 2-0 over Apes Together Strong. And Apes Together Strong is a team that, to give them credit where credit's due, they came into the MDI on very short notice. They actually qualified 27th in the time trials, and one of our other teams that qualified in the top 24 had to drop out, and Apes Together Strong took over that spot at the last second. So they really didn't have that much time to prepare, and they still were able to put together a pretty good showing. So we're very grateful to them for showing up and giving us a good show and giving these teams a good fight. But it is going to be RESETOUILLES that's moving on.
That's right. They'll move on to face TEAMSWE in our last match of the day. We've got Legendary vs. Levels up next. But for now, let's take a look at how this Halls of Valor went. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was a bit messy at times. But, like you said, props to Apes Together Strong for coming in on short notice. And they certainly got a good amount of time to practice before the last chance qualifier if they choose to compete there too.
Exactly, yeah. Have we even talked about that yet? Was that just like last chance qualifier? It's a sneak preview.
Yeah, I mean it's on the schedule
this time around.
We've showed on the graphic, yeah. I think it's going to be pretty competitive. It always is, but
I agree. Well, it's going to be super competitive this time around because remember, there's 2 spots available through the last chance qualifier this time around. So
that's right.
It's a very, very important thing to get through, and you don't have to be one of the teams that qualified through the initial time trials to play for that. You can just sign up for the last chance qualifier time trials right now if you wanted to. So definitely get on that if that's something you want to do.
And I mean, there's some teams that we have seen in the MDI before that didn't actually participate this time around. So those teams, they could still sign up for that last stand tournament, right? Like JBC, for example.
You could also earn the Thundering Banner of the Ancients. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that as well.
Banners are neat. Yeah. There you go. As we said, middle of March, last stand tournament. Your last chance to get into the global finals at the end of March, early April. We're in the middle of Group A, in the thick of it today anyway. And we've got 2 more matches today coming up in our lower bracket, Legendary versus Levels, which should be interesting. Legendary is going to be a tough opponent, but Levels, I think, looking a little bit cleaner today than we saw yesterday. Still a little bit maybe on the slow side compared to some of our top teams in the group, but there is that chance to catch up. We do know that they have it in them to play aggressively. They just got to get the aggressive plus the execution together, and we'll see what they can do with that. And then TEAMSWE versus RESETOUILLES as well. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I feel like these next 2 ones, you kind of lean toward Legendary, you kind of lean towards TEAMSWE, but anything can happen. You kind of lean toward Legendary, you kind of lean towards TEAMSWE, but anything can happen.
Yeah, this is going to be... it's actually kind of rough. I feel like the 2 best teams in the lower bracket are on the top side of this bracket, which, I mean, that's no disrespect to TEAMSWE or RESETOUILLES. I think that Legendary and Levels have just been playing better this weekend. I mean, Legendary even took a game off of SLOTH, who is one of the teams that every single caster, I think except for Tettles, was predicting to get through the weekend. So it's very impressive on their end. But yeah, no, I think this is going to be a very tough matchup between Legendary and Levels. I think Levels was a team that we've said already that shows a lot of promise. They go for the crazy strategies, and it doesn't work out for them sometimes, but it has worked out a lot of the time, and they looked pretty impressive in their opening series. So I think I'm going to give a personal edge to Legendary here. What do you think, Nigra?
I think so as well. I would say the Legendaries are slightly better, but then we've also seen Legendary make similar mistakes to Levels, where they have the routes and they have the strategies. They do these crazy pulls, like we've seen it from other teams as well. But then both of the teams have had big mistakes, where they end up wiping to a boss, or they end up wiping to a really big trash pull on top of a boss. And at that point, anything can happen, right? Depending on which team plays cleaner, probably is going to win, because, as I said, both of them have the potential to win and be really fast.
True enough. Well, we'll see what happens. Quick break now, and when we come back, our next match, Legendary versus Levels, another battle for elimination here on MDI. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Oh yes, we're still going strong here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host Joey here with Tuttles, makes ends ironic. And guess what? I'm very excited about this next series. Not just because of our teams, it's Legendary versus Levels, but because our first map is Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. We finally get to see it at MDI. Obviously, you know, we've seen it a lot in the past. It is an old dungeon, but it's our first time this weekend. So let's talk about that a little bit. We've talked about the Legendary versus Levels matchup already, but let's talk about the dungeon instead. Who wants to lead? Tettles, it's been a little while since we've seen you, so what do you got to say?
Sure, I'll take this one. This is the first time that we're seeing a 23 across the weekend. So we actually have a pretty large dungeon spread just this MDI season in general. We have all the way up from, we have Temple of the Jade Serpent at 20, all the way up to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and Azure Vault at that 23 level. Now, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds at that 23 level, whenever you look at it on live, you're like, oh, this is the free key. This is where I get a lot of free IO score. However, for MDI situations, you have to factor in that the teams aren't competing against the timer. The teams are necessarily competing versus one another for who can go the fastest in this dungeon. And I think that that's going to add a really interesting layer of like what packs you're able to merge. Is there any potential snaps that you can do in this dungeon? Because I know that there are some spots where snapping has been involved. Are any of the teams going to be doing that? And how are we really going to see Shadow Moon Burial Grounds tackled?
Yeah, exactly. Just to go over the bans real quick. Noko Defensive banned. I'm sure we're all shedding a tear for that. And Azure Vault banned at the end as well. So Ruby and Halls maybe next ones. But getting back to Shadow Moon Burial Ground, yeah, Makes. What do you have to add to that? Do you think we're going to see anything kind of funky as far as snapping goes? Think we're going to see things kind of standard?
I'm really curious on what their route looks like. I think we allured to it earlier in the day. I think it was Dratnus and Nagura who were talking about it, that technically you could pull the elementals that are before the very last boss. You could pull all of that onto the worm if you so wanted. And if there's any team that I would expect to do something crazy like that, it's probably Levels, just from the type of play that we've seen from them so far. I don't think it's realistic, okay? But I think if there's a chance, it's probably Levels who are doing it just because of how they've been playing so far with their volatile playstyle.
I think if Levels is going to win this series, they're going to need to 2-0 Legendary. And the reason that I think that is because if you send Lepan into any Legion dungeon, you're automatically playing at a disadvantage.
That is true.
He just gets a buff every single time he has to go back into a Legion key.
Does that go back to previous expansions too? Does he get the buff for Shadow Moon Burial Grounds?
It's a good question. He is old, but I don't know.
We'll have to find out in this key.
Yeah. I'm down to find out. We'll see what happens.
A choice. You're going to find out.
Oh yeah, which is nice. You can't ban the first dungeon in a series. You got to play it. That's why we're going to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
You know, on the topic of what we were talking about with snaps earlier, though, this is a dungeon that, you know, back when people were running a lot of challenge modes, every single dungeon kind of got scoured for a bunch of skips that you could possibly do, and I know there were a lot of really weird gateway spots that you could do to skip past, you know, walls and stuff, to skip, for instance, the large spider section. Most of those were fixed, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were still snap spots that were available in the dungeons in places.
Most of the time that I've seen snapping, it's involved. What's that potion that does the AOE damage? It does the AOE damage field around you. Yes, it involves a shocking disclosure potion pulling through like underground on accident and then like snapping mobs into you. Now, most of the time I see it, it's on accident and you wipe. Now, it could be intentional at some points, and it's just like, okay, is this something that could be used in an MDI? Because if I could ever see it being used positive, it would be here.
Well, let's see what Igloo's up to here. He's going right instead of left.
The rest of his team's going left?
The rest of his team's going left, so what is Igloo up to here? Is he going to be pulling every single one of these spiderlings from the right side and meet up with his team on the left, in addition to having the 4-pack? That's the only thing I can think of, because his team is also skipping, I believe, on the left side.
What is the rest of his team doing?
Is he just soloing?
Wait. Oh, it'd be so funny if he soloed it. Okay. Looks like he's... Okay, they're going to meet in the middle, they're going to double this up.
They're pulling the 4-packs together. Okay. Are they pulling it on top of the boss, though? Is it on the boss? It's got to be on the boss. Oh, this is so good. Let's go. Okay, so things to look out for here. The curse debuffs that go on players do a ton of damage here. Those need to be instantly dispelled when they go out. So keep an eye on health bars here. Those are very, very dangerous. Everything should get exploded. They're going to get so much funnel from every single one of these spiderlings here, too.
Beyond this, bolstering on Fortified on a 23, the amount of tank damage that these Yeah, exactly. These Bone Dudes cast, that Void Slash, it's not especially dangerous for Prot Warriors generally, but normally you don't double this pack up like this, and so this could be a situation where Lepan, if he doesn't cycle his cooldown super well, he could be in trouble. However, this is just looking great for Legendary as they're chilling.
Everything's dead, yeah. And the bolstering wasn't an issue as well. Boss already at 60%. That was insane. Wow. Huge trash. 25% of their count right off the bat. Now, I don't remember trash counts in this dungeon too specifically. I know that if you skip the first 3-pack, you're going to have to end up pulling at least the two big spiders along the way. But I think by pulling that extra 4-pack plus the spiderlings, they don't have to do that. They can just go for a normal route, and they might even be able to skip something too.
I think that the bonus 10 spiderlings that are next to that bone maw area may be where they're looking to get some more count. But I think that like a lot of times in routes in this dungeon, you don't normally have that bonus pack at the bottom. So I think that this is a very interesting route. Let me pull up MDT. Let me try to grab that so we can kind of see what exactly they're going to need.
And they also had the nice little Shadow Priest Dominate Mind Tech as well. You see this one Bone Mender is finally back out with the group. By the way, I don't know if they fixed the Bone Mender, but the maximum health reduction that it used to have back when we played this dungeon on beta was absolutely insane, and it worked on bosses. I don't know if it still does, but if it does, that would be actually insane. But we need to focus on levels here, as their tank has gone down to the bolstering Ritual Bones that has instantly killed their Warlock and their healer as well. This is going to be a full team wipe for levels here right off the bat. And I mean, the first 23 key we see bolstering trash mobs, not easy to deal with even for a Prot Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about whenever Lepan, you saw him tank double pack into the boss, right? And I was talking about, like, oh, this is a very dangerous pull. He has to layer his defensives perfectly, and he made it look super easy. But Nubo on the side of levels, like, it's just like if you have one minor mistake, you can end up going down. In addition to that, he doesn't have access to things like time dilation, so he's missing like a potential external and stuff like that that would otherwise stabilize his HP.
Man, that's a rough one. Legendary trucking onwards already through this first pack of the Subjugated Souls here. So many things can go wrong on these packs. Whenever those Dominates go off, you have to make sure you get the MC'd player out. The Rending Void Lash does so much damage too. There's just so much that goes on.
Wait, did levels just wipe again, Zyro?
Oh no, levels again. Did he step on a sigil?
What happened?
Oh, it's going to be a full wipe, but they're going to have to release this time.
Oh no! Well, this is great if you're a fan of Legendary. I mean, they're doing a good job of making sure to pull Exhumed Spirits to try to get a little bit of funnel damage if some of their classes get value from like multi-dotting and whatnot. It looks like they're posturing to pull this pack into the boss, Zyro, with the damage buff once they come out of the downstairs phase. Ooh, this is super interesting.
They attack it early. They're going to get the shift into the downstairs phase.
Yes.
And yeah, they'll have the damage buff to cleave and get some funnel on the boss with. Is Igloo just going to eat this? Okay, yeah, he does. Whatever, who cares? He's a healer, he can heal himself. But here comes the Soul Steel. Going to go downstairs. I don't know if we can see them. Oh, we can. And of course, the Evoker just one-shots his mob because Living Flame is balanced. But yeah, everyone's going to come up with that huge damage buff, get a bunch of funnel on top of the boss here, and we're going to see this boss absolutely get demolished here. Don't have the cooldowns for this, unfortunately, but I don't really think it matters too much. With these extra mobs available, the Shadow Priest is about to pop off.
Alright. So
by the way,
we can actually skip something. No,
they already did. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, okay, so what did they skip?
They already did. They skipped that one Exhumer right before this boss.
Okay.
They just ran right past it.
Sorry, we skipped that. We're still a little bit over count. We can skip other stuff too. I'm interested in because we're going to go over a little bit. We're going to go over like 11 count is what I'm kind of looking at right now. So I wonder where else they're going to potentially skip some stuff. Maybe, oh, it's probably these double spiders. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be the double spiders that they're going to skip as well. So that makes sense.
Just the two extra ones, or actually just the two at the bottom?
The ones that are in the cubby. The cubby ones that are.
So they just don't have to do those.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. This is a really interesting route from Legendary. Not something that you see typically on live, because this is not a dungeon that you innovate your route a lot, and so pulling the way that they did is not something that's like super typical. So that's why you kind of have to like, oh, okay, where are we going to be getting the rest of our count from?
Right. Now I wonder, based off of the ruling that we had coming into this season of MDI, I think the specific ruling for routing through a dungeon that was that you're not allowed to pull through closed off doors. But technically,
yes.
the trash pack next to Bone Maw, you can actually fly around on the Evoker and just go there, which was totally okay in Algathar Academy and confirmed by admins that it was okay. So I'd imagine it would be okay here too, right?
Yeah, most of the tech stuff is sent in advance by the teams, and they ask admins, "Oh, is this okay?" And then the admins on a case-by-case basis either approve or deny it, and then pretty much most situations they just approve it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's more fun to see them do cool things. All right, Legendary's into pulling these mixed spiders. Here we go. They're going to do 3 of them, actually. They're not going to use sort of bugged circle at the top of the staircase here.
This is kind of dangerous because you're going to have the plague bats spitting, but in reality, like the bats cast going off isn't going to be just like the most dangerous thing. In addition to that, like the priest does have the disease dispel. You know, you can kind of shapeshift off the debuff as well to remove that because the damage from the plague bats is attached to the slow. Legendary is continuing to chain pull. This is sick. I like the way that they're having this set up. On live, a lot of the times you're going to play super safe. You're not going to be doing these spiders plus the bats into the worm. But in the MDI setting, with a lot of practice, you're going to
oh no
have the pulls go well. What?
Oh man, no, this is not. They've got a res. They're good. And then Igloo went and rescued him there too. Splat is trying to run for his life from the mixed spiders that he has aggro on, but Le Pen is there to save the day. Wow, that was just a series of unfortunate events. We gotta get a clip of that one after the fact. Tobo fell in the water, got gripped by his priest out of the water. The priest fell in the water because he gripped him, and then they couldn't clear Thunder because of it. And somehow they're still alive. They're still alive somehow. How?
Where is Igloo going? Where is Igloo
going? That's a great question.
Can we get an observer POV on Igloo? Where is he? Come back! I gotta see where he went.
Oh man, what is he always getting all of these tiny dudes that they... I think these might have dropped combat when they died, maybe?
Maybe whenever somebody was in the water? We pulled this pack, didn't we?
Yeah, I thought we did too. Yeah, there's a bat. This must have reset when they had that issue.
It must have reset.
Thing I can think of.
Huh?
What?
Well... So, that's not good. Okay. So in a situation where
2 minutes, Tettles?
I'm not positive. So in a situation where levels is even with Legendary, what has happened here is their pack has reset at some point. Probably once they were falling in the water, if I had to guess, there was something that was evade resetting the whole entire pack. And so now they are having to play this natty, which is not great, we'll admit, but they have enough time to spare where it's fine.
Oh yeah. I mean, Levels has just been having issues upon issues with those 2 full wipes, right? They're only just now on the second boss, so plenty of room for Legendary to make these mistakes.
Was it a storming mishap? How did he end up in the water is what I'm still trying to figure out.
All I know is that is not normally.
Huh. Hobo normally.
Yeah, but back to business as usual here, pulling more plague bats on top of the remaining worm in order to spawn Bone Maw here. And I do believe we will very likely see Legendary go behind the wall here, have their Evoker fly around it and pull that extra trash for them so they can cleave it on top of Bone Maw. Bone Maw is such a weird boss, though. It seems like there are just kind of random ways to skip submerges sometimes, and I'm not really sure how to do it as a player. Do you have any idea on that front?
They're not ways to skip it. You just have to hope, and that it's not an effective strategy a lot of the times in the MDI. However, hoping that he skips his inhale cast is what we have to do here, and so we're hoping for really good RNG where he skips like 2 inhales in a row. But sometimes I would even accept 1 inhale skip here. This is like super important if you have multiple melee in your group because it like lowers the amount of single target damage that you're doing if you get just like the inhale immediately here. So we do see the first spit, and if he goes into that inhale phase like you see for Legendary, that's a low roll. That's what we don't like in the industry.
Yeah, he's gonna inhale, and then he's gonna pretty much instantly spawn the worms and then submerge like that. And you're just you're really upset.
He goes through 1 more cycle before his first submerge.
1 more cycle.
He spawns the worms.
Yeah. This is like the first submerge cycle, though. You're always going to get the early submerge this way. Unfortunately.
We could. Okay, so we're gonna get another bait, and then we pray that he doesn't double inhale. If he inhales right here, we are very, very sad.
Lost you.
Okay. All right. It looks like we're good. All right. So another spit's coming out. So we're waiting for the next inhale, and so we're praying that we don't get this one as well. Okay, we're filthy high rollers on the side of Legendary, actually. Okay, now
Not bad
now
so
it looks
far.
like we're getting. Okay, so we got
That's
another
corpse
spit.
breath.
All right, one more perhaps.
Here's the inhale. It's coming next, I think.
The boss is at 40% though, which is a lot better than it normally is whenever you have the second
Oh, yeah,
inhale of the
for
fight.
sure.
Oh wait, we got another one, dude. This Legendary team is
Oh,
We are-
dude, they are sitting
oh my
in
gosh.
payphone right now.
buy a lottery ticket. They got to buy a lottery ticket after this one. Oh, another one! No way!
What?
How many? What have they skipped 4 inhales?
Igloo died. Igloo died to worm aggro. This is not ideal.
It happens. Okay.
They're getting inhaled for sure now, right? Right?
So we just got another. We got another corpse crowd. They've summoned a mound. Look at this, dude. There's so many safe spots.
There it is. Finally got the second inhale. Did the priest just get? Yes, he did. Okay. Well,
Okay, that's 1. That is 1. Our current MDI record is 1. Wow. We're gonna have to keep.
All right.
We're gonna have to keep track across the whole season about number of people to fall in the water and what's the record for a team during this fight.
you're pretty happy with this if you're legendary. This is
Oh, dude.
very, very, very good RNG.
This is some of the best RNG I think I've seen ever, honestly. The 2. We got 2. Tobo got eaten.
I think that was a commit
Okay.
call at the end, though.
Well,
I don't think
I'm
that
still
counts. That
classifying
doesn't
it
count. The
because
boss died.
he was in the water. That counts.
We'll have to go to the judges on this one.
Joel is in there.
Are they? Wait, Joel?
Dude, what? This is, huh?
They're just going to
Could be
pull
an insane pull.
the bats and the spiders into the void pulsers. Okay, interesting. Usually
We
you
call
do
those
not do this,
blueberries.
but... Oh, blueberries? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, we lust this. I'm down for the lust. This is actually very dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
If they let any of the casts go off, especially the spiders, then they could potentially wipe. They're also kind of hoping for good RNG on the void spawns. So sometimes the void spawns will do this double pulse like we just saw on the side of Legendary, as opposed to going void pulse into void eruption. And if we get a bunch of doubles, it can set Igloo pretty far behind, especially in like a bolstering 23 fortified. But I mean, they're doing a great job. Look, Void Spawn number 1 is already dead. Void Spawn number 2 is going to die before the Void Pulse even goes off. So that was not even dangerous for Legendary. Man, they just owned that.
That is great, actually. Yeah, I was going to say, if that next Void Pulse went off after the Void Eruptions, they were in danger, because that was like a triple bolstering Void Pulse. Might have just one-shot them on 23 Fort, but wasn't going to happen to them, and we are on to the final boss, Ner'zhul. Oh, man. This is actually a great dungeon boss, too. I feel like this is one of those great, just like... HPS, DPS checks. I feel like the wall is great, and having to bait these void zones is actually pretty cool too. But here you go, first Ritual of Bones.
I am
just kinda
also a
sitting here
fan of
wondering
this
if there's any
boss.
cheese. There's no cheese. Okay.
Yeah, I think that so early on in the expansion there was cheese where you could just kind of like back it against the wall and not have to kill the Ritual of Bones wall, but that's been largely fixed. I wouldn't expect to see any teams trying to jump into this purple zone. Basically, if you clip this purple zone, they made it scale with key level as well, so where you get like 2 tapped by it if you accidentally get ticked by it. For Legendary here, Wexy has to make sure that he's baiting these puddles in a good spot, right, Zyro?
Yeah, I mean it's really only it goes on range players, right? And that doesn't count healers unless your healer's your only range target. So. It's pretty much on Wexy to make sure that he's the one baiting them in good spots. And the thing is, as a ranged player, especially a caster, it's kind of annoying to deal with this job. Because, as I'm sure you know as well, you pretty much have to move instantly when they spawn. You do not want to take a full tick of damage, otherwise you're pretty much taking your full health bar, right? It's rough.
If you were under it directly, then you... yes, it hits you down to probably like 20% HP. So that's why you want to be pre-moving in a lot of situations. Wexy looks like he's about to summon this into melee, which means that like... The melee are going to take a little bit more just incidental cleave. Wexy does a good job of not getting knocked down below 50% HP, and so Igloo just has to make sure that he's topped before the next Void Pulse comes out. It's kind of this fight is kind of annoying as range because you end up canceling a lot of casts here.
Yeah, but you're doing it for your team. Think about how much damage you're gaining for the rest of your team. In addition to that, he's also giving power infusion to someone too. So even though the damage meter says he's only doing 60k, he's actually doing like 100k. Just think about it.
If he was trying to do more DPS, he could actually just pad on the wall.
That's not pad, that's
VT
funnel.
the wall.
That's funnel.
Ethical pad. We call it funneling these days. He could just VT every single Ritual of Bones. I'm sure that'd be good damage.
You know, well, that's going to be a pretty solid dungeon for Legendary. Surprisingly, only 2 deaths. Flirting with death at the end there. Igloo might go down at the last second. It's not going to happen, but it doesn't matter anyways. It's going to be the first map win picked up for Legendary. You know, not without controversy. There's a little bit of a clown show in the middle, but still a good showing.
I think that we need to see them improve this. If we see them go back to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, we know that they can save, 45 seconds pretty easily, though.
But yeah, Legendary takes the win in that first game between Legendary and Levels. I'm sure Doa will be with us in just a second, but let's go over
that one was not my fault, I'll have you know.
This dungeon.
Doa's noobing it up.
I am not. That was not me this time.
Doa noobing it up on the broadcast.
Okay.
What you got for us, Mix?
It's been a long day.
Ironics.
It's been a long day. But
so they actually pulled so much into this boss here, which I thought was super cool on the broadcast. We saw Igloo running all the way to get those spiders. And there was even a little bit of mind controlling involved to make sure that pull goes smoothly. Now, on the other side, it didn't go as smoothly, putting Levels just way behind Legendary and putting the ball in Legendary's course to lose this game. So let's see how Legendary played this one out. They did have a little bit of an oopsie as well. After pulling everything that you see right here on top of the next worm, there was a little mistake. Someone, DPS got it a little bit too close to the edge, and then there was an oopsie with thundering. I'm going to be very nice about it. You never fell down that edge. I know everybody has done that once. I don't believe you if you disagree with me now, Twitch.
It was a storming.
So, yeah.
Wait, did he think?
He even gripped him, but so the thing is, Wexy was then down, and so they couldn't clear. Yeah. It was a very messy. But look at Splat. I really like this. They did lose some of that pull, but I really like what Splat did. He kited all the way back, then went into Bear, making sure Lupin was able to pick that pull back up. And then this pull, I think, was also really, really scary. It's Pulse Ring, keep that in mind, and Fortified. These Void Spawns are evil. You won't have fun on this pull, and I thought they played this really well. They used Bloodlust to make sure they have everything available to them and have as much damage as possible, so really nice to see that. And then clutched this one out in our first Shadow Moon Burial that we saw in this MDI really quickly. Lupin at the end there, Grief Torching, clutch as well, but yeah, I really like that run.
Mix, I have a question. So we came into today talking about Levels, and the narrative was can they be more consistent with the large pulls that they are doing? Are you worried after seeing that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds now? Because we saw them in the earlier series, and they looked a lot better. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're having all EU teams this weekend, right? And right now it's midnight in EU. And they've been playing for quite some hours, and I'm sure they've been practicing before that. And if you're not that used to this type of format, keep in mind Levels was in TGP before, but not the MDI if I'm not mistaken. I feel like it might just be a concentration issue, or it's just the same thing that we saw yesterday where, yes, the poll mostly works, but then sometimes it doesn't and everything goes wrong.
I mean, past midnight is peak gamer hours, right? That's
midnight 30.
It's
I've been awake for 6 hours.
Really,
I don't know.
It all depends on if you're obligated to be up earlier than that, right? If there was no MDI, it'd be the equivalent of 11 a.m., right? But since it's MDI, that was them getting up at 4:30 a.m. in gamer hours. So it does get a little bit tricky. That's true.
Next up is Ruby Life Pools, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is correct.
Should be another quick one.
Well, we've seen both teams have pretty large mishaps in Ruby life pools at separate times, right? Last time we saw Legendary in Ruby life pools, they had a tank death on second boss, which ended up costing them their run versus Sloth earlier today. And then yesterday we saw Levels have a wipe in front of the final boss. I think that this is going to be a battle of consistency with who can perform their strategy correct. Yeah? Sounds about right?
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right.
I think.
Do you think
it's-
Levels can take this one home?
I think Legendary can take this one home. I think Levels has put on strong performances, and I like how, you know, we've talked about earlier, they can be aggressive and things, but it seems like there's little things in the execution here and there that have been holding them back, and so you gotta give the edge to Legendary coming into this one, but who knows, right? Any given dungeon.
Looks like you were under attack there for a second, Mix.
Yeah, I brought my own feral, you know. As a DK, I feel like ferals and DKs should go together, so I brought my own. She's here for mental support, making sure no other DK falls.
How long have you
Doesn't
been
wanna
prepping that one
watch Not
for?
good defensive either.
Not. I haven't been prepping it.
Well, we'll get into the dungeon in just a moment. But for now, the players obviously changing characters, things like that, changing a couple talents here and there, if you need to. And then
I liked
Levels will battle
Legendary's
for survival.
I liked Legendary's comp in Ruby life pools earlier today. They ran a Destro Warlock, which we haven't seen Destro Lock a ton in MDI so far. A lot of it's been, you know, this feral Spriest Unholy DK staple, but I think that the Destro Lock looked really good for Legendary in here.
Yeah, in addition to that, Splat is just an insanely good Warlock in general. And I think he actually makes it look extremely good, where Feral should be the class that shines. And he also just does play the Feral. We just saw him play it and make great plays on it. So let's see if he goes back to it. And yeah, he does. They just think that the Destro Lock is a really good play here. And I think it's a good choice, right? Because there are a lot of opportunities for Destro to shine in this dungeon. It's really good at the pure AoE burn, but also pure 2 target as well, getting full rolling Havoc value, getting as much intellect as possible to cleave your Havoc targets is really, really good, and you can make full use of that on the second and third boss here, and have really good usage on the first boss too. And I mean, it's a tyrannical dungeon, so this should be a great dungeon for him to shine. Last time around, we almost saw him hit 1,000,000, but Igloo instantly goes down. That's going to be the only battle res they have for the first 10 minutes expended right away. Hopefully that's not too much of an issue for them, and they'll be able to finish this off anyways, but man, that was a rough one to start off the dungeon with.
I was about to say, I love how Legendary continues over and over again to use Igloo to kind of get these packs grouped up, as Splat does crest 1,000,000 DPS there. I think that Igloo, like, tagging packs and grouping packs up for Legendary is super smart the way they've been utilizing him. Unfortunately, I think he got one of, like, the Chillweaver casts going off on him right there, and he just ends up dying. That was very unlucky.
Yeah, that was, I mean, unlucky is the perfect word for it. I mean, it was just right
it's
at
not
the
his
start.
fault,
I think he might have pulled
right?
aggro. Well, it's never the healer's fault.
Yeah,
it's always the tank's fault. Yeah, we did see the Warlock just barely tap the 1,000,000. He didn't go past it. He hit 1.00 million on the meter twice for like half a second, and that counts. Second class in the MDI to hit 1,000,000. First one was the Fire Mage, Nalgathar Academy. We haven't seen Unholy hit it yet, which is kind of surprising. I thought that would be the first class that really hits those big peaks, but it just doesn't quite seem to have this super high end on the top end that we're used to seeing. But with that mistake, and I guess a slightly slower first pull, Levels has pulled ahead here at the start. And remember, the thing that we've been saying about them is that their strength tends to be in going for those crazier pulls. And, you know, when they do pull them off, it is impressive. It's just a matter of whether or not they can keep that level up through the entire dungeon. As we saw before, they have made plenty of mistakes in this dungeon before.
There is one big difference between the two teams right now, and it's like the count department. If you're looking at Legendary, they have like 9% more enemy forces, and it's looking like they're going to get up to, you know, around 41% count once all of this trash dies, whereas Levels is at 29%. So there's going to be, I think, a difference in like routing with what dragons you're pulling up at the top here. I think that Levels with this amount of count, especially with like what we've seen from them earlier, we know that they play both of the dragons in some capacity, where like the first Thunderhead is taken into like one of the destroyer pulls, and then Flame Gullet is done with a couple of other trash packs as well. Where Legendary, they're going to be able to skip those, mostly seen as time inefficient mobs. Whose position are you preferring here?
I think I prefer Legendary's position, right? They'll be able to skip both of the dragons, which I think is really important, right? That's really important. I don't remember if we've seen Legendary's Ruby Life Pools, right? I believe we did.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw them versus Sloth earlier today.
Yeah, they go for the double destroyer, which I think is just in general a faster route, and they were actually I think almost on par with Echo's route. So, as long as they're able to play clean for the next 7 minutes until they get that safety net of the battle res back, I think they'll be pretty solid. I think they're definitely the faster strategy.
Dude, they pulled the boss 15 to 20 seconds ahead, but now they're falling. Levels is falling behind in boss damage. Legendary just caught up. Huh.
Well, the thing that I'm noticing both players are doing, on both sides, by the way, the Warlocks aren't AoEing at all right. The only thing that they're doing is immolating multiple of the Whelps and then just spam Chaos Bolting the boss. They're going for pure maximum single-target funnel damage, and I think the Shadow Priest is just, in general, better than the Rogue. The Rogue is just kind of like a safety pick, right? It's just it's like a self-sustaining class that has a lot of single-target stops and just does solid damage. But it doesn't do as much as the Shadow Priest, and also you don't have the power infusion either, right? I think it's just, the comp from Levels is just less damage.
It's interesting because, like, if you think about Sub-Rogue, generally your thoughts on it are like, oh, this class is good at funnel whenever they're spamming Eviscerate as opposed to, like, black powdering. But, I mean, maybe you're right, Zyro. Maybe this comp from Legendary and just utilizing that Warlock. Destro Lock is really good at single target. Levels also has that Destro Lock, but maybe it's just like a Priest versus Rogue kind of difference.
Yeah.
Okay, both the teams killing the boss around the same time, and then look at the count difference. That's not great.
No, I mean killing the boss at the same time and being behind 12% count is it's not where you want to be, and we know that level also pulls both of the mini boss dragons too, which are pretty dangerous mobs to deal with. So we'll have to see how this goes from here. But we do know Legendary does go for the double destroyer pull, which can be a huge problem for the teams to deal with. We'll have to see how it goes for them. It worked out last time, though.
Yeah, so look at the left side of your screen here. This is probably going to be one of the most crucial parts of the dungeon for Legendary. If they're able to get this pull dealt with, they should be kind of cruising up until the second boss. But this is a point of the dungeon where they absolutely can wipe if they make any mistake. There's just going to be so much group-wide damage coming out from the double destroyer with the Inferno casts. They also have to make sure that they're getting Cinderbolt kicks. They have to make sure that those flame dances are getting interrupted as well. And so this is very, very dangerous from what we're seeing from Legendary.
Let's see. They've still got plenty of buttons available to live through. He just filled up his stasis bar now. They've got Rewind available still. They've got so many different tools to live through this. Igloo doesn't even need to heal the group yet because of how much healing the Vampiric Embrace is doing from the Shadow Priest. I believe only on the next couple of Infernos, when they get into Raging, is when he'll actually start spending that healing, and yeah, you'll see him pop up to the top of the meter just now, and finally ending it off with the Emerald Communion. Igloo just made a really dangerous pull look extremely simple. And I guess, you have to give credit to his team, too, for pressing their buttons correctly.
I mean, it still was, like, quite close. We saw Igloo drop, sub 20% HP at the very beginning of that pull. We saw him have to time dilate Wexy, like, almost immediately as that pull was getting grouped up, just because he got some of those bombs on him. Igloo played that pack really well, though, and able to keep his group alive. Obviously, he was aided by things like Vamp Embrace, but that was a really good showing by him.
Dude, the Shadow Priest was doing like 50k HPS for the first 20 seconds of the pull. As a healer, you gotta love that. You're just sitting there gathering mobs up for the group, tossing out a Fire Breath, maybe have a TA here or there, why not? He was just vibing, man.
And now he's sitting here channeling his staff into the Destroyer. The most ethical way.
Big funnel. That is a Raging Living Bomb on Splat there. Doesn't even have to pop the Dark Pact for it.
That is a Warlock. So now on the right side of the screen here, Levels, they were able to actually deal with Thunderhead with that Blazebound Destroyer pack. That's a pull that I've always found very, very dangerous that they do. But they've consistently been able to kill that pack off and make it look clean. There's some level of practice that they put into Ruby Life pulls where that pull has started to get consistent for them. I don't think that they're like fully caught up to Legendary yet, but they're only a couple of packs behind now. Maybe they're in the 1 to 2 pull range, which, I mean, it's in a situation where if Legendary has any mistakes, that Levels might be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, well, they're actually, I would say, probably 2 full pulls behind right now. Yeah, 2 full pulls. Legendary is finishing off their final Destroyer, whereas Levels is pulling their 3rd Destroyer, but they also have to burn down Flame Goulet as well. It's not Gullet, it's Goulet.
Goulet.
And they'll have to do another Destroyer pull afterwards. So they still have so much trash to eat through, whereas Legendary, once they finish off this Flame Panther and dispel it off, they're onto the second boss already. They are destroying this dungeon. They are actually going, I think, faster than the pace they went in their previous dungeon, even with that mistake from Igloo on the pole. So Legendary's crushing it right now.
So something that we saw earlier from Legendary on this fight is the amount of group-wide damage on a 22 Tyrannical from these Blazebound Firestorms is actually quite high. We saw Igloo kind of fall a little bit behind in the healing department earlier today in the 22, and then Lepan ended up going down from the searing blows that went onto him. We just need to make sure that we're getting through this fight here. This is one of the most dangerous fights in all of Dragonflight Season 1, and you just need to make sure that you're dealing with it super carefully. Legendary is doing a great job of baiting the ads, making sure that they're baiting boulders well, and they're going to try to position this boss to where it is right at the exit to where they have the least amount of travel time. But by doing that, it forces them to play in a super cramped area, which a lot of players aren't super comfortable with.
Look at where they're positioning this boss right now. Every single time they have a Molten Boulder go off, they are pre-positioning their ranged players at exactly the spot they want them to be to bait the boulder here. Next boulder's going to come out in probably about 10 seconds here. Look at where the players are stacked up there. It was actually 2 seconds. And they just perfectly bait it into where there's already fire. At this point, the boss is at 42%. They have this entire section of the room next to the wall to bait boulders wherever they want them to go, essentially. As long as they don't bait them into a wall right next to them, they're going to be totally okay. I mean, again, look at that. Boulder baited pretty much right into the fire. It's going to be, you know, a little out of the way, but plenty of room left behind for them. This is just great execution once again from Legendary. Keep behind the health bars there. Stasis used from Igloo, but Wexty does go down. Now, their battle res isn't back up just yet. It will be available in 10 seconds, so it's not too big of a deal. The big thing we have to look out for, though, is that you really need to make sure this Firestorm ad does not get a second Inferno off. There is the cast right there. There's going to be a lot of damage going out here. Stasis was prepped. I think he did expend it there. Yep, he did.
But we're getting another Inferno right here.
Yeah, we're getting another Inferno right away here. They've got Rewind. They have plenty of buttons. They've got Rewind. They've got Communion. They'll be totally fine here. Yep, there's the Rewind.
There's the Rewind.
And of course, the Prince is back available and can VE here if they need him to, but he's probably going to save that for the next pack because they're going to go big, I'm sure. Here we go.
One of the big downside of Wex. One big downside of Wexy dying is the boss should probably be dead by this point. But with his death, now they're going to have another ad spawning like right on top of them, and they're already pressed up against the wall here. This is getting kind of awkward. The boss is low enough to where I think you can just commit to the boss, but if the fight goes for too much longer, we could be in a bad position.
They just need to not bait the boulder at the wall here, and they'll be totally fine. That's all they have to do.
Oh, you're right, because it would instantly explode, right?
It would instantly explode and kill everyone, but they do not do that. We are not caster cursing them, and we're on again. But the big takeaway from this point in the dungeon is that they will have no battle reses available for this entire third boss section of the area. One player goes down, they're essentially gone for the rest of whatever combat timer that they're in.
Okay.
So they really need to play perfectly here. Stasis is back
up
for
lusting
Igloo
this?
if they need to use that. They've got Power Infusion, they've got VE. They are definitely lusting this, I would have to say. I'm pretty sure that they lust this. VE instantly expended on the pole here. Haven't popped Bloodlust yet, though. Maybe they won't be using it. Interesting.
I mean, it should technically be
Tobo
faster
goes
on the boss.
down on a DK? Through VE?
I hate that. I hate to see that.
I'm pretty sure this was his cooldowns here.
So
it was his cooldowns
so
in
this
the
is
Shadow
really
Priest,
bad.
because Infernal's not up.
So on one hand we have High Channeler alive. Oh my gosh. Okay. So on one hand we have the High Channeler alive. We're going to need to make sure that we're rotating through Mass Dispels and Blood Elf Purges to make sure that none of those Stormlings end up having a shield on them to where the High Channeler doesn't get the shield off. And it's going to be a full... It's a full wipe for Legendary. They blew their Invis Potions. What are we doing now? I don't know. What is the recourse?
I don't know.
Do we just hold W? Like, what are we doing?
You just have to hold W. They're still technically ahead because Levels hasn't killed the boss yet, and they probably still have 30 seconds of boss left, so I think it actually might be neck and neck here, with just the major takeaway being Levels still has both of their battle reses available, but Legendary has to play absolutely perfectly. Like, fortunately for Legendary, they didn't use their Bloodlust and then wipe there, so they can technically, like, opt to go for that pull again with a couple less mobs and then just Bloodlust it. But man, that is probably the worst case scenario for them. Yeah,
like we're going to like 110% count now because we have to play these Tempest Channel and these Warriors that we weren't previously playing. Whereas Levels here, we see they're at 76% enemy forces. They're about to be Invis Potioning, and if they are able to pull off the pull that Legendary did, with or without Lust, I think that Levels wins this game, or wins this map rather.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It's going to
So
be close
all eyes
here.
on the right
It's
side of the
all eyes on
screen.
Levels, yeah.
Pre-dilate, this is not bad.
Yeah, Tyler at the start of the poll just to make sure Nubo stays alive and they get situated. More problems for Legendary on their smaller poll. Igloo did go down. He has to release and come back, but we need to keep an eye on Levels here. The first big Lightning Storm overlap is going to come out here. Tempest Channeler finishes him off. Channeler Ivadi is going to go into theirs pretty soon here. Here it comes. More big AoE group damage coming out. You can see IBF being committed from Wall on his side. Bergman doing a great job keeping everyone alive. Didn't even use Stasis or Rewind there. I think that was the Stasis just now popped to prep that for the next big AoE damage coming out from the channel here. They are looking very, very clean. Health bars are moving, but he still hasn't expended that Stasis yet. And there we go. Popped it. Everyone full HP.
Levels...
Man, Evoker's healing is so great to look at when it's executed like that.
Levels late lusted this pack, too. Like, they didn't lust
Maybe
immediately
just...
on pull. They lusted, like, halfway through the pack. Interesting.
Maybe they just forgot to, and then we're like, oh no, we lost this, we lost this, we lost this. Is that, you know, that happens, right?
I've been there. Oh, press less, I need it. Or you like, aren't in voice with the person, so you have to DM them because they've forgotten to lust, and you're like, oh my god, please press lust.
Yeah. Is this the exact same thing that happened to Levels earlier on in our tournament? I feel like...
God.
Oh man.
He's getting
that was just an insta-dilate. Holy.
So what were you saying? Is this the same thing that happened to Levels earlier?
Yeah, this was the exact same thing that happened to Levels earlier. Remember they had like the almost wipe at the end of the second boss, then the other team wiped on this same trash pack and the Levels win the dungeon? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened to them earlier in group at the beginning versus TEAMSWE.
Oh, was that what happened in versus TEAMSWE? Oh.
I believe so.
Well,
so here's where we are right now. Legendary, 45 seconds behind based off of death timers. They did save the Bloodlust for the boss here. They're about 30% behind on the boss, which means they essentially have to kill this boss about a minute and a half faster than Levels in order to win this dungeon. They have Bloodlust, but that is a very, very edge case scenario. They essentially need Levels to have 3 deaths, because they need Levels to not be able to battle res somebody who's already dead. Like, that's the situation they're in right now. And they have to play this boss perfectly on 22 Tyrannical.
Now, if you presented me with the option of who do I think is going to kill this boss first, I think that it's going to be neck and neck with the Lust versus not between Legendary and Levels. Now, if you tell me that Legendary has to kill the boss 45 seconds ahead of Levels, I would tell you that that's certainly not happening. I don't think that there's any situation where Legendary is going to be able to kill this boss 45 seconds in advance.
Well, let's see what happens here. Let's keep an eye on Levels here as they've transitioned into that sort of middle phase 2 section of the boss where Stormheart goes on top of her dragon and they start putting those Fire Spit debuffs out on as many players as possible. It is a huge, huge amount of healing for their Evoker to deal with. Here we go. First set of Flame Spit debuffs goes out onto the tank and the healer. Those are probably the 2 best options, honestly. Time dilates themselves. Tank doesn't really care about the damage. Easy as... And then for the next one, I believe all their DPS players just have their personals available for it, so it's going to be very, very easy to heal through, and that should be the last set that they get. So Levels is going to be through this boss very, very, very easily, unless something crazy goes wrong. But that should not happen for them. That's the last set of debuffs. Yep, and you can see, look at the personals across the board. Wall.
Good stuff.
Good stuff from Levels here, cleaning it up, finishing off the dungeon strong. 30% on the boss for them. You can see Legendary is pulling it back on the boss here. They might even kill the boss first, but those 45 seconds of death timers are going to come back and bite them. That is just a rough one for them, man. And you know what the worst part about this is as a player, is you kill the boss, and you haven't gotten the call that the other team has won yet from the admins, but when you kill the boss, you expect to see you have won, but they're not going to see that, and they're going to know that it's coming down to the timer, and that Levels will end up taking this map. And we're going to go to a game 3 in the lower bracket here for elimination. This is some exciting stuff.
That's right. Levels just playing it a little bit cleaner, getting a few less deaths, and that's going to mean they do it faster. 1706 versus 1744. And it's got to be, like you said, it's got to be a tough one for Legendary. Thinking maybe you've got the win, maybe you've got the 2-0, and then finding out you don't. But that's how it is. And so, yeah, we will be going to that Halls of Valor.
It seems like that Ruby Life Pool is really not the right dungeon for Legendary. I don't know what it is with that dungeon, but there's always stuff going wrong. It seems like every time I watch Legendary in that dungeon, I'm like, yeah, it's going so great. They're going to have an amazing time. And then somebody dies and there's like a chain reaction and suddenly they need to do stuff that's just plain tragic. But yeah, Levels finding that second map win for themselves, putting us into a third game. And sorry, you were saying Halls of Valor should be interesting, but first let's talk about what happened in that Ruby Life polls. At the very beginning, both teams going for very similar polls, going pretty big here. We saw Legendary go a little bit bigger, even still making sure they can later skip those dragons. I'm sure you guys talked about it. However, there was also a death on the side of Legendary at the very beginning here, which meant that they didn't have another battle res available. Eagle going down at the beginning, I assume it was just healer aggro, put them in a little bit of a tough spot later on, as we were going to find out. But yeah, then the routing, of course, was, yeah, we're going to see it, I think, even. I'm not sure if it, yeah, no, it happened at this point. So Eagle went down here at the beginning of this poll, just put Legendary in a tough spot. They played this really cleanly. Other than that, you could see how much damage they're doing and just how nice everything is going with that fortified key. I think that's always so scary with these big pulls.
Did he live that?
But he lived. The battle res was Igloo at the very beginning. Yeah. Yeah.
He got hit by the charge and just walls.
Yeah. Another crazy pull that we saw from Legendary this, I want to say morning, at the beginning of the day as well, the double destroyers. I feel like that's so scary, but super worth. If you somehow find a way to pull this off, it's crazy. And just look at that splat damage coming through there. Like, he is completely blasting. It's the same in the previous pull as well. Warlock really showing up strong in this key. On the other side, Levels deciding to play Thunderhead and Flame Gullet, which really surprised me. I thought they would have probably only go for one dragon, but they apparently found it really worth to play it with the destroyers. It did mean that they spend a lot of extra time on these dragons, trying to DPS them down, even though they could take them a little bit. It just gives you a little bit of extra time in a dungeon here. Here's the Flame Gullet as well, just clearing the entire ring, making sure you have a space for that upcoming boss, which I respect, but I feel like one dragon should be enough. Like, gotta put a rule out, only one dragon allowed.
You know,
but
maybe Levels is getting good RNG because they are pulling the dragon. This is Dragonflight after all.
maybe.
Man.
So, coming back to that death that they had at the beginning, you can see the battle rest timer here. It's on 15 seconds. Wexy goes down. So they played with 4 people for a very short moment, then rest up Wexy because Kokia was still on a lot of HP with like 25. And then they didn't have another battle rest for this pull here, which I feel like is such a scary pull, especially if you're opting to not use Bloodlust. And you can just see the cast go through, and Tobo is ticking so hard. He is going to fall on the floor. They don't have a battle rest. And then from there on, it's just chain reactions. You don't have the grip, you don't have the extra damage, you don't have the interrupts. You basically don't have enough options to deal with this pull here. And Rivali has so much HP. So really just very, very unfortunate for Legendary here. Sad to see. And then what that also costs, they wipe here. And that meant that they had to play the bridge that they initially skipped. So putting them even further behind on top of those 45 seconds. And I felt like you saw them end at the very same time, but Levels was just able to not have that death penalty, playing a little bit slower, playing a little bit safer, and that allowed them to then be able to find that skip here, be able to completely play that big pull that we saw. They used Bloodlust for it, played it super safe, and then in the end won on the back of those death penalty points.
Yeah, I mean, even though we're finding, even though Levels rather finds themselves in the lower bracket after yesterday, I feel like their play today has looked better. It's definitely looked a lot cleaner, I think.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's like, sure, if the deaths hadn't happened for, Levels, then this, or for Legendary rather, then this match would be over. Legendary would have won it. But, Levels, at least by the way they're doing things today is staying in it, you know? Being able to take
I think that- I
advantage
think
of
that
those
levels-
opportunities as they come up.
I mean, I think that Levels is actually a fairly well-rounded team, and I think that the strategy that they're doing in a lot of these dungeons puts them in positions to be able to win, right? Like, I don't know if their strategy in every single dungeon, they're not going to be favored over Legendary. You know, Legendary has like a 6 or 7 seed advantage across the whole entire tournament. It's kind of expected that they're going to have better strategies in most of the dungeons, but Levels is in a spot, especially with a lot of their pulls, like the Ruby Life pulls. I didn't love the Double Dragon, but like Mix was calling out, I think we're at a 1 dragon limit, but I didn't think that their route just as a whole was bad.
Yeah, I
mean,
agree.
this is
I thought the
Dragonflight, man. I
route
don't
itself
think that
was
no
nice.
one's on a 1 dragon limit right now.
You're on a 1 dragon limit
All
to
right.
last boss count, so can't pull any mini bosses, I guess.
I'm in.
Unfortunate.
I'm
There is a big
Speaking-
problem for levels here, though, Tettles. One big problem.
Is it
That's what I'm
Lipton?
saying.
Dungeon. Or an elite
That's what I'm saying.
Dungeon, the key.
Oh, toxic.
It's a Lapan gap, bro. He's about to gap Levels by himself. He is going to come into
Okay,
this
but
dungeon
question.
and 1v9.
Question. We saw Halls of Valor today from Echo with 21-28. Are we going to see Legendary undermine that time?
1945. Lapan is going to do
Okay.
200k
Zyro?
DPS.
Zyro? You want to give us a guess as well?
No, they're probably not going to do
That's
that.
fast.
Now, to be fair, they did have plenty of time to kind of go over the strat and maybe try to copy some moments from it, and I think that they're a good enough team to do that. We'll have to see though as we go into this key. Teams are sticking to similar comps here. Of course, both teams swapping for the Resto Shaman over the Evoker. Extra kicks in this dungeon always good. So many casters that you have to interrupt, and I love this change. Both teams going for this insane pull that we saw Echo go for earlier today. Every single trash mob at the start of the dungeon into the boss here. Do we have any Dominate Minds coming out from the Shadow Priests? I didn't quite see that, but already an issue for Levels right off the bat. Unholy DK down instantly. Any setup that he had is completely gone. Who's going to battle res him too? It has to be somebody with engineering bracers, right? They don't have a real battle res on their team. There's no feral druid there. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody, please.
Vale just got hit with the...
Vale took the breath.
No.
That's a full white. Oh no, Levels. Oh.
Oh, dude, I'm having a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds moment again where they just go so big on their first pull and then it's just not consistent. It sucks too because Walpen, I think that they probably just start to panic once Walpen dies, right? Unholy DK in a lot of these dungeons is like your primary damage source, it's your main carry. And then like once he dies, like Zyra was saying, they don't have a real battle rest, so they have to have engineering bracers, and so they're probably just panicked.
And I mean, the thing is, like, when you have these polls set up, you have specific jobs for every single player in the group. And I'm sure that Wall had some sort of situation where he had to be an interrupt on one particular mob at a certain time. He maybe gripped a mob at a certain time. He maybe asphyxiated a mob at a certain time. Get that stun out on it too. And without that DK there, extra damage goes out onto the group. Players go down, take too much damage. You panic a little bit. You don't realize the breath is coming out from the dragon. Your Shadow Priest has to disperse because they accidentally get hit. You know, so much can just chain react off of one player being dead, and unfortunately it results in a full team wipe for Levels. In the worst case scenario, too, the trash wasn't even dead for them, so they have to go back and clear this trash out before going to the boss, and yeah, like you say, they lost their bloodlust. It is just the worst possible thing that could have happened.
And I doubt they have any practice doing this either. There's a situation where on live keys and on TR, where if you mess up your first pull bad enough, you don't finish the dungeon or you don't finish the run. You zone out and you're like, that was so bad that we just go again and we practice on making it perfect. Now they're having to play through. And like if this happened on a live key as well, you know what? People are just zoning out of the key. Or we either drop the key or the group is disbanding or whatever else is going to happen.
Yeah, this is when your rogue in your group types GG and leaves the key instantly.
Dude. They don't need Shroud in this dungeon because they just Mind Soothe walk by everything.
Well, the Shroud isn't for this part, right? The Mind Soothe is just to pull everything. Wait, the pen's going even further than I think Now did earlier today, no?
No, I just don't think they're doing those
I don't
mobs.
think they pulled these
soothed
Shield
it.
Maidens.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, hold on,
I don't think they're
let's get a
doing
better
the same
POV
pull.
of what they've pulled here. Okay, they're not doing the same pull. They're doing the 2 inside packs plus 2 Shield Maidens. That's what it looks like here. And then they'll pull the other 2 Shield Maidens. I like this. It's good.
I think that like the pull at the bottom of the stairs into the pull at the top of that landing is not normally the most efficient pack, and I think that Legendary instead, just looking to clear out this great hall area of trash, especially once you don't if you don't have the rogue for Shroud, you're not able to move through that hall area super well outside of just using outside of just using that Spriest. But I think overall, Legendary, I like how they're pulling, and I like what they've grabbed pack-wise here. Now, I wonder if they're going to pull any of this trash into Solstin and Olimir here.
Yeah. Probably not. Now, you just noticed that something is not the normally pull, right? You know what else is not normally? Tobo. He's on Tobo DK instead of Tobo normally. Thank you. I'll be here
this
all
is
weekend.
this is Tobo DK with Riz.
Yeah. Oh, with W with Riz? Oh, we have a great
with Riz.
POV, by the way, of the thing I was talking about last time we saw Halls of Valor. Every single time that cast comes out from the Varlager Aspirant, you just saw it go out on Igloo, he kind of ducks underneath the stairs there a little bit, cancels the cast, so it doesn't jump at them, and you can keep everything nice and stacked up together there. Everything's in the healing rain, Igloo's happy.
Yeah, so a lot of times, on live, you'll see people do this because they're worried about getting one shot by it. On a 22 fortified, you're not going to get one shot by the aspirant, but I think the big thing is exactly what you called out. Keeping the pack stacked for your double melee cleave is, and honestly the tank damage, is very, very important.
Oh, Puzzle Box committed to this, and here we go. As the trash pack ends and the bursting stacks are ramping, they pull it into Solstin, and I'm sure Olmir will follow the second the Eye of the Storm comes out. Yep, there it is. Lepen, the Legion Wizard, knows exactly how to do this pull. He knows the exact timing. He already knows how he's going to play it. Perfect.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He's carrying. We need him back on Blood DK.
1945, right?
I don't know if I actually believe 1945, but yeah, 1945. I don't even... She said 21 minutes, didn't she?
It was 2109 for Echo,
21:30?
if I remember properly.
Oh, 2109?
Oh.
Oh,
it was low 21, I believe.
I just said a ridiculous number.
That's just that supreme confidence.
Yeah, exactly. I believe in Legendary. That's why I picked them to come second out of this group.
That is true. You were the only person that didn't pick Sloth to be the second to come out of the group.
Yeah.
You know, I could see it too. This team definitely does have the players that are needed to be on a good team. I think I personally just didn't know if they had the synergy that you need to be a great MDI team, but they do play really well together.
It's a great point. So, on one hand, Legendary has, a lot of Race to World First experience, a lot of high-key player experience, TGP experience and stuff like that, a lot of WoW esports, dungeon-pushing kind of experience. Whereas Sloth, I mean, we've seen them, we saw them in the last Global Finals for the MDI, and we've seen them perform really well in the past, 2 or 3 MDIs even. And so it's a great question of how much does synergy matter versus, skill and long-term, veteran players that have this is their first time playing together kind of situation.
Oh no. Something very unfortunate has happened to Legendary. They did not even go for the switch skip on this boss. It was channeling lightning during Eye of the Storm. Unfortunate.
So, we saw Echo do this earlier today. Now, it's very... You can consistently do it, but it's very difficult, and if you mess it up, you're going to wipe. Is what I will say about swapping sides. Do you think it's necessary, and what does it actually gain you in an MDI style run, which is a 22 fortified?
So the thing that it prevents you from dying to, which is the hardest part of the fight, is dying from Eye of the Storm into Arcing Bolt. That is unavoidable damage.
Yes.
And there's an Arcing Bolt right at the end of Eye of the Storm always. And if you have those lightning stacks at the end of Eye of the Storm, that is the most dangerous part of the fight. That is what it prevents you from dying from. The only other thing that happens is that the damage timings for the Arcing Bolt and that Holy Circle are flipped. You're more worried about taking damage from the Holy Circle after the Eye of the Storm, and you're more worried about Arcing Bolt damage after the spread and dodge the balls. So the actual damage output doesn't change from the rest of the fight. It's just the Eye of the Storm overlap that you're worried about, and that saves you from that particular part of the fight. It's really, really useful for just that.
So do you think it's going to increase the healer do you think it would increase the healer damage potentially, or
oh yeah,
what do you think it actually does? Okay.
100% increases the healer damage. Your healer doesn't have to do nearly as much during Eye of the Storm to keep everyone alive.
Igloo's doing a lot of damage.
You can see healer damage is important.
Resto Shaman here. Yeah.
Dude, 30k single target is no joke. That's a lot.
Well, he's decursing.
True.
That's what he's here for.
Decurse.
He's decursing. Alright, so now what?
The other thing is,
are we mind soothing? Okay, we're playing.
I think they're pulling all this. This is one.
Would you ever snap this through the? Would you ever snap this through the portal?
I don't think so. No. I think you can pretty much get it stacked together pretty easily. There's only actually a couple kicks in this pack. There's a Mystic, a Thundercaller, and 2 Rune Carvers, I believe, in here. And they have plenty of AoE stops and even single target stuns to get everything down. They don't need to kick for everything. And as I say that, a Holy Radiance cast goes off. Thank you, Legendary. I'm trying to riz you up right now, and you're just...
All right. 1945, 1945.
Ah, man. 1940... You know, minus 5 seconds for that Holy Radiance, you know?
Yeah, minus 5 seconds.
Minus
1950.
5 seconds, then. 1950, 1950.
I didn't factor in the Holy Radiance going off there. What I'm surprised that no team is actually... I wonder if it's like super scary to snap the pack through the portal. Because that is something you can do, and you can like pull the pack into the dragon, or utilize that dragon to kill off some of the stags. That's something that we see some teams do on live. I wonder why teams are electing to not do it, because we haven't seen any team do it. We know that Echo earlier, whenever they pulled this dragon, it was on accident. I wonder if Legendary is going to be also looking to skip it. It looks like Legendary is running around and away from this thing, which is, I think, smart. It's not the most efficient mob.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. And I was actually, I could definitely see teams like looking at Echo's route from earlier today and being like, they pulled the dragon, I'm going to pull the dragon. But Legendary knows what's up. They know the bulls are where you want to get that count from, not the dragon. You can even pull them onto Fenrir. Why not? Get some funnel, get some cleave in there. This definitely could be faster than Echo if they pull the same strat and they go for these bulls instead of the dragon, for sure.
Well, Echo pulled the Marksman Trapper into this boss as well, which I haven't seen that pack pulled in a very long time. Normally when it's pulled, it's like a butt pull.
I think it wasn't like an on-purpose thing. They pulled the dragon, they were like, wait, what do we get for our count now? Because we don't need the bulls. What can we do? Oh, the archers are here. Sure, why not? Just dodge the traps, guys. They totally won't one-shot you if you step into them.
So this is actually scary. This is a very scary pull for their melee DPS. The piercing horns, that you need to make sure that you're not going to get hit by those. In addition to that, you do have like the big AoE circles, which the stop it can be stunned, disoriented, blinding sleet, stuff like that, to stop the cast of it, just to make sure that the melee are going to continue to have good uptime on the boss. And this looks great. They have a perfect CC rotation on the side of Legendary.
As you would expect, right? Like, they've been playing great this entire time. They've had a couple mistakes here and there, but when it comes to the CC rotations, they've typically had that down. So,
yeah,
they've been doing
their
good
practice. Their practice is immaculate.
Okay, little death at the end there. You know what? Listen, though, we'll take... If there's ever going to be a mistake, that's the best time for it to happen, at the end of a pull. Actually, surprisingly... Oh, you know what? I was going to say...
1955,
the battle res. But they expend the battle res, but that makes sense there, because you're still in combat with the boss as he runs to his second location, so they didn't want to just wait for that combat to go away.
We also got the really annoying thundering timing. I don't know if you saw it. Oh, okay. So Legendary is doing their full. Yeah, Legendary's doing their full wolf pull here. I actually don't like doing this pull before the boss. It leaves your tank in a very vulnerable position, especially with like explosive too. So a lot of the time, whenever the tank is grouping a pack like this on explosive, the melee are going to have to be running alongside him and killing explosive. Doing it without the movement speed buff, specifically for the tank, one, it doesn't allow the pack to get grouped up as fast, and two, whenever he has to kite, if he has to kite, it puts him in a spot where he's like very vulnerable. But Lepan just manning up and tanking all of these wargs at once. Wow, this is incredibly impressive. Yeah. These wargs buff one another whenever they are pulled with other wolves.
Yep.
Cool.
Remember, Legion Mastermind Lepan, no issues whatsoever. Even pulling one into Fenrir just for good fun here. Why not? Now let's see, across the board, what do they have available for Shadow modes? There's one on Splat, there's one on Tobo. And that's it. They've just got those two, so hopefully... It spreads out perfectly enough to where they can do that.
Splat also has the Incarn Prowl. He has
have
bonus
Incarn for a minute.
Prowl. Yeah, but okay. So next we'll go Meld on Splat. So it will 100% target Igloo, Splat, Tobo. It'll target everybody here on this next one, and then so Splat can just meld that one off. And then after that, he should be able to Incarn Prowl it. But I don't even know if we're gonna need to press Incarn.
I don't think you get a third, and I think you would save the Incarn for the bear pull anyways, right? Because you want to make sure you do Gigadam on that pull.
The payphoner. Yeah. That's the one.
Yeah, the payphone pull. Yep. Alright, here we go. Second charge is going to be right after this next Howl. Oh, no. It's just going to be leap right away.
So,
goes on Splat. There's the Shadow Meld. Yep.
how you bait this for people at home, it's actually very easy. So Fenrir, kind of similar to Cujo from like Workshop, if you remember him, he always leaps first at the furthest target. That way you can actually bait that leap onto the furthest player, and then utilize things such as Shadow Meld while he's in the air, or utilize like Vanish while he's in the air, and be able to cancel the remaining casts of that leap, and then it also allows you to not get hit by it. That's what they're doing. That's why they're doing that strategy the way they are.
Yeah, and of course, no bleeds on the group is very, very useful. Your healer doesn't really have to do anything; can just do max DPS. It's perfect. And now, of course,
think
once
Joel
you kill off
is
both
in this
Perja
pond?
and Fenrir, Joel's at everywhere. He's
Okay,
even
Joel is in
on,
all of the ponds.
Yeah, he exists everywhere, and he will be taking over Twitch imminently. But here we go, into the big bear pool. Couple bulls coming in too. They even have a stag. That is scary. No stag. We do not like the stag. That bucking charge does an AoE frontal stun when it charges through the group.
Yes.
You have to watch out for that. That will be a pole killer. If it hits the tank, he could pretty much instantly die. So watch out for. They've even got a purple marker on it. Using the disorienting roars, their knock-up stuns from Igloo as well.
Yeah.
Pretty much have to make sure not a single one of those charges goes off, and they're doing a good job of it too. And it goes down before
the stag dies.
off. Very good, very good.
Now we're popping the Vamp Embrace, even though everybody's topped. It's fine. It's just healing Lepan. Lepan is the one that's in danger the most here. So a lot of times on live, whenever you're doing this pull, especially with all of the Grizzlies, or especially with all of the Boars, you don't actually want to be tanking. You don't want to be like fully tanking the pack here. You want to be kiting it as much as possible. That way you're not getting meleeed by those bears. But Lepan on that Prot Warrior, especially in MDI, you want to be doing as much damage as you can on like the tank roll. Like it really does speed up your dungeon a lot. And so he could kite for safety, but he decides that he knows that his survivability is going to be good enough to be able to fully tank that pack, and he's able to do 100k DPS on that pull. It's good.
So they still need trash count here. Remember, you need to be slightly underneath 84% here. 83.7, I think, is the exact number.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
what is going to be their count? Are we pulling?
Are we going to
things
drag
up?
the
Are we
Sentinels
snapping?
up top?
Dragging them up top is probably the play. Oh, is he getting the one from the bottom of the stairs right now? I think he is.
Do we need 3
Hold
Sentinels?
on, do we see the Sentinel crest over the top?
Let me log in.
POV.
What are we waiting?
What are we doing, Igloo? Who are we waiting for?
So one of the issues with this too is if you are in combat, by the way, you actually can't have a brew. So
are they waiting for them to start the brews and then pulling the Sentinels? Is that what the play is?
Oh, that might be it. Can we get a POV on like Lepan and Splat in them? I bet they are at the top, and then Igloo is the one without the brew. I bet the people at the top have the brews, and so Igloo is going to be tagging these Sentinels once the pack starts. Yes, you were right. Okay, this makes sense.
So they're starting this
now
off. If we can go back to Igloo, we'll see him pulling those the second these are all.
Yeah, and he's going to be heading up that light elevator with the 2 Sentinels.
Any second down here.
Surely he does.
They have to
soon.
wait until they talk to all 4. What is he doing, Igloo? He's just waiting for his team to spawn all the kings.
He's RPing. It's fine.
All right.
Surely we'll get it soon. Pull them.
Mad wolf noises. Here
There
we
we
go.
go.
Let's go. Sentinels are tagged. Did you get both of them? Already did, and we're off to the races.
Okay, let's go back to look at the 4 Kings pull, as Igloo is dragging these mobs up the light elevator. This is actually really dangerous. So there is a Sever ability that can go on Lepan, which makes him take more damage from physical attacks. In addition to that, there's like a Throw Dagger ability, which you do see Wexy and Splat have to make sure that they rotate their VE and their Nature's Vigil well. So Splat has that Throw Dagger debuff on him right now. He just needs to make sure that he's either healing himself with free regrowths or making sure that he's going to be topped before the next one comes out. Because otherwise it could be very dangerous. And now Igloo has rejoined the party. Hey, I think that this was efficient.
Back.
Why is Tor so healthy?
Healing Surge. You know, maybe
Did
some
he heal
ancestors
from an
made
ancestor,
it in.
maybe?
That might be the play. They
be.
might not have worried about that too much. Where Lepan probably just was worrying about keeping himself alive without a healer, because they're going to have to cleave away the Sentinels. Either unruly yell going off on the entire group. They're welcoming their healer back with open arms, saying, "Hey, here's something for you to do, buddy." But yeah, they're going to be looking pretty good, and they'll be able to cleave these Sentinels down while they wait for your best friend to run on up to this platform.
What do you mean, my best friend?
He's your
This
best
isn't the
friend.
same God King Skovald I know. No. He's changed.
Oh, okay, okay. Understandable.
Back when I knew him, he was a real one. Now these people don't know anything about God King Skovald.
Yeah, back in the day, you used to dodge the charges, but like now, man, you can't even dodge them anymore. What's going on there?
Well, you still meld them and vanish them.
Yeah, but you can't dodge them. You know, you can't.
Yeah, well,
you can't disengage them.
You also don't get 100-0, so it's fine.
Yep. Look at this timing, though. Sentinels are going to go down like right when Skovald is engageable.
Oh,
this is like
Igloo.
perfect timing.
Do we
Igloo
off
goes
here?
down, but he does have his 30-minute personal available. Opts to use it, and you know
He
it's
lost
like he never
HP for
died.
that thing.
He lost about 10% HP that you lose for that. It's a pretty significant amount, but he shouldn't need it.
He lose.
That's all right.
He lose like 30k health. Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, you know, that's okay. Here we are, on to God King Skovald. It's
Okay,
going to be a
Lapan
good
needs
time.
to
It's
make
not
sure
going to be
that-
on Echo's time. So.
Yeah, so it's not 1945, like I said. But I
with
think that their time in
1955,
HOV is looking
you know, we
okay.
counted it. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
definitely like an okay time.
What was Echo's time again? 2130?
21,
Pull it up. I think I
30-ish.
have the sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skovald will probably
I
go
like-
down
I
around
actually
like the late 20s.
I really like this remake of HOV with how they've changed some of the trash mobs. Obviously, they've changed like Skovald. I think that this has been a pretty large success in regards to dungeon reworks.
Yeah, moving the trash mobs around really kind of breathed life into the dungeon, I feel like. The way it was set up before, there were just sides of the hallway that you never pulled because the trash packs were just too oppressive. And the amount of casters that there were in certain trash packs made it so you couldn't ever double pull, but now you can. So I agree. I think it's definitely an improvement over what we saw in Legion, and definitely makes more sense for the state of the game we're in right now. You know, without the ridiculous like 5-second AoE stuns we had back then.
Lapan just needs to make sure that he picks up the shield here. It's the most important part of the tank. After God King Skovald drops the Aegis of Agrimar, you need to make sure you pick it up. I've been in groups this expansion where the tank has forgotten to pick it up, and then the Ragnarok goes off, and you realize that they don't have the shield, and you're like, you are super panicked. But Legendary, able to down God King Skovald. Now they just have Odin to deal with. Levels on the right-hand side. I feel like if they didn't have that full wipe on the first pull, they would have been competitive. It's just an unfortunate situation where they had to completely re-pull Hemdall without Lust, and they did it in like 3 different pulls. It just really killed their flow of the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, they've been kind of crushing it. I mean, it's really unfortunate, I feel like, for levels to kind of match up against Legendary at this point in the bracket. I think that they would have had a really good matchup against both of the teams in the lower half of our bracket, and the next match that we're going to see, I think levels could have probably taken a series off of either of them. You know, it's a little unfortunate, but you know, sometimes that's just how it goes. You know, you're placed into a certain part of the bracket, and the bracket plays that way. So it's going to be unfortunate to see them go now, but you know, that's just how the game goes.
I think
Legendary played extremely well here.
I think a Sweden v Sweden showdown part 2 would have been good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Alright, so now Legendary just has Odin left to deal with. I think on a 22 Fortified, they should be able to kill Odin in 2 cycles. Odin starts to become very dangerous once he's dropping triple spear out of the sky. And that happens right after the second Runic Brand comes out. Beyond that, I think that Legendary should be able to rotate through defensives with those Runic Brands on the players to make sure that they're not going to be dying. And then once that happens, they're probably fine to be able to just kill the boss in 2 phases.
Levels is missing count, Tiddles. Oh no, they're not. I thought they were missing count.
Well, that would be really awkward.
Oh, it's because we don't show decimals. That's why. Okay. It was going up 4% at a time, like on the dot, and then the last one just gave 5%. It was weird. Okay.
All right, Lust has been committed by Legendary with all of their offensive cooldowns. They're burning the boss.
Go. The burn. They literally have everything available. This boss is getting melted. They're not going to 2-phase this. They're going to 1-cycle this phase. Igloo's even doing 60k almost. Man, this boss is dead.
Dude, this guy does more DPS than some DPS players in Pugs that I'm in. What?
And on that note, that's going to be a series win for Legendary as they punch their ticket for tomorrow in our Final 4. See them make a go at it from the lower bracket. We're going to be saying goodbye to Levels as they bow out of this tournament in that 5th, 6th place slot. It's a good showing from them, though.
Yeah, Levels takes the L. Legendary takes the win. Legendary moving on. Levels, it's like we kind of talked about, where there was just, it seemed like each dungeon there was just one wipe or one moment where they got behind and it's just too hard to catch back up if the other team is playing cleanly. But here we are with Legendary getting the 2-1 victory, looking pretty good, and honestly a pretty solid time for Halls of Valor. I mean, it wasn't quite Echo time, but it was still pretty solid.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at how this one played out. And of course, it all started on the side of Levels with Walpen going down here at the very beginning. You had Bloodlust popped, you had everything ready. Then the team decides, okay, it's not really working out. Full wipe, go again. And I think I heard you talking about it, Tettles and Zyra. Like, normally you don't get in this situation because when this happens, you redo the key. So really playing from very far behind and once again putting the court into Legendary's, putting the ball into Legendary's court. They did some really nice line of sight tech here with the Shield Maidens and then later on top of the stairs as well, just making sure nobody really gets in trouble. Then we saw that Drake skip here. I just wanted to show it off in case people don't know it. Maybe they didn't play in Legion or just not remember it anymore. I think it's always a very cool and nice little skip that we see. They played these bowls on top of Fenrir. I thought that was cool as well. It required a little bit of CC chaining and then use Bloodlust on this pole here. We see them stack up on that pillar, and if you're not familiar with this technique, it just means that the wargs are not going to jump to you. So you can avoid a lot of damage onto your squishier ranges, making sure they're safe and protected back there. And it's basically all Lipan in this pull trying to survive, which he did. They then pulled a little bit more trashier. Some of the bowls with the Grizzlies and the Stag as well was allowed to come in there before they then skipped that dragon again and came back. And then we saw something which I honestly have been missing a little bit. We always see that mug of meat tag here with the kings where you pull everything, and then we also saw Igloo and the very back there pulling those two sentinels that they missed for count, making sure they have a really efficient way to pull the sentinels and get that missing count together with the rest of the pack here. But that also meant that the rest of the team here didn't have a healer present, which I always feel like is so cool when you see teams do that and they're just able to not get any additional damage, make sure they live it. Of course, with the Druid having a little bit of off healing and the Shadow Priest as well, that helps. And then it was just Odin at the end. Really beautiful, nice little, mostly clean run from Legendary. And I'm curious to see what they do if they ever come up against Echo in this one. But like you said, though, pretty close to Echo's time.
Yeah, not bad. 23 minutes and 1 second versus Echo's, what was it? It was 21-28. So, yeah, not too bad at all. About a minute and a half off or so.
So hear me out. Legendary permabans Ruby life pools for the rest of time. I don't want to see them go back to that dungeon again.
I thought the same
bad
thing.
idea to me. I endorse
I'm tired of watching them lose that map.
Can someone at Lipan on Twitter and ask him for that? Like, okay, can you just do this? I know the Azure Vault looked scary, but we know how that Ruby life pool goes.
I mean, but surely it can't happen again if they go to Ruby life pools. Surely next time they'll get everything perfect. It'll be fine. That kind of thing just doesn't happen.
Someone's been overdosing on that copium, I guess.
I'm a optimistic person. What can I say? I don't know. Either way, it's enough to get them through. As you can see in the bracket, Legendary will go on to face the winner of TEAMSWE versus RESETOUILLES, which is going to be our next and final match of the day. TEAMSWE, you gotta say, coming in looking like the favorites here, but RESETOUILLES definitely has some power in them as well, so we'll see what they can do. That said, the RESETOUILLES match was a grind against Apes Together Strong. Going to be looking for things to be a little bit cleaner against TEAMSWE in the next one, and we're starting out with Halls of Valor, actually, which is the map that they won, but it did take them 32 minutes and 39 seconds to do it, which is about 10 minutes longer than our last team we just saw do it, so you might want to tighten things up a little bit there, but we'll see. A lot to think about as we go into our last break of the day. to get ready for our last match, TEAMSWE versus RESETOUILLES. See you in just a few. Wow, that is some sinister music coming out of our break there. I never really listened to it before. That's kind of foreboding, but I don't know. I guess it's appropriate for the lower bracket matchup that we have coming up next. TEAMSWE versus RESETOUILLES. Whoever loses is out of Group A, so it is foreboding. Now is the time where you dig deep. Right makes Dratanos ironic. This is the time where you gotta win. Dratanos, you're back. What do you think about this next one coming into it?
Yeah, so I think the narrative here is going to be TEAMSWE, I think, are pretty heavy favorites because against some of our better, some of the toppest teams in our group here, they're sort of filling the role of maybe a little bit more consistent, but quite a bit slower. But I suspect that against Team RESETOUILLES, they might actually have the advantage both in terms of their best time and in terms of how likely they are to hit it, how many average minutes they fall behind their best time. So I think it's going to be a really tough challenge for RESETOUILLES to keep up with them. We are seeing the Ruby life pools removed by RESETOUILLES. TEAMSWE are going to avoid the Azure Vault that was lurking in Game 5 there, although that does leave a Nako defensive Game 3 open if we get to that point.
Oh, yes, it does. And it was an epic marathon Nako defensive in RESETOUILLES' last match. It went to let me double check again. It was a win at 30 minutes. 30 minutes and 27 seconds, I guess. Yeah. Zyro, you okay over there, buddy? You doing okay? We won't mention Nako defensive anymore. Don't worry. We're going to Halls of Valor now.
It's more scared of you than you are of it. Don't worry.
I'm really rooting for whichever team wins the first match to win the second game too.
Oh, what kind of esports attitude is that? It's not good defensive though, so I totally get what you're saying. All right, let's get into it. Halls of Valor, TEAMSWE versus RESETOUILLES, battle for survival in MDI. We'll see who takes it.
Yeah, RESETOUILLES
right off
busting
the
out
bat.
the old the Brewmaster Fire Magician combo. Coming in for RESETOUILLES. TEAMSWE on a little bit more of a kind of standard, Feral Druid, Prot Warrior stuff, but I love this out of RESETOUILLES. This is a lot of their comfort picks as well that they're breaking out here.
Yeah, it's exactly the same comp they played in their earlier Halls of Valor. Just reminding everybody that one was a little bit on the longer side with 32 minutes, 39 seconds. But they won that matchup. Chrysips actually going down here for RESETOUILLES. Seems like Hans also dropped really low there, but was able to survive just now. And Bloodlust is still running as they move up to Heimdall. TEAMSWE already in fight, has chewed through quite some of the HP already, and is now finishing up the trash in a really beautiful pull.
Yeah, the Unholy Death Knight is a real powerhouse spec that TEAMSWE have access to here, and that they're playing that
Only in the
TEAMSWE
MDI?
aren't, which means that, yeah, of course, only in the MDI. No need to nerf it, of course.
Please.
But specifically in the MDI, it does mean that when they get to do these massive pulls onto bosses, they can just really melt them. Whereas RESETOUILLES, especially with that death, were not going to benefit as much by trying to go as big as possible all at once. Although the Fire Mage does have some similar incentives where you really want to just dump a huge combustion into the primary boss, and then, Bloodlust and Power Infusion amping it up further, and it also kills any enemies in the vicinity of that boss as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I talked to Mode about it, and the consensus was if you're playing Fire Mage, you also want PI, because Fire Mage and PI kind of just always come together. So Chrysips being on that Shadow Priest makes absolute sense here for me. And then for TEAMSWE, of course, the benefactor of that PI is going to be that DK, making sure the army hits twice as hard. Really, really nice little power spike for both of these classes. And I'm really curious to see where these teams are going to get the majority of their percentage, as TEAMSWE is slowly but surely finishing off Heimdall here. RESETOUILLES is trying to cash back up, but about 30% boss still between those two teams, and of course 5 death penalty seconds. But so far, looking pretty good for both of those teams.
Yeah, our dungeon is being run here on 22, and it's 22 fortified, so the bosses aren't going to be approaching that one shot of abilities territory that if the key level was, a little bit higher, or if Tyrannical were active instead of fortified, they would maybe have to worry about. But it does mean that the trash is going to be quite nasty, especially, with bursting and explosive active. Those are affixes that can, especially if you're not thinking about them, take off half of your health bar of your whole group in a matter of seconds. So They're going to have to be really careful, especially, I think, in that Fenrir area, if they're doing any really large pulls over there. Starting off here with TEAMSWE doing a pretty standard live pull of the stairs up into the top pull. Quite a few enemies at once here, 2 Mystics that need to be managed, as well as a Thundercaller.
Yeah, but if you're looking at the top left corner, you can see the interrupts of the team coming in really nicely, well coordinated, making sure all of the radiances are being interrupted and everything is under control. There's still some left, but they will be able to move on in just a little bit. But RESETOUILLES on the right side now, catching up even further. They're also in need to take care of these interrupts. And of course, it looks a little bit different for them with the classes that they've chosen, Shadow Priest and Mage, both on a little bit longer side of the interrupt, but they will be able to finish off this pull as well.
All right, TEAMSWE dropping the AMZ here as they get another pull started. It's not going to be enough, though. They're going to need to use their first battle res. Now they need to wait for that Thundering Swirly to go away before accepting the battle res. And that might interfere with their planned CC rotation, but it looks like they've mostly done a good job of stopping this pack from doing too much. Looks like one Thunderbolt went out, which can sometimes combo with other abilities to kill somebody, but usually won't do too much by itself. But RESETOUILLES getting the same pull started as well. And this is one of my favorite pulls for Brewmaster in this dungeon, because Ring of Peace is so much value for CCs, for stops, for keeping the mobs off of you, but also for getting them out of those runes of healing if you need as well. So we'll look to see if they can find some good value out of that ability, or if they just ignore it and brute force their way through the pack. Oh no, RESETOUILLES having a Holy Radiance cast go off there. That cannot have been part of the plan. That's going to slow down this pull by quite a bit.
Absolutely not. That's just going to be so much healing onto the entire pack and throwing them further even more. But they're not going to give up just now. Another Holy Radiance going through here on that Mystic. Interrupts really a little bit all over the place, it seems like, for RESETOUILLES. But TEAMSWE is on their way to that second boss. They're making way. We can see a little bit of the Mind Soothe here, making sure they can pull everything up. Ooh, nice little skip. Jumping up there with that Evoker.
That was the classic combo as well of rescue the priest, and then the priest uses Leap of Faith and life grip somebody else up, right? So by doing that, you've gotten 3 members of your team, including 2 who didn't have their own way of getting up there, up, and then just one other person sneaks through, and your druid stealths, and bang, easy skip. So really good to see. I mean,
as a DK,
for the warrior,
I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, right, you already don't have the mobility, and then suddenly there's 2 people in your group who are just like, come on, let me help you. And you're literally getting carried to places you could have never reached. It's beautiful, beautiful tech. But TEAMSWE making sure they can get that trash count here. Interestingly enough, deciding to not play these 2 little mini bosses together. We often see teams start one of them, and as soon as the Eye of the Storm is cast, they pull the second one in. TEAMSWE going a little bit more conservative, pulling one after the other, but of course they also still have the shield maidens in there, so it definitely makes sense.
I want to shout out as well, the Evoker here for TEAMSWE has done a phenomenal job. Both times I've seen them targeted with the Valkyrie Advance, that yellow swirly. They're just hovered right out of the way at the perfect timing as well, so no damage taken. On 22 Fortified, that thing does a lot of upfront damage, but you can just dodge it, and it's very tight timing, but beautifully done. RESETOUILLES, though, getting started with this Purifier Quadruple Shield Maiden pull. This is a pretty dangerous one. It's one that TEAMSWE largely just skipped past, but RESETOUILLES are deciding to do it instead. It is a nice pull kind of for Fire Mage if you're going to CD it.
Oh no!
Oh, but unfortunate! We have a Brewmaster down in the Spirit Link Totem as well, just a hair too late to save. And they're now going to be able to finish off this Purifier at least. Once the Purifier is dead, they just need to be able to kite these Shield Maidens. Looks like Crixus is the threat target here because the Rogue vanished it off. Meanwhile, TEAMSWE are going to do this exact same pull that RESETOUILLES are doing right now, but they're going to do it during the Herja RP into Herja, which is a good way to use that time, and then a good way to be doing trash onto boss, which when you're playing that Unholy DK, when you're playing that Feral Druid, that trash onto boss is something that you kind of need to have part of your plan whenever it's possible, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The way DK works right now is you can either do full single target, at least unholy, or you can do full AoE, but there is no in between, no cleave. You either go all or nothing, depending on what you're looking for. So it really makes sense to get those big pulls going. And as far as I know, Feral is pretty much the same. So I think that's a really good tech coming out of TEAMSWE, making sure that these classes at least have something to do their damage onto, to not have too much lost time while they're getting Herja down. And RESETOUILLES able to get that pull back together. We can see it on the right side. Right Rum is back with the team, making sure they can also advance here. But it is still TEAMSWE who is currently leading. Herja is down to 50% as they move on back to the other side. Are they actually playing inversion? There was an Eye of the Storm on the right side. Or am I lost?
Yeah, it looks like TEAMSWE are doing their best here. Okay, here's an Eye of the Storm on the... This is
Strange.
on... Yeah, it's on the lightning side. Okay, yeah. So, this is as intended. Yeah, there are some ways that you can make Herja cast the other ability on the side, but usually it's pretty sketchy. It requires some very precise timing of when you're moving her between the two sides. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was rarely done in MDI, because especially here on 22 Fortified, you don't need the damage reduction that brings to live these abilities, I don't think.
Yeah, I think we saw Now do it for Echo today, but I also feel like the 22 Fortified, at least, not necessarily something you need to do. I just saw the Eye of the Storm here on this side for a second, but it might have been that maybe I didn't look right, or maybe it just spawned there. I don't know what happened. But Herja going down here, 5% remain. There's one more AoE that's going out on to the Evoker, and now they can move on. Really nice little time split of 7-11, and RESETOUILLES are still making their way to start that fight. Now, TEAMSWE are probably going to skip all of these here. Yeah, we can see the Mind Soothes coming out, and then move towards the dragon and pull one more big pack before that dragon area.
Yeah, there are a couple different options for how they want to attack this. RESETOUILLES do have a Resto Shaman down. It looks like a Resto Shaman down without Ankh available as well, so they are going to be able to finish off Olmir. Olmir doesn't actually do any damage, right? So as long as you... It's all avoidable damage, I should say, rather, on Olmir, so they should be able to get this res. Meanwhile, TEAMSWE have decided that this is going to be their second Bloodlust. It's going to be getting this Lust on cooldown because they think they can get a third at the end of the dungeon, which I agree. They almost certainly can. And it's going to be 2 packs here at once. There's a lot of enemies in here, a lot of different casts. You can see their Shadow Priest is just in a bit of a war zone there. Luckily, Dispersion is going to be more than enough to handle all that incoming damage, but was targeted by like 3 different abilities there. Anybody else may have died if they didn't press something.
Yeah, absolutely. That Bloodlust helping, of course, as well, and they are finishing off that pull here, making sure Bloodlust goes on cooldown and they can get the most of it as it was ready just now. They're now on the way to that Fenrir area. You can see another Mind Soothe, waiting for the Thundering. Now we move on.
So one thing that Roth is playing in this dungeon that I actually think is really cool is the AoE Interrupt talent. Not something we see every warrior play. It's something that people only play in specific dungeons, but it turns your AoE taunt into an AoE interrupt on like a 90-second cooldown. 90-second cooldown, which can be really, really big for those sorts of pulls in particular, where you just have 4 different casters and, maybe not enough kicks. You don't have a Resto Shaman with a short kick, right? You've got an Evoker with a much longer kick cooldown, and you've got people that want to be using all of their globals for damage and not using them on stuns and stuff. So I think that's a really cool little innovation out of Roth there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like TEAMSWE deciding to just play Fenrir by himself. We saw Legendary just 30 minutes ago in this dungeon, pulling some balls onto that. But once again, TEAMSWE going a little bit of the safer route at this point. They probably also know that they're ahead here and can play it just a little bit safer. But still, these AoEs are going to hurt, and those bleeds need some healing here on the side of TEAMSWE. And RESETOUILLES actually managing to finish off Herja here, 3% to go, and then they can also move on. And still seems like they're playing catch up. The 30 seconds are not doing them any favor, but I kind of want to see them come back. We saw teams do it before.
Nice little shadow meld out of Serrated on the leap there. One of the big benefits and one of the reasons you're seeing 4 Night Elves out of TEAMSWE is for exactly this boss, because you get to meld when you're targeted by that leap, and if it's jumping at you and you hit meld, it just won't continue leaping, right? And you can get that whole ability canceled by just one person. The thing to note about that is Fenrir will always jump at the farthest person first, the farthest targeted person every time. So you can manipulate who that is, have somebody who has Shadow Meld available go out, and then press it as the wolf's jumping at them. Completely negates that mechanic. You see RESETOUILLES not playing any Night Elves, right? They are gonna instead be dwarfing off a bleed at some point during that fight, which is nice. It's a little bit easier. You don't have to do any nonsense of figuring out who's going to be the farthest person and having somebody meld. But it does mean that you're going to have a little bit more healing to do. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of wolves that we're going for here. Everything that he could find, he brought back to his friends, and they're now going to go into that pool. No Bloodlust available as it has been used earlier. So this pool is really, really scary for the tank. The healer needs to basically pump Roth the entire time, make sure he doesn't die here. You can see the HP bar just bounce up and down while the rest of the team is pretty safe on that pillar here.
Yeah, time dilation is going to come out on Roth here as the second shield wall charge is over, but it's going to be more than enough. That time dilation doesn't even go into yellow stagger. And we are totally chilling on the side of TEAMSWE. Beautifully handled wolf pull, one of the scarier pulls you can do in this dungeon, but Warrior's pretty well situated to handle it, and then of course you have the ranged standing up on that pole so that the wolves don't jump. But the wolves, they do more damage for each wolf that's near them, right? So when you're pulling all of them like that, your tank is taking huge amounts of physical damage. Luckily, physical damage is the specialty of the Brat Warrior.
Yeah. Definitely very good at surviving that, and generally very good. Just look at the damage done of Roth. He, of course, also runs Grief Torch, but still, man, Brat Warrior is just such a beast at the moment here in these MDI polls. A lot of it also coming back to Spell Reflect, but not necessarily here on Fenrir. You can see one more leap going out onto the team. No rogue available, no mage available, so they're going to have to deal with those. Maybe you can dash around and try and avoid it, but that's not going to happen here for now. And RESETOUILLES now also on Fenrir, but still a little bit behind. They still need to push him into phase, then deal with some wolves, and then they're going to be where TEAMSWE is. So TEAMSWE is still leading this key here right now. We talked about the Halls of Valor as one of the keys that is rather long, so you are going to spend some time in here. It's not all lost for RESETOUILLES yet, but definitely TEAMSWE has the lead for now.
Yeah, 67% count, so they are going to be looking to pick up another 15% or so before they can head up to the Four Kings area. I suspect bears are in the future here, although we'll have to see exactly what they choose to do. There are definitely some different options here. With the speed buff out, it looks like there are some wolves that were missed earlier. And these wolves are maybe just being done straight up here.
They hurt. LFX is like, why are you doing that to me? He's taking so much damage from those. Of course, no defensive was up there as well, but each charge is like 50 HP.
So look at what their healer is doing. Their healer is actually just full sprinting the whole time, moving around, because if those wolves jump at you, you can actually dodge it by just being far enough away from where you were. And with the move speed buff that you get for having defeated 2 bosses, it looks like whenever those wolves jump, if they're targeting the Evoker here, they're just not going to land. They're not going to do any damage, assuming that he's moving at the time. So really clever little way of handling that pack, although I suspect that wasn't part of the plan. I suspect that pack was supposed to get pulled by Roth in that big pull earlier, although, you know, maybe that makes it too dangerous to survive, so maybe that's just like a little cooldown recovery pull, but here does come the bears. These also beat up your tank, although I think they beat up your tank a little bit less hard than all the wolves did. Oh, but it's going to go into the Valor Jar here as well, so this is going to make it a little bit more lethal. A lot of explosives to be taken care of as well.
Yeah, I just taking care of all of those explosives in the background coming back to the team. You can see everything lighting up and top under the TEAMSWE HP bars, making sure they have everything available to them as they deal with these grizzlies here. And you said it, they hurt. They're not an easy pack for your tank. And there's a marksman as well that's just shooting randomly at people. Roth now a little bit of trouble there, but it seems like the Evoker has him covered, putting him back to a more stable situation for now as these Grizzlies die off. Really, really nicely handled by TEAMSWE.
Yeah, Roth actually ran out of defensives and everything there, time dilation as well, and Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil expired, but he did a good job of backpedaling away from the pack, such that they were mostly not hitting him when that was true, and that's what you got to do as a tank is you can actually, with a little bit of calculated movement, you can effectively give yourself like a 70% damage reduction if you just make it so that 70% of the attacks that would happen don't happen because you're a little bit out of range, and that's exactly what Roth did there, so very well managed, an extremely lethal pull, but now TEAMSWE at 84% count. That's enough. They are ready to head upstairs, so they're going to be going and grabbing their mugs of mead before they make their way up to the final area of the dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. They don't need anything else. There should be very nice on percentage here. It's only the kings and then 2 bosses. And I always feel like the dungeon should be over after Skovald, but Odin is, of course, going to be faced as well. You can see the Mind Suit coming out once more, making sure they're able to pick up all of those mugs before they move on to the Skovald area. They need these mugs. Maybe we should explain it just once more. They need these mugs to actually make sure they can fight several of the kings at the same time. Because what happens when you talk to one of them, he does like a shout, and that puts the other ones into a mode where you can talk to them anymore. But if you put the muck of meat on them, they're actually able to be attacked right after. So a really, really nice little attack that has been around for quite some time. But if you ever want to be a little bit speedier in your keys, you can deploy that, of course, as well.
Yeah, doing all 4 kings at once, it sounds scary, but it's actually kind of safer because normally when you do, the 3rd and the 4th king together, they each have 3 abilities, right? So you're dealing with 6 total abilities between those 2 at the end. When you're doing the 4 kings at once, you're actually only dealing with 4 total abilities because they haven't inherited any of the others from one's dying. So it's kind of faster and safer if you can survive the extra melee damage that's going to be landing on your tank, which on 22 Fortified is not a foregone conclusion, but it's something that, of course, these teams have prepped and are ready for. So here comes that play. You can see the mugs are being thrown. Usually, so the easiest way I would say to do this is you do like a 4-second pull timer. Somebody throws a mug on 4, somebody throws a mug on 2, somebody throws a mug on 0, and then on 0 also the tank is clicking on the one that is not getting a mug thrown on them. And then you need to make sure that when the debuff for the mug expires on each of the kings, that somebody is spam right-clicking them so that they can instantly get that dialogue box and talk to them, because otherwise they'll just run back and then not actually be interactable with. So it's a little bit of finesse required for it, but it's quite easy once you've actually got the technique down.
A further note, maybe when these guys get initially spoken to, if you're a melee player, you need to be extra careful because there's a little bit of aggro loss on them, and if you're just too close to them, or if you're taking or doing too much damage to them, then you can easily get melee hit there, and it's very painful, and I would not recommend doing that. So just make sure you know that. Make sure your tank has a chance to actually get aggro on those before you completely YOLO into them. But TEAMSWE now at 100%. We see RESETOUILLES are making their way to those 84% as well, trying to catch up here with the Valhalla on the right side. But it seems like it's too little too late. God King Skovald coming in, and they will be engaged by TEAMSWE in just a second. Notably, they also used Bloodlust here to make that pull just a little bit safer, which means they're going to spend a little more time on the bosses, but I think that's super fine on the 22-40 fight.
Yeah, I think on Tyrannical we're considering, hey, maybe Lust is really important on like Odin for time to multiply with that Valor Jar buff, right? That buff that you get when you do the Runic Brand correctly. But on 22 Fortified, I think it makes a lot of sense to just send it on the 4 Kings. Those mobs, we talk about it being a strat that's reliable and potentially safe, but it is still just a lot of damage that's landing on your tank. You want to get it dealt with as soon as possible, and yeah, I think it makes sense to just send the Lust there, even if it's maybe a tiny bit slower in theory, because traditionally Bloodlust, the haste value is a little bit higher in terms of how much time it saves you when you do it on a single target encounter rather than in AoE, but I think it makes perfect sense. With these specs, it may not even be true that that's actually even faster than using it on 4 target.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think that was super fine. Just made that pull so much safer. You talked about the danger to the tank before. I think that also helps the healer and the tank survive just a little bit better. So definitely a respectable choice. I wouldn't flame them for that at all, but I wouldn't flame any of our MDI competitors. So yeah, baseline. But got King Skovald now slowly but surely dropping lower and lower, 32% more to go. You can see the shield come up here for the Ragnarok. He's going to seal it back in just a second. But yeah, I'm just looking. Of course, the key's not over just yet. But there is a Shadow Moon Burial coming after that, because the Ruby Life Pulse was banned, right? RESETOUILLES banned that. We haven't seen any other teams in the Shadow Moon Burial yet. It's the second time we're going to see it. I'm really curious how the routes pair up there, because it could be the game where RESETOUILLES takes it back.
It could be, yeah. That would send us to the Naka defensive, so Zyro would be pretty unhappy about it, but I don't know. I'm kind of rooting for that to happen because of how annoyed it would make him.
I'm not looking at him right now, but I can feel the deathly stare that I'm getting for just saying, oh, you know, they can still do a 1-1. But yeah, TEAMSWE now on their way to Odin. I really like this encounter. It always makes me remind of the Mythic Odin that we had. I really like that fight with all of the runes. Yeah, that was a great fight.
Yeah, that was actually fantastic. I think Trial of Valor as a whole, some of the best raid fights. Yeah. Among many great raids, of course. But here comes the unfortunate thundering for TEAMSWE. They're going to have to clear before Odin starts. And actually, I think that means that they're probably not going to get one during a runic brand as well. So maybe right at the end of the first runic brand they will. We'll see. But here comes the boss pull. Now, this is a boss that it can be a little bit tricky. There's also quite a bit of raid damage that comes out, especially towards the end, as you're getting multiple spears every time one of them is summoned, right? And each of those instances comes with huge amounts of damage on the whole group. So something to look out for. On pull, and especially without Tyrannical being active, though, they should be okay. Gotta make sure they keep that Obliterator kicked, though. That's one of the ways that you wipe in pugs in here, is you just leave that thing unattended under Odin during that big circle.
That's actually something that's really cool with the DK, because DKs are skilling into Death's Echo, which allows them to have a second Death Grip. The DK can basically always grip it out of the circle, make sure it's interrupted, and then grip it back to the boss, making it easy peasy to deal with it. But, like you said, the runes have come up. They're now getting that thundering. There's a slight little overlap where they're going to do extra amounts of damage. And of course, this boss is over at 80%, so they're getting really close, under 50 of what they needed to do. And now 6 more boss HP to go, and that should be very nice and easy for TEAMSWE. Taking some damage, but should be fine.
Yeah, meanwhile, RESETOUILLES waiting for God King Skovald to start up, so yeah, 2 bosses behind here are RESETOUILLES, although, you know, again, probably only something like 5 minutes or so, 4 minutes behind, but it is going to be TEAMSWE stopping the clock at 26-25 and taking a 1-0 lead in the series. Well played to them.
A little bit of an end of the dungeon dance from RESETOUILLES over on the right side as TEAMSWE claims victory. I always feel like Odin gives up too easily. 80%? Come on, Odin. You've got a little bit more in you.
Hold on.
They haven't proven themselves just yet. What?
Did you play back in Legion, Doa? Well, if
yeah, I did.
did.
What was the percentage then? I forgot.
Odin has to preserve his HP so that you can then fight him in the raid, the Trial of Valor, afterwards. That's why he stops at 80%, because this isn't the real trial.
Dude, just heal, Odin. Come on.
Well, he does. He heals himself to full, then you go fight him in a raid group.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I think that's
TEAMSWE taking the victory
sauce,
here.
Yeah,
the fact that he stops at 80, it's actually... It's OP if you got a Devastation Evoker with their Mastery Giant Killer.
True.
That is true.
That's the secret tech for Odin. I can't wait to see if a team busts that out, but Zyro,
what you got for
wants that fast Odin kill.
Yeah, here we go. A bunch of clips that I definitely hand selected to personally go over here. I definitely chose every single one of these. But yeah, no, I mean, this was a pretty well played dungeon from TEAMSWE, right? I wouldn't say there was anything particularly flashy about their run. They did a couple pretty solid pulls here and there. Nothing particularly went crazy wrong for them. It was more kind of a game of mistakes from RESETOUILLES, right? There were tiny little mistakes here and there, spot deaths here and there. Maybe the pull didn't go properly for them, and that was enough of an opening for TEAMSWE to take that gap and take a clean victory from them here. And I think that's something that TEAMSWE can just do. They seem like they're a team that's just a little bit more well-prepared, a little bit more well-practiced in these dungeons than RESETOUILLES. It's not like RESETOUILLES is a bad team or anything, but when you go up against a team that's a little bit more practiced, and they also are playing a little bit more of a meta comp than you really have to overperform that team in order to beat them, and they just didn't do that in this dungeon.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but we are going to be moving towards that Shadowmoon Burial for the second time. Just to remind everybody that Legendary played that one with a whopping 16-minute 50. It was a little bit going wrong left and right, but overall, I would say pretty clean key. So I'm curious, what are your predictions on what time we're going to end up for TEAMSWE and RESETOUILLES?
I think TEAMSWE will finish in 1812. 1812
Okay.
is my guess.
Wow. Historian Dratnos. Why is it
It's
any reason in
mathnos
particular?
for you.
No, I think about the
I
2 minutes
forgot.
story.
Famous
Yeah.
wars. Like Tettles was saying 19...
right.
Whatever. Okay.
It'll be 1942. No.
I'm
So
going to
it'll
go
be
with
1776. That'd be
76.
pretty reasonable.
Okay, so
70 minutes
All of
and
you are
76
terrible.
seconds. That's right. Yeah.
So the
that's about
quickest
right.
life key with these affixes was just under 24 minutes. So I'm going
Wow.
to say 1924.
What
Okay.
happened in 1924? The Great Depression?
Hopefully nothing.
Yikes.
No.
I can Google that. Hold on.
Stop
I mean, I
it.
can
We're
search
not
that with
using
no browser
years.
in particular preference. What happened in
Terrible.
When he's in the Great Depression
Terrible.
happened
What happened?
afterwards.
Dock strikes break out across various U.S. harbors. Calvin Coolidge became the first president of the United States to deliver a radio broadcast from the White House. There you go.
Wow.
No.
Really
Wow.
exciting stuff.
And you had to look this up, though? You couldn't just recall it happening?
Yeah, exactly. You should know
I could
this,
not,
though. Shame.
unfortunately. I've let my 1924 knowledge slip. I'll admit that. It's shameful, but it's true. My bad. There you
So
go.
Shadowmoon Burial Grounds,
See,
one of the...
who said you don't learn
one of the
anything on
dungeons.
MDI, right? Why is Tettle's name
of the
just still
dungeons.
floating here? It's like he's still with us,
Oh, yeah.
even though he's not.
In mind,
So you're going to
he's
like
with
pop
us.
in randomly?
He's gone to the halls of valor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over there.
He's haunting
sort
us.
of next
Right-
to Mythic.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like here.
I kind of feel like Tettle's
hey.
is watching me.
Got it.
There you go.
But yeah,
well,
players
Well-
are logging. Yeah, we're waiting for them to log over, just in case anybody's wondering, or we're just sitting around talking about Tettles floating on the screen, just waiting for these players. Now, is there any class? This is kind of the moment where sometimes teams that feel like they don't really have a great chance whip out a spec that we haven't seen yet. Is there any spec that you guys wish for?
In Shadowmoon?
I already got Enhancement Shaman today, so.
Elemental Shaman.
Ooh,
Oh,
I love it.
interesting.
Yeah, this is a big Ellie Shaman. Like you can get value for Ellie Shaman on like all the bosses as well on this in
Single
this
boss,
dungeon
yeah.
pretty well. Yeah, I think it's I think that's a good call. I like it. I'm taking that as well. Ellie Shaman. I think Resto Druid as well. You could play
Just
play Resto Druid in
copy-pasting
here.
others' results. Okay, Dratnos?
Yep, that's me. Yoink.
That's how Dratty P does. You don't know about him from the streets, makes. Drop some routes.
No, I only know Mathnos. I'm sorry. I don't know this other personality of yours.
Don't think about the
But yeah,
routes
seems
that he
like
got.
we're
He's
ready.
just Dratnos from the block. Yeah. There you go. Going to Shadowmoon Burial Grounds. SBG for
think it's
short.
also,
TEAMSWE. Yeah.
Not a bad Fire Mage dungeon as well. If RESETOUILLES want to keep playing the Fire Mage that they've been using, I think this is a pretty good place for it. So that could be pretty cool.
enough.
Of course,
Maybe that's why they banned the Ruby. But Ruby is also really good for Mage, no?
Yeah, the Fire Mage. I think they're more on the Fortified than the Tyran, right? But
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think you could play it on either.
What about,
I mean, certainly if they didn't ban it, they would, I think.
I mean, what about Devastation Evoker? We still have not seen the DPS version of the new class yet, and it's decent. It's not like top tier, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, I think you could play. I mean, I do. The Odin Giant Killer value is definitely something about it, but I think in this dungeon you could also play it pretty well. There's a lot of pretty quick pulls. You can pad on the Spiderlings, right? Tip the Scales Fire Breaths, kill them all in one global and look really good on the damage meters. I think that's one of the big benefits of that spec.
It's always fun. Well, we'll see how standard it is as the dungeon gets rolling in a moment. The last chance for RESETOUILLES to stay alive in Group A. We'll see if they can do it, or if TEAMSWE will push on to face Legendary tomorrow. As these teams are really getting ready for Shadow Moon Battlegrounds.
They're getting like double and triple ready, making sure they're ready, not just ready.
You got to use that trinket to make everybody transform into a boss or something like that,
Do you know that trinket where you can change your race? It makes me so angry whenever someone puts one of these down. I have to run through until I get like a night elf or something else that's cute. And it takes me like roughly 5 minutes every time. Yeah. So like everybody else is ready and I'm just like, oh no, it's a gnome. It's a Pandarian.
This sounds like
it's a orc again.
Problem, though.
No, it's a widespread problem actually in my key groups as well. One thing that it does as well is if a Moonkin walks over it, it takes them out of Moonkin form. So what we've been doing on like Razagul is just putting one down on the Moonkin spread spot, and it just stays there during the pull as well. It's really good. So would recommend that for any Atomic Recalibrator owners.
That's what you would call poggers.
Oh, speaking of Moonkin could be another spec that we actually haven't seen much of, but might be something you could consider. Especially, I mean, the key level is 23. I think the fact that it's Shadow Moon means the pull sizing is still going to be really large, but I think they might survive for long enough for Moonkin to get some good value. Bolstering is active in this key as well, though, so that is something to look out for. That maybe maybe something like an enhancement shaman for targeting the higher health mobs in these pulls could be good too. I don't know.
Yeah, we did see bolstering become a bit scary for teams earlier today in this dungeon.
Seemed like the scariest things were themselves falling into the water several times.
Yeah.
I mean, there was only one person that fell into the water, and everything that happened after was a heroic act of rescue, okay? Please do not change the facts.
Well, you have to say the exact ability name now because rescue is a different ability. So if you say rescue,
yeah, that's actually really sad, but like they were rescuing the DK with a leap of faith, and then somehow during that leap of faith they also fell down. I don't know how that happened, but the key is on your way, and we are seeing actually the Havoc Demon Hunter come out here, Dratnos.
Ooh, yeah. So TEAMSWE have been using this Havoc Demon Hunter in a couple dungeons. It's something that they've been liking and we're using in some of their time trials, I believe, as well. But look at this as well.
Yep.
That magician on the side of RESETOUILLES does not have combustion, actually has Frozen Orb being tracked. This is a Frost Mage from RESETOUILLES, so we're getting a new spec for the MDI, for this season of the MDI from RESETOUILLES. Unfortunately, Cauterize does not exist for Frost Mages, so that new spec
I believe he was also not specced into it on fire.
Yeah, that's true. They often don't do that, yeah.
Definitely
on the other hand,
little bit of a death. Yeah, they're going big here. TEAMSWE is rounding up everything similar to what we saw from Legendary. They're pulling everything and more on top of the boss. We saw them skip the very first pack, then adding stuff later. Now they need to be a little bit careful where they're stepping, but everything is coming in. The Shadow Bone Mender was mind controlled earlier here by the Shadow Priest from Legendary, which I thought was really awesome. TEAMSWE seems to just play it down. Bloodlust has been popped, and you can see the damage of that Havoc Demon Hunter for once show off really, really nicely.
Yeah, that's good to see. We do see, so their priest has talented Dominate Mind. It's possible that they used it here for a while, but yeah, I don't see it either. So either way, that's the first boss pull with Bolstering with all that trash. That's one of those pulls that's only possible because Bolstering won't affect bosses anymore. Back in the day, that would be extremely banned on Bolstering week, but these days it's actually one of the best ways to save a little bit of time on Bolstering is to find ways to pull some trash into bosses, since it doesn't interact with that affix. TEAMSWE still having to deal with a 23 Sedana Blood Fury, though. Not something, even without Tyrannical active, that you can take lightly, because those Whispers of the Dark Star actually do a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see it on LFX there for a second. They also still need to take care of these Defiled Spirits here, as they do have quite some HP. You can see everybody switching over to this ad to make sure it doesn't reach Sedana, and then they should be rather safe. One more time, the Whispers come out here. I did a little bit close to the Dagger Crash, but will be able to just dodge out of it. And RESETOUILLES now also arrived at Sedana. Just looking at the trash count, they took a little bit more mobs to get here, but they're now also on a very similar Bloodlust timing, so I'm curious how that one's going to line up later.
Okay, so looking at the racials here, you can see Serrated Belth is playing that rogue up in the top, but that's actually not a Blood Elf. That's a Tauren. That is some misdirection, some tricks of the trade being used on that name there, making us think something else is happening. But the Tauren Rogue being used by TEAMSWE there, a little extra stop for something like those Dark Slashes in the earlier pulls. And potentially some of the mobs in this area as well. You can get some good value out of War Stomp. Plus, it's also a good damage race, but you get the same damage out of Dwarf as well. So usually you'd play that if you weren't planning to War Stomp anything.
Yeah. I think that's something we see even live rogues play a lot. The Tauren, now that it's available for rogues, it seems to be something they're very attracted to. But RESETOUILLES are on the 50% marker. They're making their way through that boss HP. Their rogue deciding to go for Dwarf. Not going to be Tauren here. But TEAMSWE is nearly finished with these Dominators here. These are evil. This is a 23 fortified. So you need to really make sure that your interrupts are on points for these Dominators and that nothing is going through that could potentially wipe your group. Really nicely done by TEAMSWE.
Yeah, they're going to use Shroud of Concealment here as well to skip past that first Exhumer. The second Exhumer as well. Looks like they're hugging the side. little tree root there is going to get in their way, but they're able to navigate it with some precision. They are going to activate one Exhumed Spirit there. Not sure if that was intentional, because if they wanted one of them, they could have just walked over one of the front ones. And yeah, they're actually going to kill this off before starting the boss here, maybe for a re-stealth, or maybe they're heading around the side before boss. It looks like that is actually the plan. Okay. So we're going to do Exhumer, 2 Dominators, 2 Souls, and they're going to activate one more of those spirits. That particular spirit is in a pretty nasty spot where you accidentally walk over it pretty often, so it can be nice to just intentionally walk over it so it doesn't surprise you.
Look at that rogue damage coming out of Serrated, shortly clipping over the 400k, just showing off rogues for once. We have seen them in some of the groups, but usually not topping DPS as much. I suspect there was a boon used as well by Serrated. I didn't see it, but usually when they peak up like that, something's up. And TEAMSWE now finishing off that pull here. You could just see the War Stump go out by Serrated we spoke about a few seconds ago. Really nice to deal with these Souls and the Dominators, getting them under control. Now they'll be on their way to actually pull this boss.
Yeah, this is an interesting boss because it kind of doesn't do anything. But then it does have that downstairs spirit phase where if you're not prepared for it, you can just get killed by the damage of being down there, especially if you're not playing with a healer that can toss a hot on you before you go down, right? Which Evoker can, so that makes it a little bit safer. Also, I'm sure that they have a plan for doing enough damage to those, but besides that, you've just got this Void Vortex, and you can see they're not even respecting Void Vortex at all. They're just staying in and doing their damage because it doesn't do enough to actually threaten them. They know they're going to live, and everybody's now sent downstairs. They're killing their souls, And we've actually got the tech to see all of the players and their souls at once. They're grabbing their souls. Once you grab your soul, you get a nice little damage buff as well. So can be tempting to save cooldowns, but usually it's better to just get 2 uses of cooldowns, right? Not have them be off cooldown for too long and just send them on cooldown. Sometimes it can be worth holding a little bit so that you get them in your damage amp, though.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how long you're holding, right? You can see Bat just now using the hunt as well, getting that CD out of the way after the amp is over. But I think usually in keys you just want to go fast and use as much as possible. It does make sense. Often you get 2 of these amps here on Nalish as well. So sometimes one of them doesn't align, but the second one does. RESETOUILLES is now also on their way. I'm wondering if they're also going to do the Dominator first. They're now finishing up on the Exhumer. Probably looking to skip on the right side as well. Let's see how that one goes. Seems like they're not proccing the Exhumer, and it seems like they're going right into that boss fight. Notably, they did get that trash count earlier, where TEAMSWE had less. So now they're getting closer to each other, and even though there's a full boss HP behind the 2 teams, there's still 4% more on RESETOUILLES. So these teams are a lot closer than what it might look like at just a first glance.
TEAMSWE are going to head over and do the other Dominator pull on the side here. This is another great source of count. Look what they're doing here as well. They're not interrupting the domination. You can interrupt the domination and get those mobs nice and grouped up, but as soon as you do that, those Dominators will start casting, and they'll start casting a lot of stuff that you want to interrupt. If you just leave them on their initial channel of domination, then they'll just keep powering up those subjugated souls and making the subjugated souls chase after their threat target, and it's actually can be quite a bit safer to just leave them doing that for a while until at least you're ready to interrupt all of their remaining casts for the rest of the pull.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw from TEAMSWE. You could see the boom go off, Domination just channeling, and then once they were ready to have the War Stomp, actually from the Rogue ready again, they interrupted and then CC'd, making sure that none of these casts go through. Now, how big do you go with the spiders? That's always the question. You can see Bat actually using the puzzle box here, getting that little bit of extra buff before. Nigel is toggling down, getting some of the extra spiders, but seems like that is going to be it for now. They don't want to kite this one down and go a little bit bigger, at least not for the seconds. These bats do a spit. This spit hurts, so it does make sense that you want to keep it a little bit more controlled here from the side of TEAMSWE. It does require a lot of interrupts to make sure you're not taking too much unnecessary damage, and to make sure that your evoker can also keep doing damage. Like every once in a while I glance at the details and I'm just looking at the healer DPS, and it's pretty crazy right now.
Yeah, it's one of the benefits of Evoker is that just by doing your Fire Breath on CD, you do a huge amount of damage on Preservation, and if you include some other sources of damage, casting some Disintegrates, casting some Living Flames, using that Broodkeeper staff, then the damage gets quite good quite quickly. So one of the reasons that spec is seeing so much play is just how much consistent damage it's doing. Shaman, though, do a lot of damage as well, is over on the side of RESETOUILLES. You can see Sephiroth there keeping up 50k on this pull. That Acid Rain ability tied to the Healing Rain does a lot. Ooh, they've gotten that second Exhumer pulled in kind of late here. That thing is going to pick up some bolstering stacks, and I suspect this is going to be quite costly in terms of time, although it shouldn't be too dangerous because you can just keep those Void Bolts interrupted.
Yeah, I mean, they do run or you don't keep them interrupted. Okay, that one was safe. We were safe. We were protected. Everything's good. Like you said, they're going to be spending a little bit of time just single target DPSing a mob. That's usually something teams want to avoid at all costs, but it seems like it just wasn't triggered earlier. They then realized, so then triggered it just a little bit later, but RESETOUILLES will now be on their way as well to those spiders. And let's see how big they go, while TEAMSWE is on a very conservative pull with the worm, just getting those bats in there in a second, I assume. But seems like RESETOUILLES also don't want to go too big here.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about these bats, because they do that disease that you mentioned that does a lot of damage. In theory, your priests could be playing a disease dispel. In practice, neither of these priests have talented that. They're saying, just heal me or whatever, or we're going to interrupt it. I'm not using a talent point on that. Deal with it, which I respect. That's some good DPS player mindset. But you can see actually some of those spits going off a little bit for TEAMSWE there, one landing on Serrated. You can also get out of it using some effects. Any effect that would remove a slow from you, because that disease has a slow component, also removes that. So something like Vanish, in addition to obviously stuff like Cloak of Shadows. And for RESETOUILLES, Tiger's Lust from your Monk. If your Monk Tiger's Lust the person that's got those, it will dispel them. The Monk also can play Detox, although in this case, again, not talenting that, but Tiger's Lust is something you do talent, so it can be used very effectively against that ability.
Yeah, nice little utility coming out of that Monk, and going into this Cup RESETOUILLES, we're actually a team that we're like, okay, our Prot Warrior is really not where we wanted to be. We feel much more comfortable on that Brewmaster, which is why Rutram has been playing that Brewmaster. We saw him on the Prot Warrior in one of the time trial keys at the very beginning, just trying it out, and then they decided that comfort over meta, they're just going to go with the Brewmaster, and they've gotten so far. So I think that's really good to see different specs and different classes come out here in the MDI for once. But yeah, TEAMSWE on their way to the next boss. Now, earlier with Legendary, we had, I would say, a very lucky row of interactions with only 2 inhales over the entire boss fight. Let's see how TEAMSWE does, but it seems like they're getting the spiders first.
Yeah, so a little jump around the side there, a little piece of tech, and they're actually heading back now to help bring the mobs over towards where they want them. This is going to be 2 bats and 2 spiders, and there's actually a bunch of spiderlings here as well. These spiderlings disappear after Bone Maw dies, but you can get them if you go behind, and for some reason they're there, and you can grab them if you pull that pack before Bone Maw dies by heading around the side like that. So nice way to secure a little bit of easy count from those little spiderlings, and in theory you could take this pull into boss as well, although it is a little bit more dangerous to do so. I'm not sure if TEAMSWE maybe do that sometimes, maybe would plan to do that against a team that they were more worried about on the timer, but here, potentially knowing they're ahead, they're a little bit more playing it safe. We'll see, though. We'll see if RESETOUILLES have a similar idea. Havoc Demon Hunter, one of the easiest ways of getting around there, right? Just a jump around and a dash each time, although you could do it with RESETOUILLES comp. It would be a lot tougher, though. You would need to use, like, Potion of Gusts to get over there, and then Life Grip to get back, or you would be doing something really slow, like setting a Transcendence and then swimming all the way around, and I think that would be a little bit too slow.
Yeah, we can see Serrated get a little bit of extra damage there for a second, but Bloodlust has been popped on the side of TEAMSWE. That was the first inhale that we saw there, if I'm not mistaken, and now they're just trying to only get spits, making sure, ooh, that spawn was not fortunate for the melees here. Not sure if the one in the front is a little bit of a fake one, as sometimes these despawn if you're old ones during the inhale, but they're going to get another one. This one should be safe for the team in case an inhale comes their way. Boss has been pushed under 50%, which means he's probably going to not submerge here. It's a little bit of an RNG boss, but really, really nice to see how much damage they're actually conjugating for it here with that Bloodlust popping and everybody committing their CDs. Really, really nice.
Yeah, a little bit of darkness
inhale,
value coming out here. Yeah, this is looking good, and a good opportunity for darkness, right? Pretty rare in an M+ dungeon that you can get all your range and all your melee within a very tight space like that, but they're able to find a spot there and able to press darkness for some good value. They do get their submerge phase here, so not quite as good RNG as we've seen earlier, but it's okay. The boss is at 24% health and dropping. RESETOUILLES, though, not far behind at all. You know, RESETOUILLES here, 65% on the boss. They do still have that bat and spider pull afterwards, though, that TEAMSWE have already pulled. So when you factor that in, it's probably something like a full boss in favor of TEAMSWE here. But if TEAMSWE have a wipe, RESETOUILLES are in position to take this one, so it's going to come all the way down to the end.
What if RESETOUILLES actually whips one out and does the pull that we saw from Legendary, where they pull the spiders, the bats, the spiders, and both of the voids into each other? I think that's a crazy pull, but they're not using Bloodlust on Bone Maw, so I'm kind of sussy. I feel like they might be doing that, and if they do, they definitely have won my respect for this round. We're going to see how this one goes as TEAMSWE make their way to these 2 void spawns that we just talked about. These are pretty evil. It is a 23 fortified. These guys hurt. These guys are just a pain to deal with, and I want you to keep a look on those HP bars. Of course, we have that Evoker who's pretty good at burst healing the entire team and making sure they survive, but still it is a lot of damage that goes out onto the group here, and especially these little AoE patches that Bat has just falling victim to are very, very nasty.
Yeah, Havoc Demon Hunter, it's actually a little bit annoying to be playing this particular pull because there's so many swirlies, and even though you're a melee DPS, you gotta find time to cast your I-Beam, you gotta find a little bit of space to cast the Hunt, and these Stormings can get you as well, although I guess you can glide out of those, but it can still get you if you're not careful. And the whole group here is tanking a lot of damage every time one of those Void Pulses come out. Even though they've killed one, this other one now has a stack of Bullstring, and you can see it is getting awfully close at this 23 fortified level to being a one-shot on some of the players in the group here. So they got to make sure that they are fully topped between each of those pulses, but they've done it. They've taken care of the last piece of trash in this dungeon. 100%, that's what we like to see. It always feels bad whenever you're like 97%, and you're like, oh no, we have to come back after the last boss, but TEAMSWE have avoided that fate. RESETOUILLES, on the other hand, looks like they are going to be playing a little bit... they're just going to pull the one back at a time, and they're going to lust the last boss. So TEAMSWE definitely in position to win this. I was hoping
that's what they're up to. Yeah. It would have been super fun if RESETOUILLES would have just come out and been like, okay, we know we're a little bit behind. Let's just send it. Let's go for the Voids. We have Bloodlust available. Just going to go for it. But TEAMSWE playing super clean so far. Only one death in this dungeon here. And we talked about the timer before, reminding you the legendary, it's funny, yeah, they're legendary Shadow Moon Burial that we saw earlier was 1650. TEAMSWE on course, I would say, to get to a 19-something timer.
Yeah, we've just passed 1812 there, so my prediction...
Ooh,
not working out. Ooh, RESETOUILLES! Okay, they've... Oh, it's a 1v1. Corpse Spider versus Frost Mage. Oh! Okay, ends up losing the 1v1, but
both won.
Nitro gets there in time to get the tag, so we are good. RESETOUILLES keeping it alive, but TEAMSWE now 50% on this boss. Their priest is doing all of this baiting of these omens, because the way that those omens work is they will prefer to target a ranged DPS player if you have one. If you don't have one of those, they'll prefer to target a ranged healer. And if you don't have one of those, they just pick anybody, and so you'll get them in melee if you have like a Holy Paladin or a Mistweaver that's a melee healer. But in this comp, you just have one ranged DPS, so you know every time that cast is going to come out, it's going to be under your Shadow Priest, and they can be ready to move and placing it in a good spot for the rest of the group as well, so the rest of the group doesn't have to move.
Yeah, the only thing that's a little bit tough with this boss here is the seasonal affix thundering, and you can see it right now. The healer actually making their way to LFX, to the Shadow Priest, trying to make sure that they're ready to destack that thundering, because since the Shadow Priest is baiting all of these omens, he's always out of range for anybody else, and if you're a melee and you have to clear with that range, then you have to run all the way out, because there's very few time frames where the ranged actually can move in without spawning an omen at a very bad position. So that does make the boss just a little bit harder here, but Nerzul now dropping down to 5%. They are going to play the last Ritual of Bones, and they will find that 2-0 against RESETOUILLES here in the lower bracket. Yeah, it seems like our fellow co-casters are not with us right now, so we're just going to talk a little bit longer, but that also means that TEAMSWE is going to be up against Legendary tomorrow, which should be very interesting as well.
Yeah, that's going to be an uphill battle, I suspect, for TEAMSWE, but they've got to be excited about making it that far and about surviving in this bracket. We are saying farewell, of course, to RESETOUILLES off of that, but I thought it was really cool to see what they brought to this tournament. I loved the Brewmaster, the Mage, the Frost Mage here. That was very cool. The damage done, not looking too phenomenal for that spec here, but you got to remember they do funnel damage, so a lot of that is damage to important targets while everybody else is padding. So that's what you got to keep in mind about the Frost Mage.
And you know, he wasn't really padding the damage meters, he was more padding the death meters, so he was winning at something. Now, Frost is actually a pretty solid pick. It just looks like too many bad things went wrong for him, and this key is really unfortunate. I think it's totally acceptable to play that spec. It's just, fire seems a little safer, but that's okay. That wasn't what lost them this dungeon. Like, really, there were just too many small mistakes over the course of it. Their pace through the dungeon was a lot slower. And really, TEAMSWE was a team that just, again, same as the Halls of Valor, looked like they were just a little bit more comfortable with the strategy, a little more comfortable with the dungeon, maybe a little more practiced, and just executed on their strategy more, even going so far as to, do things like pulling the trash behind the boss so that they'd get the extra skitterling count, right? Right here, you can see Bad just hopping over beyond the wall, and because his player character is actually physically beyond the wall, they're not pulling something through the wall. This is technically allowed based off of our rules. Of course, it was approved by the admins before they did this anyways, so no controversy there whatsoever. And they go on to take this series 2-0. So just, well played all around from TEAMSWE. Of course, the question now is, since we're done with Day 2, we've eliminated half of our teams, how are they going to match up tomorrow against Legendary? Because that's going to be what this team has to worry about. They're going to be in our lower bracket matchup after our upper finals match tomorrow. And if they want to advance to a better position, potentially maybe even taking top 2, they've got to go through first Legendary, then they have to go against the loser of the Echo Sloth match if they want to somehow qualify for the Global Finals later this year. And that's going to be a pretty tough ask with the times that they're putting up, right? This time right here alone was already 3 minutes slower than what we saw from Legendary. And Legendary wasn't a clean run either, right? They had that kind of silly little clown show that happened in the middle of the key where somehow they didn't wipe, but they really ended up losing a bunch of time because the trash reset on them. So they're going to have to pick it up if they want to compete tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes tomorrow. But so far, through to the top 4, pretty great performance from TEAMSWE.
Yeah, good enough to get them to the final day at least. So now the question is, what can they do with it? They're playing against Legendary tomorrow, like you mentioned, and then in our upper bracket, we'll probably see that one first. Echo versus Sloth. That'll be a really good one. Remember, Sloth is one of the few teams out there that have taken dungeons off of Echo before. So this one could be fairly close.
Yeah, they showed up really, really strong, specifically in Shadowlands as one of the teams in the MDI. And I'm always curious to what they're due because they're one of the teams that actually come up with really cool routes of their own. So I am very curious to see what they do. I think we might be in for a surprise depending on what's going to happen. Keep in mind, that is going to be the very first Azure Vault we see, as it's not skippable or bannable in those semifinals. And that Azure Vault surely is something.
It seems hard to believe that we haven't seen it yet this weekend, but yeah, that's like you said, plus 23. It's not going to be easy for anybody. Let's take a look at the dungeons that we're going to see tomorrow. So you cannot ban it. The bans could come out on things like Naku Defensive. Please ban Naku Defensive. Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Maybe Halls of Valor. We'll see. Could be anything.
Yeah, the first one, as you said, is always going to be played, so that means we're going to see the Azure Vault in the semifinals and also in the finals. And one of the teams from the semifinals is also going to be in the finals. So that's going to be really, really interesting to see how these pair up. How much can you actually hold back in a dungeon that's as difficult as an Azure Vault 23? And then also how much teams are going to try hard for this? Because of course finals are also coming up, and if you're Echo, you're thinking that you're definitely going to qualify for finals, and you most likely want to hold back on some of the techniques to make sure nobody else does them. But I'm not sure they can do that against Sloth.
That Azure Vault looks so mean. Fortified Sanguine Volcanic. Like, don't stand anywhere. Basically just find a way to fly 100% of the time.
The 5 Drakthir comp spoiled here first by Doa. Yeah, I think that the fact that it's kind of our highest key level, right? Shadow Moon's a 23, but that's a fake 23, right?
Yeah.
Shadow Moon is a little bit of an easier dungeon than the others, right?
Yeah.
So Azure Vault is kind of our highest key. I think it's going to be one of the places that has the highest opportunity for some picks that are different than the other dungeons, right? Because these sorts of strategies that rely on mass AoE are probably broken not just by the key level, not just by the dungeon itself, but also by the affixes, right? Sanguine, I guess Sanguine mostly, Sanguine Fortified being the affixes that maybe make it so that certain pulls would be a little bit sketchier. I'm curious. I'm curious if teams have something, maybe prop paladin could be a vibe in that dungeon at that level.
I don't know about that one.
You've been pushing the prop paladin. You think
I don't
know about that one.
It's the last dungeon we haven't seen yet. It's the place that could if it happens anywhere, it'll be there.
What do you think the best strategy in this dungeon is going to be? Because Azure Vault's definitely a dungeon that has more room for, different types of trash pulls, especially with the way the dungeon is set up on top of each other vertically wise. You can skip entire sections of the dungeon, so there's a pretty typical strategy where you'll skip all of the rocks at the start of the dungeon. Or there's another strategy where you skip every single frog in the dungeon, which is really nice, especially on Sanguine, which we do have. So I personally expect to see teams just go frogless route, and they'll just go boss, boss, boss at the end of the dungeon after doing every single one of the rocks that appear at the beginning of the dungeon. Could see different stuff, though.
Wouldn't be bad.
I agree,
well,
yeah.
we won't have
I
to
think no
wait too
frogs.
long. Yes.
Yeah.
I think everyone who's done that dungeon a couple times is very anti-frog at this point. Yep.
I mean, I do like the frogs, but they're going to be trouble to deal with, so I think we're probably not going to see them much.
Pro tip for the frogs: don't blame your evoker for your poison stacks. All right, like we can't get rid of all of them, and if you get 10, you just die. All right, so run away from the frogs, slow the frogs down. Just don't be near frogs, because the poison is not going to be cleared.
Is that?
Oh, there you go.
Is that the Halls of Infusion frogs, or is that
makes all the frogs? What?
Do they do that in? They do that in Azure Vault as well?
Am I thinking of different
so.
frogs?
The poison comes from the AOE, right?
Oh, I'm thinking of Halls of Infusion.
That's
Never mind. Okay.
different frogs,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it doesn't matter. Since we're going to avoid the frogs, you don't have to worry about
Well,
I don't
in
like
the
any of the
future.
frogs.
It was already in
Alligator
season
frogs.
2. Oh no!
It's been a long day. Yeah, so spoiler alert. There you go. It's been a long day. We'll see you in one sleep. Hopefully, we'll be able to get some. Thanks for watching, everybody. This has been the Mythic Dungeon International. We'll see you tomorrow.